I'd like to call this meeting to order. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us today. Today, our invocation will be led by Father Pete Elizardo from Corpus Christi Cathedral. Father.
Let us pray. Gracious and loving Father, we thank you for this day, and we thank you for in this day you allow us to serve you by serving our neighbor. Thank you for our mayor and our council who come together always to share their knowledge and their wisdom to better serve our community, the city of Corpus Christi. And thank you for those who joined them here this morning to share ideas, offer their efforts to better serve and make Corpus Christi a place that people can always feel at home and know that many are here to serve them. Lord, on this day, we also remember all of our servicemen and women whose lives were tragically taken from us. We pray for their families who have just received their loved ones, and we pray for them in these days of preparation for their burial. And we ask that we never forget all that they have given and all that they have shared, which is the generosity and the blessedness of their love to serve our country, so that we may be here to serve our city. We thank you for all our men and women who this day stand where they stand and guard who they guard, and that is all of us here today. Bless them, protect them, and guard them, and bring all their families to be in our prayers and in our hearts for all that they give in their sons and daughters. Bless all those who protect us in our city, in our county, our men and women in uniform, those who answer the call when the siren is heard, those that indeed cry out in their time of need, and they are there to respond. Protect them also, Lord, for they wear the uniform and the badge that announces, I am here to serve, not to be served. May they too always be able to be appreciated for the gift of who they are. And we thank you for our mayor and council who spend tireless efforts to just bring about a better way to make us all feel your presence in our daily lives. Thank you for all they give. Thank you for all they do. And thank you for their families who share them with us. Bless all their efforts, and may we always indeed give you thanks for the place we are able to call home here in this world, Corpus Christi, and may we always be united in such a way to serve one another and to bring you glory and honor by the way we live our lives, loving you and loving one another. All this we ask in your holy name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Father. And our Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States and the Texas state flag will be given by Alexa Aceves. Aceves. She is a student at Texas A&M Corpus Christi, studying. She is from Fort Worth, getting her biomedical sciences with an emphasis on physician's assistant's degree in December.
Feel free to join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Now for the Texas Pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible.
Thank you, Alexis. Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo,
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera,
Here.
Gil Hernandez,
Here.
Michael Hunter,
Here.
Billy Lerma,
Here.
John Martinez,
Here.
Ben Molina is absent, Mike Pusley, Greg Smith,
Here.
City Manager Peter Zanoni,
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley.
Here.
Mayor and Council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Thank you, Ms. Huerta. At this time, I would like to observe a moment of silence in honor of Richard Martinez, our Public Works Director, who passed away suddenly this weekend. We're devastated by it. It is a tremendous loss for this community, for this team. He will sorely, sorely be missed, and we grieve alongside his family, his wife, his daughter, and her children, his sisters, his mother. So I'd like to take a moment of silence and, of course, extend all of our condolences to his family. Thank you. Let's see, so we're going to go ahead and continue on with our proclamations. We have 2 proclamations this morning. Good morning. How are you? Hi. How are you? Want to jump in? Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Let me take this off so you don't have to. No, you're good. How are you? Yes.
Thank you. Well, the mayor has graciously allowed me to read this proclamation. I've been a member of this organization of these individuals. I'm, as many of you know, I'm in the insurance business, and in July of 1996, I started out getting into that business. I was about 8 years old, so started out very young. But it's always been a pleasure for me to be engaged. September is Life Insurance Awareness Month, and I tell you what, before I read the proclamation, you know, it's in light of the circumstances that happened Friday, you know, we never know when God calls us. And I tell you what, some of the most gratifying moments that I've ever had as an agent that sells life insurance is delivering a check to a family to help pay for a college education, to keep a family in their home, to keep the momentum going of individuals, to keep their dream going. So with that, it's a pleasure. These have been several of my colleagues over the years. Lel started when she was when she was 5 years old. We started in 1996 together. So, whereas life is unpredictable, tragedies occur when least expected, leaving behind a trail of bills and decisions for grieving loved ones to navigate. Texans can help relieve some of this burden by planning for the future. One way to do this is by purchasing life insurance. And whereas life insurance replaces lost income after an individual's death, when a child experiences something as devastating as losing a parent, their grief should not be compounded by wondering if they will be able to afford college. Spouses should not have to worry about losing their homes. These are both things that life insurance covers, and plans can be tailored to meet each Texan's unique situation. And whereas for anyone with a family, business, home, debt, or any form of financial liability, insurance professionals across the state stand ready to advise Texans on their life insurance options. At this time, I encourage all Texans to evaluate their personal financial strategies and consider the important role that life insurance can play in protecting their loved ones' financial security. And as the mayor, I'll let you finish.
Oh, yes. So now, therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as the mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim the month of September of 2021 Life Insurance Awareness Month in Corpus Christi, Texas, and I encourage all citizens to evaluate their personal financial strategies toward achieving long-term security and consider the important role that life insurance can play in helping you achieve the financial security of your loved ones. So thank you all very, very much. Thank you. Would you like to say something?
Thank you, Mayor Paulette, for this very important Life Insurance Awareness Month and proclamation. And we have the whole month of September to remind families, income earners, business owners, to look into the protection of their loved ones. Even if to the point that we are going to knock at their doors, we will do it because it's very, very important. And the news today is because of the changes in tax legislation, all insurance companies are affected, and they are gonna do a changes in their price scheme. So this is the best time to talk to your financial advisors, to the life insurance professionals. They would be very willing to help you. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Lil. Thank you. Well, let's take a picture.
You are in the middle, Mayor.
Okay. Okay. Do we have our keys? Yes, come on down. Hi, how are you? So you're coming, wait, are you coming? Oh, no, for keys. Oh, I was like, where's he going? No, that one starts at me, like, right after this. I said keys, Kate, you want this? Sorry, just sit right there. Well, you're up, you're coming, you're next. How are you? Love the time. Rolling. I love y'all. Y'all are a bunch of tall men. I love it. Did you see my class? You like it?
Hi, Mayor. How are you? Brian Nelson.
I like the best ties. Hi. Thank y'all for being here. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being another great time. God, I love y'all. Okay. Okay, so our next proclamation is for Operation Keys. And I'm so happy to see this because I was not aware that this is an organization in it, of its own. This is so important. I'm very, very impressed. Always heard about this, but didn't know. So thank you. Thank you in advance for the support and to the other entities that also support this program. So whereas every year, over 1.2 million students drop out of high school in the United States, and that is a student every 26 seconds, or 7,000 children a day. And whereas education increases economic opportunities, education creates a culture that values learning, education encourages personal fulfillment, and education unites and it empowers communities. And whereas the city of Corpus Christi, the Diocese of Corpus Christi, communities and schools, and the Corpus Christi Independent School District have formed a partnership to ensure that all youth are enrolled in school. Operation Keys, Keys, Keeping Every Youth in School, is a community-wide walk where citizens of Corpus Christi and CCISD employees will take the streets, knock on the doors of youth who are not in school, and provide families with the resources needed for youth to return to school. So now, therefore, pursuant to the powers vested in me as mayor of the city of Corpus Christi, I do hereby proclaim September of 2021, Operation Keys, Keeping Every Youth in School Day. I'm sorry, that's September 11th of 2021 in Corpus Christi, Texas, and encourage all citizens to participate in the Operation Keys, Keeping Every School in Youth, or Every Youth in School program. So thank you all very much. This is such, I would love to see the numbers on this because this is a program that's very important. And I can't imagine, what this does for the child through no fault of, their own. So who would like to just say a little something? There we go.
Mayor Guajardo, council members, thank you all for having us. First, I'd like to, on behalf of Corpus Christi ISD and our Keys program, we'd like to present you with this T-shirt.
Oh, I love it. Thank you very much.
And we thank you all for having us.
Thank you. Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing us to come. I'd like to say that we do Keys. Keys has been in effect for about 13 years now. So we are going to be out on the streets looking for our students on September the 11th. We invite community to come out. We do have a link on our website, our CCISD website, to go in and sign in and volunteer. So we invite everybody to do that, to go out and knock on the doors, see what students are needing, bring them back, invite them. We do have a few students out because, it's COVID. So we want to make sure that they understand that CCISD is taking all the necessary precautions to keep their children safe. They are our kids during the day while we have them, so we want to make sure and ensure that they are protected. So September 11th from 9 to 12, volunteers, CCISD website, please join us in going out and getting our students back.
Great. Thank you so much for that information. Well, let's take a picture. And thank you. I think we need to applause now. I can't. My hands are tied up. Okay, we will move on now to section F, public comment. And Ms. Huerta, we have some call-ins. We can go ahead and start with that?
Yes, ma'am, if we could.
Okay.
Did you want to go over the rules of decorum, Mayor, or?
All right, yes, Mr. Risley, I'm sorry. Go ahead and state those, and then we'll move along.
Citizens are authorized and encouraged to present their views to the council on city-related matters. However, such should be done in a factual, precise presentation, and questions of council or staff are inappropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Risley. So we're going to go ahead and do public comment from the phone, and then I will start on the list of those who signed in, whether it be here or if it was online. If you're here for public comment, it's a 3-minute. There's a 3-minute time frame. There's a little clock over on down there. If you just look down once you get to the podium, and we'll have a little buzzer just to remind you your time's up. And I really would appreciate if everybody would respect their time, as we have quite a few comments today. And we appreciate you taking the time to be here and do so.
Right, the first call-in is Mr. Bob Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez, will you please state your name and address and then make your comment?
Sure. Hi, my name is Bob Gonzalez, and I live at 8033 South Padre Island Drive here in Corpus. I want to urge the City Council to remove the funding for seawater desalination, line item E15117, from the proposed budget. I'm opposed to the building of any seawater desal plants in Corpus Christi Bay, especially if the benefit is entirely for industry. The initial 20 million gallons a day production of any of the desal plants under discussion will of course be the daily requirement for water by Gulf Coast Growth Ventures when the ethylene cracker plant goes online in the near future. This offers no water supply benefit for residential customers at all. On top of that, the water rates for residential customers will go up. A massive amount of water was promised to Exxon Sabic prior to a widespread discussion amongst the residential customers of our water department. Approval of any desalination plant at this point will set a bad precedent that major, extremely expensive infrastructure projects that solely benefit industry do not need preliminary citizen input. Now to the environmental issues. We're going to be engaging in a first-of-its-kind seawater desalination plant on the Texas Gulf Coast. This is introducing too much uncertainty, irrespective of any modeling, regarding the environmental damage to Corpus Christi Bay that could occur because of the water intake and brine discharge. We should not be experimenting on such a grand scale when it comes to the environmental health of the bay. On top of that, this entire approach allows a scaling up of production to 40 million gallons a day by just one of the possible future multiple desal plants. This ensures that at some point, no matter what you think about environmental consequences to the bay from desal at 20 million gallons per day, you will hit a point where you are going to definitely damage the bay. Will there really be any effort to constrain further desal growth if even one plant goes online? Where will the limit be? Is it when you finally irreparably damage the bay? Just to wrap up, I hope that y'all take desal out of the proposed fiscal year 2021-2022 city budget. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez.
Ms. Stockman?
Yes,
Okay, can you go ahead and state your name and address, please, and make your comment?
yes. My name is Christi Stockman. My address is 4729 Spring Fork Drive. And this is my comment. My first concern about the millions of dollars in the city budget for desalination is that it's much too expensive. Until we have explored and exhausted all other less expensive alternatives for fresh water, we should not be looking to desalination that can cost $4 an acre foot. My second concern is that desalination would be environmentally devastating to our unique ecosystem. This would be harmful to other industries like tourism and fishing. Releasing the brine from desal into the bay would raise its salinity level. Red tide and fish kills could become more frequent. My third concern is that it would be unfair to the people. Industry should pay the same price for a gallon of water that the people do. Residential customers should not bear the burden for industrial needs. So, it's too expensive when there are less expensive alternatives, it's an environmental disaster, and it's unfair to residents. Clearly, this desalination plan should be removed from the city budget at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hoffman. Hello? Okay, thanks a lot. Mr. Summerlin,
Yes, ma'am.
would you please state your name and address and make your comment?
Thank you. Madam Secretary, Mayor, members of the council, my name is Errol Summerlin. I live in Portland. Even though I'm not a resident of Corpus Christi, I've lived here for 37 years, and I enjoy the many amenities offered by the city, your parks, libraries, community centers, entertainment, and restaurants. How you spend your funds is of interest to me. But you also manage the water that comes through my tap and ultimately decide what my rates are going to be. So I'm going to weigh in on the CIP budget for desalination in the Bay. First, let me say that the Bay is not yours to do with as you please, to take risks with it. The Bay waters are used by all of us, and it is the home and life of all we cherish in this area. You're putting that at risk. You think you figured it out, but there are reasons Dr. McKinney wrote his piece this week in the Caller Times. He and other scientists have repeatedly stated the Bay is not the proper location for a desal facility, and if necessary for long-term preparedness for climate change, offshore intake and discharge should be the focus. A desal facility in the Bay is not the way. Remove the future capital cost expenditures for these facilities. Then abandon the permitting for the Bay facilities and use the $11 million you already have for feasibility and permitting to put all the engineers in a room together with Dr. McKinney and other real stakeholders and use those funds to study offshore desal. By the time that study is complete, technological improvements will undoubtedly solve energy consumption issues, provide maximum protection to aquatic Gulf life, develop efficiencies to save on costs, and ensure proper mineral content of desal water. While that study is being conducted, use the 25 cents contributed by industry to, one, encourage citizen conservation and incentivize rainwater harvesting and other methods to reach a simple 1% reduction that your own staff says will satisfy future population growth for the next 40 years, and two, tap into the Gulf Coast aquifer that is available under our feet with no risk to the Bay and at substantially less cost. Current industry doesn't care. They want you to spend the 25 cents in a way that avoids them having to curtail water consumption if we reach stage 4 critical restrictions. They did not dictate how you do that. It can be conservation, water reuse, groundwater, or desal. In summary, if you're going to spend the $11 million on pursuing this misguided venture, I'm against it as a ratepayer and as someone who sits on the dock of the Bay and wants the tide to roll in teeming with life. But if you're going to spend it on real offshore desal research while using the 25 cents to secure near-term pursuits that guarantee no one needs to be worried about stage 4, then I support those expenditures. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Sumlin. Hello? Mr. Turner?
Yes.
Okay, please state your name and address and make your comment.
My name is Ryan Turner. My address is 440 Naples, Corpus Christi, Texas, 78404. And thank you for having me on this public comment. I really appreciate the chance to voice my opinion. I would like to talk about desal and how the modeling of desal has not included multiple plants and the discharge into our bays. There's no studies on this, and we know the multiplying effect is going to be very devastating, possibly devastating to our ecosystems here in Corpus Christi and the Bay system in the Laguna Madre. We know the period of the water stays in the bays for a couple years, and modeling should be done if there's discharge and intake within our bay systems. But we know the right way. There's multiple examples around the world of successful desalination plants, and they have their intake and their hypersaline solution outfall offshore. And that would mean piping it offshore into the Gulf of Mexico. And this would have minimal impact on our ecosystems. And I think that just more consideration needs to be more highly influenced needs to be on the multiple effects of multiple plants within our bays. And we know the right way to intake water and outtake water from desal plants. It should be offshore. Larry McKinnon's recent article stated so, and HRI, the Heart Research Institute at Texas A&M University Corpus Christi, also stated that that's the optimal situation. So I would just like the City Council to think of my comments, please consider them, and move forward with the best option. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Turner.
Bye.
Ms. McKay?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and state your name and address and make your comment.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Eli McKay, and I live at 1008 Marguerite Street in beautiful District 1. I'm calling in today at a very inconvenient time of day for me personally, as well as many other working people. But I'm calling in order to request that the council and mayor pull funding for the construction of desalination plants. Last October, I watched the presentations provided to the previous council on the options for water. The groundwater and the reuse proposals just made so much more sense for our area. As a community, we have to protect the bay, not destroy it. In September of 2020, our city manager is quoted in the Caller Times stating, for the rest of the $211 million, the average residential city utility customer rate is projected to increase from $1.82 to $3.12 a month by 2028. So that tells us that we, the residents, will pay for desalination in the end. Then again, on July 21st of this year, Water Utilities Chief Mike Murphy is quoted saying, right now, if we just build the desal plant, it's mostly for commercial use. There's not a benefit for the residents on the south side. I think that y'all understand that my point is there has not been enough research on how desalination will impact our closed bay and that fragile ecosystem. The success of our city is the common goal that we all share, clearly. The people deserve to have a vote to decide if they are willing to pay to provide the industry with the water that the industry needs. I, for one, would rather our city pay a fine than destroy our bay and the public trust. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. McKay. Hello? That is his Guillermo, right? Hello? This Guillermo Gallegos? Okay, hold on just a moment. All right, you're online. Can you please state your name and address and then make your comment?
All right. My name is Guillermo Gallegos. I live at 7621 Cedar Brook Drive. Okay.
Go ahead.
Okay. Good afternoon. I am calling in today to demand that you pull any and all funding for the construction of desalination plants out of the budget. I understand and appreciate the council's, mayor's, and city managers' attempts to find our city an uninterruptible water source, but desalination is not economically or environmentally feasible. In July of 2020, the engineering consulting firm Fries and Nichols, Inc. held a public meeting with environmental groups concerning desal. Jorge Arroyo, a licensed engineer and an international authority on alternative water supplies, responded to a question about the cumulative effect of multiple desal plant brine discharges into Corpus Christi Bay by stating that no one has conducted such a study and that someone should do so. To date, no such study has been conducted. Additionally, the Hart Research Institute for Gulf of Mexico Studies at TAMUS CC has produced a study indicating that any increase in salinity will increase the likelihood and frequency of red tide algae blooms in Corpus Christi Bay, which will kill fish and consequently drive away tourists. Lastly, I am concerned about who this water is actually for. Even at peak times, we do not use anywhere close to the amount of water that just one desal plant would produce daily. But you know who does use excessive amounts of water? Heavy industry. Implementing desal will signal to heavy industries to build and pollute here and turn our city into a sacrifice zone. Although the city has attempted to assuage some of our concerns about the financial impact of desal, there's still too many unanswered questions. It's now clear that the Water Development Board has awarded the city a loan in order to pursue water alternatives, but we do not have a clear answer on how exactly the $222 million loan plus interest would be paid back. Other cities that have chosen desal have not only seen their water rates increase, but their electricity bills as well. I do not consent to having my water and electricity cost more for the benefit of planet and city-killing heavy industry. To summarize, I am demanding two things. One, that you pull all funding for desalination out of the capital improvement plan. And two, use funding instead to research less resource-intensive water alternatives such as conservation, water efficiency, stormwater capture, and recycling. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Torres?
Hi, yes.
Okay, can you please state your name and address and then make your comment?
Okay, my name is Chloe Torres. I live on 5430 Saratoga Boulevard. So good afternoon, everyone. As I said, my name is Chloe Torres, and I am a current constituent of District 5. I'm here calling in today to ask that you pull any and all funding out for the construction of desalination plants. I truly appreciate the council's, mayors, and city managers' attempts to find our city an uninterruptible water source, but desalination is not an economically or environmentally feasible option to secure what we need. On July 8, 2020, the engineering consulting firm Fries and Nichols Incorporated held a public meeting with environmental groups concerning this issue. Jorge Arroyo, a licensed engineer and an international authority on alternative water supplies, responded to a question about the cumulative effect of multiple desal plants, the brine discharges that they would produce into CC Bay, by stating that no one has conducted such a study of the environmental impact and that someone should do so. To date, no such study has been conducted. Additionally, the Hart Research Institute for the Gulf of Mexico Studies at Texas A&M University Corpus Christi has produced a study indicating that any increase in salinity will increase the likelihood and frequency of red tide algae blooms in the Corpus Christi Bay, which will kill fish and consequently drive away tourism. Lastly, I'm concerned with who this water is actually for. Even at the peak of our water usage in 2018, we did not use anywhere close to the amount of water that just one desal plant will produce every day. I know who does use excessive amounts of our water, though, and that's heavy industry. I'm very concerned that by pursuing and implementing desalination, we will signal to other heavy industries to build even more pollution-causing facilities here. I do not want my home to be a sacrifice zone. Although the council, mayor, and city manager have attempted to assuage some of our concerns about the fiscal cost of desal, there are still too many unanswered questions. It is now clear that the Water Development Board has awarded the city with a loan in order to pursue water alternatives, but what has not been answered clearly is how exactly the $222 million loan plus interest will be paid back. Other cities that have chosen desal as their water alternative have not only seen their water rates increase, but their electricity bills as well. I do not consent to having my water and electricity rates increase for a plan that does not benefit residents more than heavy industry. To summarize, I am asking for two things. One, that you pull all funding for desalination out of the capital improvement plan, and two, use funding instead to research less resource-intensive water alternatives such as conservation, water efficiency, storm capture, and recycling. Lastly, I just want to thank all the council members who have taken the time to meet with us individually to answer some of our questions, and also that everyone decided to put back the call-in option. I really appreciate that. So thank you so much. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you very much. Mr. Weber?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, go ahead and state your name and address and then make your comment.
My name is John Weber. My address is 609 Naples Street, Corpus Christi, Texas. Firstly, I would like to thank the mayor, city manager, council, and city staff for treating COVID-19 like the crisis it is, holding daily and weekly updates. I would like to see the climate crisis treated like the crisis it is. It is real, it is caused by us, it is urgent, and we can fix it by stop burning fossil fuels. The city is currently promoting the burning of the most potent fossil fuel, methane, otherwise known as natural gas. I request all budget items for the promotion of fossil fuels be removed from the budget, specifically taxpayer-ratepayer funded cash rebates for the gas home rebate program. It seems we are funding our own destruction. I also request funding for desalination be removed from the budget because of the enormous energy use and no city plan to build a solar wind battery facility to power it. If it were to be powered by the Texas grid, many fossil fuels would be burned to power it, putting our city in greater danger of the effects of climate change. On a side note, I request that the city council hold at least one meeting in the evening so more working people can make comment at the city meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weber. Hello? Ms. Ponce?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and state your name and address and then make your comment.
Good morning. I'm calling from Venice, California. I am Mayo Quechua indigenous, and I reside in the tribal lands, unceded tribal lands of Tonga, known as Sagna, infamously known as Venice Beach. I'm calling in today because of my concerns for the California cookie-cutter approach for desalination plants that will connect to the waters in the Gulf of Mexico. They connect us, they do not divide us. The desalination plants here are planning to collect the water from where the Hyperion plant leaked untreated sewage, the water into the ocean. Untreated water sewage into the ocean. Has it arrived where you're at right now? I don't know. But the UN has offered tribal people globally, for free, prior, and informed consent. And this must include consultation. If these projects such as desalination and dredging and moving anything of the earth and anything of the water and anything in pollution to the air has not resulted in any consultation or consent from the tribal people, we are asking that it stops. This is not about politics, left or right. This is about California and Texas and, again, the oceans that connect us. We are all alike. We like to breathe fresh air unpolluted. We enjoy fresh, clean water to quench our thirst, and of course, we must have nutritious food. The future of the 7 generations depend on us coming together. So what we're asking from California to where you stand, where you sit, no desalination anywhere, no desal funding. It is critical to the Corpus Christi Bay, where I visited just recently. And if we're going to evolve into better relatives, then we really need to fund environmental solutions, because the accumulative impact is something that we cannot draw back from. We cannot dial this back. We need to stop what the normal process of profiting from desecration to sacred waters and lands and erasing the people. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Arona?
Yes.
Okay, can you go ahead and state your name, your address, and then make your comment?
Yes, hi, my name is Frankie Arona. I'm at 1073 Petronco Road. I am with Society of Native Nations. I am calling as a resident of Texas and a descendant of some of the original people of this land that's called Texas. I'm calling in to say that desalination is not a solution and all funding should be pulled from the project. This desal plant is being built for the heavy oil industry. It will contribute to the pollution crisis we are already suffering from worldwide. It will contribute to more oil infrastructure build out in the Bay and along the Gulf. It would destroy the marine life, the Bay and the Gulf. It threatens the local residents' health and those that come into contact with the pollution created from these infrastructures. We are saying that desalination is terrible for the future of all Texas and the world. We don't want petrochemical build out. The world does not need more plastic pollution. We don't want blue and green hydrogen production, nor do we want more chemical, gas, or oil holding tanks. No more export terminals. We don't want more pollution in drainage outlets into the Bay and the Gulf of Corpus Christi. These catastrophic environmental and human health projects have not had proper indigenous consultation from federally, state, and non-state or federally recognized Native American tribes of Texas, who have an inherent right to protect the land, water, and air as original people of Texas. All projects that threaten the local environment's health, people, and future generations should be halted until proper indigenous consultation is established. We should look to projects that have already been conducted throughout the world when it comes to desal and know and learn from their mistakes that this isn't right and it's not the solution. So we ask that you pull all funding from these projects. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Hello? Okay, thanks. Ms. Grossman?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and state your name, your address, and then make your comment.
Hello, my name is Andrea Leon Grossman, Climate Action Director with Azul, a national environmental justice organization. I'm calling this morning from Los Angeles, California. Dear council members, please understand that we just saw the Hurricane Ida, not just the natural disasters. Fires in the West are also caused by fossil fuel climate pollution. These are a combination of a man-made climate crisis, the destructive greed of oil and gas industry that erased entire coastlines, and systemic poverty that traps people in harm's way. While these storms and fires impact everyone, Black, Indigenous, immigrant, and poor folks remain marginalized during preparation and recovery efforts. It's time we stop subsidizing and expanding the footprint of the very companies contributing to the climate crisis. Just a week and a half ago, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, also known as IPCC, found that seawater desalination to be maladaptation. It actually contributes to the problem more than it solves it. The desalination plant in Carlsbad, California, has not been able to produce the amount of water it said it would, and it actually has to shut down for weeks due to algae blooms. Water bills in San Diego have skyrocketed since it went online, and now San Diego has some of the most unaffordable water in the nation. As the legislative body, it is your duty to ensure no more sacrifice zones are created and stop granting permits or funds to those who harm the most vulnerable. Building the desalination plant is a guaranteed way to hurt people, contribute to the destruction of the planet, biodiversity, and future generations. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. Hello? Okay, thanks. Mr. Everts?
Thank you very much.
Yes, can you
Connor
please?
Everts.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, thank you very much. Connor Everts from Santa Monica, California. I thank you for this opportunity. I've been working on this issue since 1989, not because it is the solution. It is not the solution. It's really a case of it's not the technology stupid. There are cost-effective, responsible things that need to be done first, and I'd like to reiterate what many of the previous callers have said as well. I've worked on water resources, specifically water conservation with community-based organizations my whole life. We have seen desalination come and go, and when it comes, it's in the dire times of dryness in California. We had 30 proposed plants. One large-scale plant was built. The water was unneeded, but they still had to pay for it, so they dumped it in a reservoir. Rates have gone up astronomically, and there is an impact that isn't just brine that gets dumped, and especially in your situation where it's an enclosed area, it is a toxic soup of chemicals along with supersaturated saline that will sit on the bottom and impact sea life. There's also a human impact on the water. And there is so many other things that need to be done and prioritized first, what we call loading order on the energy side. So learn from us in California. Don't make the same mistake we made, although many other areas, including the city of Long Beach, the city of Los Angeles with their own power plants, decided not to do ocean desalination. Offshore is not a solution. The solution are serious levels of efficiency, zero discharge for your heavy industry. Let them make up their own water if that's their demand, but it doesn't belong in the bay. People don't deserve to pay for it. And you will find people will save more water. And by the way, I hear it's been quite wet recently there. If you're capturing stormwater, you have an item on your agenda. If you're reusing wastewater to the fullest extent possible, this is not needed. The only people that do ocean desalination are those that have failed at water management. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mr. McQueen?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead and state your name, your address, and then make your comment.
Sure. My name is Neil McQueen. I live at 4213 Estate Drive in Corpus Christi, and I'm the vice chair of the local Surfrider Foundation chapter. I'm also an environmental consultant, and in my work, I manage the permitting and compliance for several clients' wastewater and stormwater discharges. As a taxpayer and utilities ratepayer, I oppose the inclusion of funds for a desalination project in the city's budget because nobody knows what the cumulative impacts will be on our enclosed bay from the intakes and brine discharges from multiple desalination plants. In his editorial piece in Sunday's Caller Times, Dr. Larry McKinney of the Heart Research Institute seemed to be sending a timely message to you, our city council. While he seems supportive overall of desalination, he warns that it should be pursued, quote, without negative environmental impacts, unquote. He goes on to say that the intakes and discharges should be put offshore in the Gulf. I have great faith in our local marine scientists, and I ask that you heed Dr. McKinney's recommendation and remove the funding from this budget for a plant that has its intake and discharge located inside Corpus Christi Bay. Thanks for this opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Mr. Canales? Mr. Canales?
Eduardo Canales, 7021 Bevington Drive, Corpus Christi, Texas. I speak against the inclusion of desalination in this budget. To even say it is a capital improvement is wrong. It will not serve the greater good interests of residents of this community. Fixing our infrastructure, our capital improvements, our streets, our water lines, or our parks. That is capital improvements. The science used by the city staff is murky at best, and models have already been rejected by the Environmental Quality Commission. No one in the city council or the mayor has spoken in defense of our bay and our environment. One desalination plant will wreck our bay. Fiscally, the total cost to build will be a boondoggle for heavy industry, and who pays the community with higher utility rates? The city of Corpus Christi should not be in the business of building a desal plant for heavy industry. The city of Corpus Christi should develop a vision on how we become part of the global movement to protect our environment and not do the opposite. Thank you. Please remove desalination from the budget. It is a false choice. We deserve better from our city officials. So do the right thing and stop desalination consideration on this budget. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Canales. Mayor, that concludes the call-ins.
Thank you. Rebecca, did we have Ms. Stockman speak?
Yes,
over the
ma'am,
phone?
she
We did?
spoke. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay, so then the first person up would be Mr. Ed Simmons. And again, if you'll please just state your name and address and just take note of the time clock there.
Hello, neighbors. I'm Reverend Ed Simmons from the First United Methodist Church, 900 South Shoreline Boulevard in Corpus. I'm here to talk about the stormwater utility fee that's included as an ordinance and its potential adverse impact on churches and nonprofits in our city. Our churches and nonprofits provide many, many services to people of need. Our church alone spends tens of thousands of dollars every year caring for our senior adults, our homeless population, visitors to our city, in addition to just taking care of our own people that are part of our church. We are just one nonprofit. We are just one church in our community that provide these services to people that if we didn't do it, it would fall upon the city to take care of them. We've been in existence. We were organized in 1853, 1 year after this great city was incorporated. We've been doing this for a very long time, and we want to continue to do it for a very long time. Stormwater fees are going to be expensive for organizations like us that have parking lots and a lot of roofs and a big building. Those dollars could be reinvested back into our people, and that's why we encourage you to make churches and nonprofits exempt from this fee, just like you do with institutions of higher learning. We contribute to the greater good of the city, and as you know, financial resources are very hard to come by, and especially in this environment. So any way we can save dollars and reinvest them into our people, the better off we are as a city and as an organization. So thank you for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Blanca Parkinson?
Do I push something to start it, or just go?
When you start
Okay.
talking, I'll start it.
Okay. Blanca Parkinson, 10801 Silverton Drive, Corpus Christi, Texas. I'd like to share with you all a little article from KIII from 2013 that I think really illustrates why and how we got here with desal. State Representative Todd Hunter says there's no reason why the Coastal Bend cannot lead the nation in desalination technology, and he arranged a public briefing to discuss that Monday. About 200 people, more than twice the number of expected guests, showed up to hear Hunter, causing a delay while organizers found a bigger room. Port Commissioner Charlie Zahn pointed out that industries at the port already use 23 million gallons of water a day. And the port almost lost a new industry because of lack of available water. In Port A, we had a conversation the other day with an industry. They came in and said, we want to come into your area. We need 3 million gallons a day for our process, Zahn said. We had to call them and tell them we don't have it, so they've gone and reconfigured so that they can come in. But that's not an there's not an industry we have in our port. There's not an industry that's coming in the future that doesn't have tremendous water needs. Experts say the cost of desalination could be as much as 300% more than the cost of transporting water from the lakes. This was in 2013, and I think this shows why and how we got here. I'm asking council and mayor to remove the $206 million from the site-specific loan, we don't hear that often, for seawater desalination in year 2 and 3 of the Water Capital Improvement Plan. Remove the $5 million that mysteriously showed up, which exceed the $11 million budgeted in year 1 of the proposed budget. During the April desalination workshops, engineers with Freeze and Nichols described the discharge design of the CC Polymers plant as environmentally irresponsible. In the same presentation, Jason Coughlin with Freeze and Nichols stated that the CC Polymers plant was permitted very quickly through TCEQ. He stated that he's had a conversation with his colleagues at TCEQ and that the permit for this plant had been obtained very quickly and under the radar. My point in bringing this up is to remind the council that the TCEQ does not care. According to the experts, there currently sits in the Inner Harbor a plant with an environmentally irresponsible discharge design with a permit issued by the TCEQ. Listen to the TCEQ public meetings on record for other proposed desalination plants. The water master at the TCEQ has never even seen the proposed intake locations or bothered to visit the communities they will impact. I ask that our elected leaders, you not rely on a TCEQ permit to protect our environment and bay and ecosystems. We understand that you all are facing many difficult decisions while navigating through a pandemic. We understand that. This is not one of them. This option should be easily eliminated as an exploitation of our bay, our natural resources, and our residents. Let industry worry about industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Parkinson. Encarnacion Serna?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
My name is Encarnacion Serna. I go by Chon. I live in Portland, 105 Lost Creek, Portland, Texas. I'm a retired chemical engineer with over 40 years of experience. I've seen a lot. I'm a licensed engineer to practice my profession in the state of Texas. I'm here to ask you to really, really think about what you're doing. And there's no question in my mind as an engineer that you got to get rid of everything that has to do with desalination, because it's not just desalination, it's desalination with reverse osmosis in a closed system with open intakes and open discharges, and some gadgets that people that are selling you the idea are proposing to install. So please remove everything that has to do with desalination by reverse osmosis in our closed systems. I'm just going to piggyback on some of the things that the very well-informed people have communicated by phone and here by physical attendance. One of the things that people don't talk about, I don't hear the city, I don't hear the county, or your experts talking about is pre-treatment. Pre-treatment, you gotta do pre-treatment, and if you don't do it right, if you don't design it right, you're gonna mess up the very high, expensive membranes. Pre-treatment is gonna generate very toxic discharges. One of them, the sludge. In one of your applications, you say you're gonna send the sludge to the Cefe Valenzuela landfill site. I calculate numbers, that's what I've done all my life. You're gonna be generating a truckload, 4,000, 5,000 gallons every 4 to 5 minutes. And you're gonna have to get it out of that location, put it on the highways on the way to the landfill, whether it's Cefe Valenzuela or whatever. I don't know of a landfill that's going to be able to process a truckload of this toxic sludge in 5 minutes. You have to bring the truck in, you have to weigh it, you have to sample it, and then you're going to have to offload the 40,000 pounds or 4,000 gallons, same thing, in 3 or 4 minutes, because you're going to have trucks right behind it doing the same thing. You got Corpus Christi Polymer coming online pretty soon with probably a truckload every 10 minutes. And then the county and the city is going to have many other truckloads coming out of La Quinta Channel with the same thing. This is a very toxic sludge. Now back to the TCEQ. In a public meeting we had about a month ago talking about La Quinta with TCEQ, TCEQ admitted they don't have rules, they don't have statutes for intakes. I was asking questions about impeachment. I got a lot more to say. I need like 3 weeks to enlighten you people, on it. I know desalination. I understand it very well. Every step of the process on desalination by reverse osmosis, and I understand the technologies.
Thank
It's
you.
a disaster. It's going to be the biggest financial failure.
Thank you, Mr. Sedna.
Environmental disaster.
Alyssa Mejia?
Thank you for listening.
Yes, sir. Alyssa? Mm-hmm.
Hi, my name is Alyssa Mejia. I live at 41 Camden Place. I appreciate the public process today, and thank you for having us. I'm here on a different topic. And I've written to everyone here already, but I think it's important to say this publicly also for the public discussion. The city is taking steps toward permanent closure of TC Ayers Pool, which is on the north side. It's in the midst of the bridge construction area. And I'm coming to you actually from the Parks and Rec Advisory Committee. This is where this first came before us. And the rationale is that the pool is in such bad condition that it has to be completely rebuilt. And since the bridge project is taking away half of the park area or more, and the bridge is going to be right there with a bridge support, it doesn't make sense to rebuild right there. However, we on PAC strongly felt that it made sense not to rebuild there, but there are a couple points that were real important, which were, number one, the TC Ayers name should be carried on in the park system at a facility or park of at least equal or greater stature as TC Ayers Pool had been. TC Ayers was a historically important Black educator. He was a local community leader. And also, in addition to that, few of our public amenities are named for Black historical figures, so that representation is extra important to keep going. And second, it's problematic to take away the only public swimming facility that was on either the north side or the west side of the city, when those are some of the areas with the higher socioeconomic need and probably lower access to get to swimming and to learn to swim if those facilities are further away. So I encourage the city to invite public input in how to appropriately carry on TC Ayers' naming legacy and how to continue providing swimming access for people on the north side and the west side of the city. And I would also strongly encourage the city to make this a public process where input is taken from our Black community members, people who are living on the west side or the north side, people who used to use TC Ayers Pool or Park, or anyone connected with TC Ayers legacy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mejia. Kathleen White, oh, I'm sorry, Melissa Zamora.
Hello again. My name is Melissa Zamora. I live at 3917 Bronner Parkway in District 2. I urge you to remove desalination from the upcoming budget, to put the people's needs before corporate greed. A significant amount of the public does not trust the Port of Corpus Christi, its associated industrial customers, or even a lot of our elected officials, sadly. The desire to obtain a drought-proof, uninterrupted water supply It just creates some red flags. This information translates to the more water that there is to sell, the more pollution and pollutive industries will be exposed to as a community, as our precious coastlines continue to get bombarded by the industrial takeover that is on the quest for more water and more communities to exploit and sacrifice. The fact that the locations of the desalination intake and discharge pipes are so close together in a shallow, low mixing area of water in the La Quinta or Harbor Island ship channels is concerning. I don't know about any of you, but I, for one, do not feel comfortable drinking water collected out of our heavily contaminated ship channel. The fact that this ship channel water will need extensive filtration, more energy and maintenance will be required to filter that, all of the contaminants, leaving residents to pay up in dollars or electricity usage, which our grid is already on the brinks. Does it really make sense to anyone that we will be discharging brine from where we're planning to intake that water to then desalinate it again and again until the salt concentrations outweigh the freshwater inflow? A city water utility employee mentioned at a previous meeting that it's okay because we're dumping the same amount of salt back into the bay. But the problem is that there needs to be a balance of salt and fresh water, hence the definition of estuary or a bay system where there is a fluctuation of both salt and fresh water. This balance is vital for our sensitive breeding areas that many fish and shellfish rely on for optimum reproduction and that we rely on for survival or recreational fishing. As the message you have on a sticker outside of the door when I leave City Hall, we need to leave it better than we found it. It being this beautiful place we call home, and leaving it better by not selling off every single piece of undeveloped land to petrochemical or heavy polluting plastic industries, and instead taking pride in working with your community members, your constituents, to create our own local green jobs that help us, the people, and the planet. We could feel good about what we're doing and not be sacrificing the employees that risk their lives working for oil and gas. Our voices are rising collectively against desal because we know that what is best for our home, standing before you, continuing to raise our concerns, is our due diligence. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Zamora. Kathleen White?
Hello, my name's Kathleen White. I live at 201 Bay Ridge Drive. Thank you, Mayor and City Council and staff. I'm here today to talk about the game rooms that have proliferated all over the city of Corpus Christi and Nueces County. I think at last count there was in excess of 100 of them. I have been in the the charitable bingo business since the early 1980s, so about 40 years. The bingo business is reserved, the profits are reserved for charities, and there's many charities that have benefited, and I could provide a list of all the charities in Nueces County that benefit from charitable bingo operations. Bingo is a highly regulated business. It has rules about who can play, who can work as a cashier. Everybody has to be approved by the state to be a player, to operate a game, to rent space for a game, or anything. Then they dictate what days we can play, what hours we can play, how many games we can play, how much prize money can be given out, and everything has to be open to public, to the auditors to audit it. It gets audited. It's a highly regulated business. I can't think of another business in Corpus that's as regulated as bingo, except for maybe a bank. And we are trying to compete with game rooms who have absolutely zero regulations, rules, or have to abide by anything. They can be open any hours of the day. Nobody has to even know who owns them, who operates them. The police and the regulators can't get in to see what is happening in those. I propose to you, based upon what I've been told by the law enforcement in our area, that there are many illegal things happening at those rooms. I know you all recently heard about a murder that took place in front of one. There was a gunshot. Someone was shot in another one a few months before that. The police have raided a few of these places and have reported to me that they have found things like not only illegal gambling going on, but illegal drugs, prostitution, illegal firearms, all kinds of things. I've been in bingo for 40 years. I don't think there's ever been a murder. There's never been a bingo hall that's been raided and had any kind of illegal activity taking place in it. There are monitoring systems going on all the time. In addition, I'm also want to make y'all aware that y'all are in this business too. That this schedule that I proposed for y'all shows you. In the last 5 years, the city of Corpus Christi has received $2 million from bingo in taxes. In 40 years, you can imagine what that number has been. We need help. We need somebody to regulate game rooms.
Thank you, Ms. White. Ronald Baker.
Madam Mayor, Council, thank you for allowing us. Thank you for the nonprofits from Nueces County that are here, and this is just a mere fraction of what Ms. White is speaking about. I've been in charitable gaming for almost 40 years. I belong to the Texas Charity Advocates, the Conservative Texans for Charitable Bingo in Texas. I also spent about 6 years in law enforcement. Granted, I'm sales manager for Roy Bingo Supply. Historically, at one time when I started in this business, there was over 1,800 nonprofits that played charitable bingo. There's less than 900. There's competition for the recreational dollar, which is fair. What's not fair is the proliferation of illegal game rooms. I'm asking you all to work, and I congratulate and I thank the police chief for being here, to work with the sheriff to foment, and the county and the sheriff said he can foment a regulation, but he needs help enforcing it. 15 to 20 years ago, when I was in Corpus Christi, the police department had a vice officer named Lieutenant, I think, Millette. He individually closed down every single game room in Nueces County just by closing down one. And then he went and knocked on the door and said, "I'll be back next week." Closed down. The millions of dollars that's being fed into illegal game rooms is taking away from all the charitable missions that these nonprofits do on a daily basis. We just had All Saints Bingo close completely simply because they can't compete with the illegal game rooms. If the council will work with the chief of police, Sheriff Hooper has said, and Judge Canales has said, and the county judge has said, and the district attorney has said, we are willing to work and help close down illegal game rooms. I personally cover the entire state of Texas. I can tell you city after city, when Victoria closed down the 20-plus game rooms they had, there's a charity that received $5,000 distribution. That jumped to over $30,000. That money went directly back into the community. That's something that's obtainable for this city. As big as it is, it's a disgrace when you drive down and see Pizza Huts that have been turned into game rooms. And I supplied everybody with a 4-page letter last week, and also you should have received a color picture of a game room right there on the highway that advertises charitable bingo. Those are felonies. Those are felonies. And when they're advertising bingo and they're scamming money out of this community, it's disgraceful. We have the wherewithal to stop this, ladies and gentlemen, and I urge you to step up and let's close these things down and take the money where it needs to go. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Baker. Betty Sheets.
Betty Sheets, 3146 Saratoga, Corpus Christi, Texas. Mayor, council members, city manager, and my brothers and sisters.
Ma'am, can you speak at the podium?
Oh, right over
Right,
here,
move
ma'am.
up.
Sorry, wrong
That's
place.
okay.
It's okay.
I just want to, you'll hear enough about bingo and our charities. But I got to tell you, yesterday I helped a mother with 3 children
with a bed, thanks to Curtis Cantwell. We need your help so bad. I could go on and on like Ronnie Baker and the rest of these people, but you'll never know till the day you get in that situation the needs these people can provide you. Thank you. God bless you.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Ms. Sheets. Yes, ma'am. Will Martin?
My name is Will Martin, 5207 FM 1685 in Victoria, Texas. I'm also the executive director for Conservative Texans of Charitable Bingo. I have been fighting game rooms from one city to the next in the great state of Texas for the last 8 years. We finally came up with a great ordinance that works there in Victoria and can be hammered on a little bit and would work great for Nueces County. I've talked to the sheriff and I've talked to lots of, I think it was the assistant chief of police here a couple of months ago, and I understand their problems. To go in and bust a game room now, they have to send in an undercover officer. He has to go in there and gamble and win, and they pay him in cash, and then they can go in and rate them. But if you have a ordinance that says you must have a license to have a game room, you can walk in there and say, let me see your license. And if you don't have one, you're under arrest and to jail you go. When we there in Victoria passed our ordinance, that was at the end of 2019. And since then, you know how many people have went down and filed for a license to have a game room? 0. Because they don't want to list all those people's names and bank accounts that are involved in it. They probably came on down here to Corpus. So let's send them somewhere else. So when y'all get ready to do it, I hope y'all will contact maybe Miss Kathleen White, and she'll get a hold of me. We'd like to have our attorney, Rob Johnson, who used to be the lead attorney for the Texas State Attorney General, go over that and look at it and make sure it's airtight where y'all can get rid of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Sylvia Campos? Oh, yes, there she is.
Hello, City Council, City Manager, Sylvia Campos, 4410 Fur, District 2. First of all, I just want to give you my condolences for Mr. Martinez. Even though I did not know him personally, I don't know, for some reason he just really touched my heart because how professional he was and hardworking. But I am here because I'm hoping that we can learn from our mistakes. We've had countless people, calling in about desal. And I just kind of wanted just to remind you about some of the things that have happened here. I've lived here all my life, so. Okay, do y'all remember the closing of the beaches, that petition? Do y'all remember Las Brisas? The water gardens, well, at least we're trying to fix it now. Destination Bayfront, Choke Canyon. So I bring up these things because I want us to learn. I want us to learn from the past. And because there's been so many voices, just at least today, and we've had at least over 4,000 people try to give their voice, try to get their voices heard. You know, the people have not had that chance as far as the desalination projects is involved. So if y'all have kept up with the federal government, and there's a huge reconciliation budget that is in the works, and that would involve hopefully some money down to our city. And as a matter of fact, Mr. Strawbridge last week mentioned that it would help the bridge getting built. But he failed to also mention that fossil fuel subsidies are also part of that reconciliation budget. So, you know, that's one thing that hopefully we will get that passed, and we will get help to get our highways and streets and bridges built. But on the other hand, we also need to acknowledge that fossil fuels have created damage to our global climate. And we're right here. We're the Bay. We have beautiful scenery. I mean, we're investing right now in our T-heads and in our streets. So why would we invite that kind of industry to our front yard? It's not even our backyard, it's our front. So I just want to hopefully have you reflect and find a way to invite us again to the table. We haven't had our meeting, Mayor, but I'm hoping that we will soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Campos. Crystal Emery.
My name is Crystal Emery, and I reside at 1620 South 11th, Kingsville, Texas, 78363. I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak in public comment today. I currently serve as the president of the Rotary Club of Kingsville, which celebrates its 98th year this past May. The mission of Rotary has always been rooted in the concept of service and its application in one's personal, business, and community life. Our Rotary Club has given over $200,000 in scholarships, sponsorships, and community projects in just the last several years. All of that funding has been provided by the Texas Lottery Commission from Texas Charitable Bingos as part of the $1.2 billion in proceeds that have gone to charities here in Texas since 1982. But the city of Corpus Christi has also seen the benefit of bingo, as games are taxable, and as a result, over $350 million have been allocated to local jurisdictions because of those taxes statewide. Rotary Club of Kingsville conducts games at the Bingo Land D Unit near Crosstown, which is part of the Golden Family Halls, and they faithfully pay their taxes each quarter. However, the 105 illegal gaming rooms that are located here in Corpus Christi, they've paid zero. Zero to the city, zero to the county, zero to the state, and zero to charity. Last month, a representative from the American Legion Post 166 in Victoria spoke to several of the bingo halls and receiving charities of Corpus Christi about their experience with the illegal gaming rooms. In the first quarter of 2019, the Palace Bingo Unit in Victoria had gross sales of $1.5 million, but after all the taxes and bills were paid, the charitable contribution was zero. In December 2019, when the City of Victoria signed that MOU with Victoria County, in which their city police, in coordination with county officers, shut down the illegal gaming rooms. Now, in the first quarter of 2021, Palace Bingo Unit reported gross sales of $2.1 million, a 40% increase, and a charitable distribution of over $81,000. The other guest speaker we had last month was Nueces County Sheriff J.C. Hooper, who wants to aid in shutting down these illegal game rooms. Unfortunately, 98% of these illegal gaming rooms are located within Corpus Christi city limits, and Sheriff Hooper does not have the manpower or a vice narcotics division to effectively enforce the law, and he would support an MOU with the city of Corpus Christi like Victoria established last year. In Rotary, we end our meetings with a four-way test, which states, is it the truth? Is it fair to all concerned? Will it build goodwill and better friendships? And will it be beneficial to all concerned? Please consider adopting an MOU to shut down these illegal gaming rooms. Not only will this allow our charities to continue their good works, but it will also lead to proper payment of tax dollars here in Corpus Christi. Remember, bingo is legal, gaming rooms are not. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Emery. Eddie Heinmeyer? Eddie Heinmeyer?
Madam Mayor, City Council, and staff, thank you for giving us the time to talk about this. Bingo has been very important. I'm involved with 5 bingo halls here in San Antonio. I represent 45 of them all over the state. I'm what's called the designated agent. I was chairman of the board of TCA and have been involved in bingo. This is helping charities to carry out their charitable mission and do legal things. I gave you a handout that was called, it says, Unsafe in America. So you've got a copy of that. If you go to page 24 in there, it talks about illegal game rooms. I'm not going to repeat what's been said by other people about what's going on. We've been able to work with cities and with counties and with the sheriff and the police department where they have gone in and raided these halls, especially if they will do it on Sunday where the cash has been built up. That money goes to the police department or the sheriff's department to carry out their charitable purposes, their business purposes by doing that. By letting bingo halls do what they do legally under IRS rules and the state directions that we get very strictly, that money, their charitable purpose, helps them greatly. And it's been doing, but it's been hurt desperately by these illegal game rooms. If you look on page 24, it talks about how robbery, theft, murder, and burglary went down when they closed down the game rooms. So we're asking you to support us, please, and work with the county judge, because the county judge would have to, under House Bill 892, implement this and to be carried out in the county and the city. I would ask that everyone that is here for charitable bingo today to please stand up, just so you can see people that are interested in showing up. These are charities and carrying out what we're trying to do. We appreciate your assistance if we could get it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Heinmeier. Margaret Baldwin, please.
Hi, my name is Margaret Baldwin. I live at 105 FM 1042 in Three Rivers, Texas. I am a bookkeeper for 6 of the bingo halls here in Corpus Christi. Representing those halls, I see the numbers that have been brought in, what they're making, and what they're not making due to game rooms being allowed into the cities. We would ask that ordinance, as everybody has said, be worked with the, with the county. The numbers that you have received that Kathleen White started to talk about, if you look at the one page that says charitable bingo in Nueces counties, if you look from 18 to 19, you can see the difference in the numbers that are affecting these charities. Where is that money going? How is it being reported? The games rooms are not reporting anything. I can tell you as a bookkeeper that we report to the state, we report to the city, and we report to the county on a quarterly basis. Every dime, every penny that comes in and out of a facility, a bingo hall, is reported. Is every penny that is reported in a game room reported? Do we even know what they are or aren't doing with their funds? It is important that we look at what is legal, what is not, where the funds are going. The bingo halls help support the city of Corpus Christi, help support the county. We ask that those entities help support the bingo halls themselves by helping shut down the game rooms. These charities that are here in support, there are so many more that aren't here, do amazing things with the money that they receive from the bingo halls. Someone else will speak on that. But when are the game rooms going to be held accountable to the city, to the county? At this point in time, they are operating freely as they will. And we all know along with game rooms comes a whole lot of other activities that has been spoke about. We ask that you look at those items and think about how those items are affecting the look of the city. if there's any other numbers financially that y'all would want to look at, we can put together and provide to you at another time. But we ask that you look at them.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Baldwin. David Loeb?
David Loeb, 4771 Ocean Drive. First, my condolences on Richard. I enjoyed getting to know him over the last 2 years. Second, I promised the bingo people that I'm a commercial landlord. I made the mistake once of leasing to a game room. Game room equals organized crime. That's where the conversation basically needs to end on it. I'm here to talk about stormwater. I sent you all a letter that kind of has some specific concerns. But I saw some stuff from your staff over the weekend that I thought needed to get addressed. One is the contention that water use has no bearing on stormwater load created by property, and that's actually not true. If you take two houses and one waters their lawn and the other one doesn't, the one that waters their lawn is going to have a significantly higher water bill, and the one that doesn't is going to absorb significantly more water when it rains, because lawns, to some extent, serve as a sponge to soak up water that falls on a property. But if you water your lawn, you make your lawn as impervious as a concrete parking lot. And that's kind of another flaw in sort of the system that staff has proposed, is that there's not pervious cover and impervious cover. Every type of surface absorbs a certain amount of water. In our case, it doesn't really matter a whole lot. Our rain event that our system is designed to handle and that we try to maintain the system is a 6-inch rain in a 24-hour period. It's a hurricane in the summertime. In that case, after about the first half-inch of rain, everything's impervious. Now, in developing the rate system in the past, we've kind of taken that into account. I was on the first committee I've been on 3 committees that have dealt with this. The first committee was rewinding staff's mistake on wastewater billing and talking about this from the first point, kind of from the start. And what we found was that the base rate does include some stormwater fee. The reason why you will get calls if you pass this in January without taking some more time to do some models is because by not reducing anyone's base rate, a huge portion of your customers are going to get gigantic increases because they don't get any savings by removing stormwater from water. You can mess with that. I encourage you to do so. I'd encourage you to have us as a whole committee come and give you a briefing and have a workshop with you and talk about what you can do. But you don't have to pass this as it stands now. And in fact, I'd encourage you not to. You have you're $2 million under budget right now. So any things that you need to fix that you found during the last rain event, go out and fix them. You got $2 million in this year's budget. So thank you, appreciate it. Love to come and talk to you more. Not in a 3-minute format though, but have a good day. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Loeb. Jamil Towell? Okay.
Hi, my name is Jamal Tawil. I'm with the Golden Bingo family. We have 6 bingo halls here in town. We're the one who built the facility on Crossroad and the 4 bingo halls next to each other. I'd just like to let you know, due to the game room, we had to close one of our bingo hall here. That bingo hall been in existence for the last 4 years. 4 years. Our company alone pays the city of Corpus Christi $500,000 a year. The city and the county, I'm sorry, almost $600,000 a year. Although in San Antonio last year, due to the stimulus from the government and everything, the tax we pay in our bingo halls in San Antonio double last year versus here it declined. And that's all a result of the game room, because the tax we collect on the bingo here is based on the income the halls make. The more income the halls make, the more tax we collect. And the fact is, in 2020, the county and the city collected $500,000, where in 2016 they collected $775,000. And in San Antonio in 2020, which is here was declined, the tax increased to the city because of all the stimulus and all the extra money in town. One more comparison I like to make, which is two cities, the same number of people almost, Corpus Christi and Laredo, Texas. Laredo, Texas has been forever the home of the game room, illegal game room. The city of, or the county where the Laredo is, all last year collected $32,000 in tax. They have one bingo hall, and all what they collected, $32,000. Versus here, although still, it's on the decline. I just hope we don't get to that where Laredo is. And if we continue like this, that's where we're gonna get. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Towell. Fred Towell?
Thank you very much. My name is Fred Tawil. I reside in San Antonio, Texas, and I have a house here in Corpus at 13705 Tajamar Street. I'd like to thank the mayor and council members for your time. I am the director of corporate operations for the Golden Bingo family. It is my job to ensure that our over 30 bingo halls in the state of Texas are following their mission of giving back to our charities and local communities. We have over 180 charities that play bingo for our company across the state. Last year, even with COVID, our company was able to distribute over $5 million to those charities, some of whom you've heard from and some of whom you'll hear from here in a little bit. These charities rely on that money to serve their community, whether it's providing food and shelter for the homeless, services to veterans, help for the children in the community, or assistance to those that need it the most. The money that the charities bring in from bingo empower them to give back to their community. Unfortunately, these game rooms are drastically hurting the bingos and the money that the charities are ultimately bringing in. To give you an example, our location here in Corpus, one of our locations here at Corpus, Las Vegas Bingo, distributed $713,000 to charities in 2017, $750,000 to charities in 2018. But in 2019, after these game rooms started popping up in Corpus, those distributions dropped to $230,000 and then $210,000 in 2020. That's a 72% reduction. That's 72% less services that the Corpus charities can provide to the Corpus Christi community. These game rooms are hurting the most vulnerable members of our community. 2 weeks ago, we had to close down one of our bingo locations in Corpus. The All States Bingo was one of the oldest halls in the state of Texas. There are 2 game rooms within walking distance of that hall. That's 15 employees that had to be laid off and 5 charities that are no longer generating bingo revenue. Every location that closes down not only hurts employees and charities, it also directly affects the economy. In a study conducted by the Texas Lottery Commission, bingo pumped over $250 million into the state's economy. Unlike these illegal game rooms, most of whom have ties back to organized crime, the bingo halls across the state directly give back to their local communities. As many of you have seen, we've completed construction of our new Bingo Land Corpus in the corner of SPID and Crosstown. These 4 buildings combined total 48,000 square feet and represent a $10 million investment in this city. The complex, along with neighboring location, employ over 160 people. These employees have made bingo and raising money for these charities a profession, and their livelihood is being threatened by these illegal game rooms. I urge the council to take action against these illegal game rooms and protect the charities and residents of Corpus Christi. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicholas Colosi?
Mayor, council members, I am Nick Colosi. I live at 13561 Community de Plata Court.
I am representing the Corpus Christi Council of the Navy League of the United States. That is a volunteer organization. We receive no funds from any government or military organization. Our mission is to promote the sea services. I would like to tell you what we do with the money we get from bingo. This is a small grouping. We provide full funding for the Sea Cadets, which is the Navy Marine Corps version of the Boy Scouts and the Girl Scouts. We also provide total funding for the junior ROTC programs in 3 city high schools. One of those schools has a national championship drill team for 15 years. We pay all those expenses. Twice a year, there's an enlisted promotion examinations. We provide breakfast for all those people. Also, every quarter there's a Sailor and Marine Corps of the Quarter. We provide lunch for that member and their spouse or other, and we also provide the certificate, the plaques. These promotions give points toward their upcoming possible promotion. About every 6 to 8 weeks, we provide lunch for all military personnel at the Naval Air Station. We provide lunch for all the volunteers at the air show every year. We also, every year, there is a Navy Ball, Marine Corps birthday ball. We provide approximately $20,000 in tickets, which are given to a chief and a gunnery sergeant who will give it to any junior enlisted who asks for it. These are the junior men who cannot afford a full-dress military birthday ball. A chief or a gunnery sergeant will give them the ticket, no questions asked, no records are kept. We have had to curtail or suspend many of these programs because we just plain are running out of money. We're using our reserves and our investments, but quite honestly, our checkbook is getting very thin. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Closey. I'm sorry, if we can please not have any clapping or noise, we'd appreciate that. Michael Kennedy? Is Michael Kennedy here? Yes.
My name's Michael Kennedy. I live at 202 Reef Avenue, apartment 302, Corpus Christi. I live on North Beach. The reason I'm here is a concern about the game rooms that are illegal. I've been a Rotarian off and on since 1990, and the new bingo hall is located near Crosstown, off Crosstown. We are expecting to receive the Rotary Club of Corpus Christi $5,000 to $10,000 per quarter. Funds are directed toward many projects. These projects include helping veterans. As you know, the Flags for Heroes will be coming up soon. Beach cleanup. We do knock on doors of people's houses when school starts because there are students that live there, but they're not in school. Find out why they're not there. And many, many other projects. There are over 100 illegal sweepstake locations here in Corpus Christi involving gambling, laundering of money, drug sales, and they illegally take cash payoffs. And the sheriff would like to enforce the Texas laws to shut them down, but need help from the Corpus Christi Police Department. Now, I have tremendous respect for the Corpus Christi Police Department because I'm a graduate of the 39th class of the citizens class, get to be a police officer for 12 weeks, and that's a great opportunity to find out what they really have to do. And I hope that they'll be able to help the Sheriff's Department. Rotary is a tremendous organization that actually gives service above self. And I tell people I've been nearly a lifetime Rotarian. I say, well, I go to Rotary every week and I go to church. Those are the two things that I do. And it's very important that we get this support. And I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kennedy. Lamont Taylor?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, City Manager. My name is Lamont Taylor, and I reside at 522 Hancock Avenue, Corpus Christi, Texas, apartment 109. I am here today to speak about the desal, to eliminate that out of the budget. But I plan to take a different tack than everyone else. I plan to speak about the elephant in the room. That is, this proposed desal plant is to be located by the city in a bay next to the Hillcrest Resident Association, which I am a co-chair of that association. Yes, it's the oldest African-American community inside of this city. Yes, we feel marginalized and undervalued. Yes, because you have complacently let the Port of Corpus Christi and the Housing Authority and TxDOT systematically erode that community by you not intervening in the things that are happening in that community. Yes, for the past 2 decades, we were the largest amount of African Americans in the city of Corpus Christi was located in that neighborhood. And yet, you had allowed it to be decimated by allowing Refinery Road to continue to pollute. I have stage 4 cancer because of that particular area of you guys not letting or being complacent and letting things happen. Yes, the young lady said earlier that TCR's pool was being removed because of it's taking away from the Harbor Bridge, ESS, and what have you. But why is that? The city of Corpus Christi allowed that to happen. They allowed that to happen, so therefore it's going to happen because you allow it to happen. You've allowed it needed the pathway to do what it did, and so therefore you have allowed it to happen. Just like you're allowing the desal plant to come into that particular area. You're allowing it to happen complacently, knowingly, wittingly or unwittingly, it's happening. My last thing is, let the people decide. Let them vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Taylor. James Klein?
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me. My name is James Klein. I go by Jim. I live at 3501 Monterey Street here in Corpus Christi. And I want to speak as well against the idea of funding for desalination in this year's city budget. You know, I just still have not seen any evidence that anyone has done a study of the cumulative effect of multiple desal plants on the bay system here in Corpus Christi. I think we should look before we leap. And so I respectfully ask that you pull that funding, reconsider that funding for this year's budget, and then reconsider the desal plan as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Klein. Keith Smith?
My name is Keith Smith. I live at 750 Bradshaw. I'm the Vice President of Administration at Gulf Compress here in Corpus Christi. Gulf Compress is one of the most affected stakeholders in the proposed stormwater fee structure. We have 2 properties of mostly impervious space totaling around 89 acres at Heinsohn Road and on 19th Street. We're a farmer-owned cotton cooperative that started in 1950, and our history at 19th Street dates back over 100 years. I want to commend city staff, the late Richard Martinez and Gabriel Hinojosa, for their hard work, openness, willingness to understand these issues that are unique to Gulf. I also want to commend Councilman Roland Barrera and Ben Molina for being attentive to the needs of the community, their constituents, and all stakeholders. However, the process was not transparent. There was a previous stakeholders group that had a hiatus due to COVID-19 that our CEO was a part of. A new committee was formed without the previous committee being notified, and the process continued without their knowledge until a public notice was published in the Caller Times on Friday, July the 30th. The previous stakeholders group continued to be listed on the city website until recently. However, many listed were not part of the process of the current proposal. This led to the belief that the process was being hidden by a stormwater consultant rather than being an open and publicly vetted process. Again, if it weren't for city staff and the councilman mentioned, Gulf Compress, one of the largest entities affected, would have been totally left out of this process. I asked the council if y'all were aware of this. Gulf Compress understands the need for a safe, effective, and properly maintained stormwater system. And we support the proposed fee structure with several caveats. We agree that stormwater fees cannot be based on water consumption because that data is irrelevant. Fees cannot be onerous or have devastating financial effects on entities or employers. The council should consider a dollar cap to prevent this, as many other cities have done, such as Lubbock, Texas. Council should also consider financial incentives for entities that construct retention infrastructure designed to slow and mitigate stormwater, such as San Antonio. Ultimately, we'd like to question the model recommended by the consultant. Cities prone to flash flooding were used as a comparison. However, Corpus Christi is different and comprised of many acres of flat, pervious farmland. Is this the right solution for Corpus Christi? Gulf Compress does not support the yearly rate increase structure that has been published and outlined. Future rate increases should only be considered after they are evaluated in an open and transparent manner with stakeholder input and consideration of the financial effects of severely affected stakeholders. Thank you for your consideration and everyone's hard work on this issue, and we're going to miss Richard Martinez.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. John Holmgreen?
May it please the Honorable Mayor and City Council, my name is John Holmgreen. I live at 520 South Chaparral here in Corpus Christi. I'm here to represent Parkway Presbyterian Church at 3702 Santa Fe in opposition to the imposition of the stormwater tax on all nonprofits in this community. Now, I take the same position that the representative of First United Methodist Church took, and I won't repeat the general statements he made, but I want to show you about 4 charities that receive and will receive charitable gifts this year from the Parkway congregation. And the beneficiaries of each one of these charities are people who are either on the public dole who are supported by the city of Corpus Christi already, or otherwise beneficiaries of public service. The first of these is Metro Ministries. They'll receive $6,750 from Parkway's members. Presbyterian Children's Homes and Services, also $6,750. The Good Samaritan Mission will receive $8,500, and Presbyterian Disaster Assistance Program, which takes care of a Harvey disaster that occurred and will take care of any others that occur in this community, will get $6,750. The total of this is $25,500, and I'd like to remind people, these are, people say after tax dollars, these are after prayer dollars. And the imposition of this stormwater fee on this congregation will necessarily have an effect on these contributions and the ability to make them. So again, Parkway would urge the council to exempt nonprofits in this community from the stormwater fee. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Rudy Garza?
No, Mayor, Ron Smith is next, I think, Mayor. That was Mr. Holmgren.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I checked it off too soon. Mr. Ron Smith. I apologize.
Madam Mayor, City Council members, Thank you for listening to this. Now I know why I never want to be a city council member. I live at 517 Bermuda Place. I feel honored to be on the dais with my old friend, John Holmgren. I've lived in Corpus about 44 years. I've served on a couple of city commissions, graduate of leadership at Corpus Christi, Chief's great program at Civilian Police Academy. Not only am I vested in this town, but I'm also vested in the environmental community because I've been a long-term volunteer at the Amos Rehabilitation Keep and worked with the turtle program at the National Seashore for years. And I'm here as an environmentalist, and I'm not against the desal plant. I am against the discharge of the desal product into the bay. I think it needs to go offshore. If you've ever been on the bottom offshore a couple miles, it's nothing but sandy desert. So and there's plenty of water flow up and down the coastline that will disseminate the byproduct of the desal plant. And basically, that's what I have to say, and hope you will consider that in your planning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Rudy Garza? Is Rudy Garza here? No. Okay, Ruth Falk?
I'm Ruth Falk, and I live at 605 Miramar Place, and I'm here to oppose desal. You have it in your budget, and I'm wondering why you're asking the taxpayers to pay for industry. You have it in this year. Will we be having to pay for it next year? Will we have to pay for it every year forever after? So maybe we should get some explanation there. Why do we have the desal in the bay? Why shouldn't it be offshore, out in the open water? If it's in the bay, it's going to kill the marine life, it's going to kill the plants, it's going to kill fishing, and it's going to kill the tourist industry. And I'm wondering if maybe we should rethink what types of industries we want to bring in now. What types should we have? And maybe we should think about if we would have a better balance of industries so we wouldn't have to think about our air, our water, and our budgets. So, as I say, I'm here to ask that you pull that from the budget.
Thank you, Ms. Falk. Brendan Marks?
Hi, my name is Brandon Marks. I live at 319 Rosebud. I'm a resident of District 2. I'm also come here today as the Coastal Bend lead organizer with the Texas Campaign for the Environment, as well as a member of CAPE, the Coastal Alliance to Protect Our Environment. And I want to start off by saying thank you to those of you on the council and to the mayor who have heard our concerns so far about desalination. For those of you especially who have agreed to meet with us one-on-one to continue to discuss these concerns, and for already moving forward with this budget to decrease the funding that is present in the capital budget. And I want to take a moment because I believe all of you have heard enough of the different concerns from community members as well as scientists and engineers, and take a moment to address the public, the members of the public who are here today, as well as following along online. To make sure that everyone is aware that the budget that is being discussed today in the first reading includes next year, for this fiscal year, $15 million for desalination as it is currently written, $222 million projected over the next 3 years, and $500 million over the next 10 years. And to make sure that everyone is also aware that desalination is a process of taking salt water, extracting the salt in order to arrive at fresh water. The reason we are here today discussing desalination is because industry, heavy industry, is demanding more water. But desalination has three byproducts. One is the fresh water, another is the salty wastewater that is proposed to be discharged back into the bay that everyone is talking about is going to harm the bay and the fish and our environment. But the third discharge, which Encarnacion Serna brought up earlier, is sludge, is a toxic sludge that is going to be dumped in landfills if possible, and very likely will probably end up being dumped in the bay anyways when the landfills can't handle it, which we have seen those kind of amended permits before TCQ before. And that brings me to why I'm here today and back to the City Council and the Mayor. I have a few requests that some of which you have heard. First, please remove all the funding for desalination from this budget and return the funds that you do have unspent to the Texas Water Development Board. And that includes removing all the funding in this capital budget as well as the $500 million that is projected to be spent. Because as it currently stands, a vote for this budget is a vote for desalination and is a vote for leading us towards this future that relies on desalination to bring more and more heavy industry to town. And finally, instead, please spend money instead of desalination in fixing and investing in what matters to people and to the community here. Fix and invest in the drinking water supply. Fix the roads. Invest in housing and education and healthcare and what people here rely on for a good quality of life instead of desalination for heavy industry alone. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. And last, we'll have Isabella Araiza.
My name is Isabella Araiza. I live at 326 Ponish. I didn't prepare any statement. I was just going to come and speak from the heart because there's plenty of people that have already talked to you about why desalination is bad. I want to remind council that last summer, actually before last spring, For the Greater Good decided to introduce a charter amendment to prevent you from pursuing, the city from pursuing desalination. And when we first launched it before the city shut down, we collected hundreds of signatures from registered voters in just a couple of days. And then the city shut down. And then we had to work at an individual level without any public meetings, without any public spaces, and we were able to collect 4,000 signatures, more than 4,000 signatures from registered voters who wanted a voice in whether or not the city pursued desalination. Maya Angelou said that when you know better, you do better. And you have not made the effort to know better, which suggests to me that there has not been an effort to do better. We are talking about the future of our coastal bend region, the future of local industries and local communities. We're talking about long-term consequences for an aging, outdated, extractive, exploitive, toxic future. We can do better. We deserve better. I'm number 26 of the people who got up to talk about desalination. 25 of us actively opposed it. 25 have declared where their position is. They took the time out of their day to sit here and share with you multiple rationalizations why we should not be pursuing desalination. And yet we keep trucking along this path, and we want better. I know y'all wanted better, but if we keep doing the same old outdated thing that rests on the exploitation of people and natural resources, we will not be better. And what I find particularly infuriating while having to sit here and watch is to see council members get up and down, walk in and out, scroll through their phones, and then have their audio of whatever they're watching on their social media blast out in council chambers when people take so much time out of their day, and a lot of us can't afford to do it. So the least courtesy would be to pay attention and look at people while they're speaking. because we're tired of not being heard, and we will be heard.
Thank you, Ms. Arisa. Okay, well, that concludes our list. But before I close public comment, Chief Markle, would you address the game room issue that we heard about today? I've got it down. I promised you we would have that, and we will.
I don't know much about desal, so I'll
Yeah,
stay out of
don't-
that. Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate that. Unfortunately, a lot of our audience has gone, and I
Well,
think
yeah.
I think there's a false narrative out there, to be quite blunt, is that we have not partaken in any enforcement action, and we have in fact been the primary enforcement action for gambling and gaming rooms. If you don't mind, folks,
Absolutely.
if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Your CCPD has been the one running warrants. We just ran a warrant. We received about $3 million in assets in cash as sitting in the Assistant U.S. Attorney's Office and being filed federally. We work on these things continuously. Now, they are manpower intensive, or workforce intensive, I should say. Take a lot of undercover time. We take it very serious. And we work those cases through the end of them, and we file them as we can. And of course, it's up to the state and the federal entities to follow through on those cases. But let's not, I want to tiptoe through here without offending anybody. Number one, it's not illegal to own a gaming room. It's illegal to operate a gaming room illegally. The equipment itself is not illegal. It's how you own it, and how you use it, and how you pay out that makes it illegal. And to find those illegal, we have to run undercover operations, and then we have to follow through. We have to win so many times and collect proceeds just as a person utilizing it like a citizen. So when that happens, we'll file cases and we'll follow through on that. We can't just arbitrarily shut them down when that happens. Many of the institutions, or rather many of the businesses that we've made cases on, are still operating, pending their criminal case. So it's very complicated to shut down gaming rooms. And I'll tell you that Tarrant County and these others who started with regulatory oversight, which, by the way, has to come from the county, they still have, Tarrant County has upwards of 350 gaming rooms still in the county. It doesn't stop the gaming room. I appreciate what it's doing to bingo. I love bingo. My wife and I love to go to bingo, and we have a great time doing it. I'm with you on that. And I've never set foot in a gaming room as a patron. But unfortunately, it's very difficult to enforce, to shut down. That's not our goal. Our goal is to enforce the illegal activities that are associated with a legal gaming room. Now, the sheriff has said that he's waiting on us to pass an ordinance. Quite frankly, I don't understand that. That's within his realm to pass the ordinance. And quite frankly, they should do so, and then we'll work through it. When the ordinance is passed and there's a law to be dealt with, then we will work through that. It shouldn't be contingent on me promising a workforce to be engaged. I have an obligation to protect our city. I have an obligation to respond to calls in a timely way. I have an obligation to distribute our workforce as it best serves our community. And if there's a new regulation put into effect by the county, then we'll work through that. But without that ordinance being passed by the county, it's hard for me to say that you can have these dedicated resources. I don't even know what the ordinance looks like. So in all fairness, the county should pass their ordinance, and then we will work through it as a team, because that's the way we work.
Right.
Does that make sense?
Okay.
So it's not for me to tell them how to staff.
Right. And that was one of my concerns, was hearing people say it's basically on us. And I've not spoken to any leadership in either parts there in regards to any of this. So I was a little taken aback by this looking like it's on the city. No. But you're explaining that they can pass, or I guess it has to come from the county.
It has to come from
It's
the
an
county.
ordinance.
They pass it, and then we will work through it as we work through many issues.
Right.
But the suggestion that we lack enforcement activity is a fallacy. We have been for years enforcing illegal gambling and illegal game rooms, and we'll continue to do so as we find them.
Okay.
So we're all on board and understanding that the two are different, by the way. Enforcing illegality in the game room is different than oversight. Oversight consists of X amount of feet from a school, hours of operation, those kind of things. That's the regulatory side of it. And the permitting and the payment associated with that.
Great. Chief Markle, thank you very much.
Yes,
I
thank you.
appreciate your time here on that. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and close public comment now.
Yeah, Mayor, I realize we can't debate this, and I don't want to, but we can ask for information. So I'd like to ask for Miles Risley to bring to the council members a copy or the wording of whatever ordinance it is that the county can create, because that must be under some special law, because the county can't create law. Only the state of Texas can create law. So I'd like to see what that is, Miles.
Yeah, the state did actually in the, I believe it was 2019 legislature, authorized the county specifically to establish those regulations. I think our county may have done so. I could, when I'll transmit a full legal briefing on this to all of the city council.
Great. Thank you, Miles. Okay, I'll go ahead and close public comment. And we are going to go ahead and break for lunch. Rebecca, do we have that executive session during lunch?
Yes, ma'am.
We do. Okay, well, let me get to that part then. And we do have Chick-fil-A out on Staples. A truck that says Chick-fil-A for those council members who love Chick-fil-A. Let's see, where are we? Okay, so the council will go into executive session on item 27 per Texas Government Code Sections 551.071 and 551.072. We will return. Okay. We will go ahead and reconvene our meeting, and I also want to reconvene and begin by thanking Rebecca for these beautiful cups. These are compliments of Rebecca, so thank you, in lieu of styrofoam. They're very nice, thank you. Yes, ma'am. Okay, so we are going to start off on section G, and that's the city manager's comments and update on city operations. Mr.
Okay,
Zanoni.
great. Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Mayor. Members of the council. We've adjusted the city manager's comments since the publication of our agenda. I wanted to recognize and pay tribute to Richard Martinez. We are still going to do the update on 7 capital projects that are significant across the community. And then we'll have Michael Murphy give us an update on seawater desalination. So let's begin with Richard. As we know, Richard, our Director of Public Works, passed away suddenly this Friday evening at the age of 56 years old. And he was an essential part of not only the city organization, but the city itself and the great momentum that we have going forward. His death stunned city staff and the community as well. Just some background on Richard. He came to the city in January 2020 after I recruited him with a cold text, like a cold call. It was a cold text saying, "Richard, you want a new challenge?" And he said yes immediately. And his charge was to reestablish our Public Works Department. Over the years, it had kind of been broken up and various sections have been put in various departments, but we knew that being the 8th largest city in Texas, we needed a robust Public Works Department that focused on streets, traffic control, and stormwater. And upon his arrival, he immediately knew that the task of rebuilding the Public Works operation would be a pretty big and full-time effort and a long-term commitment. And but in his style, he welcomed that challenge. And with the help of a 237 team in Public Works, he tackled the job head on. And earlier, his assistant directors were here. I still see Sarah and Sarah Munoz, as well as Rolando Mata. I don't know if Gabe was here. Is Gabe here? He was here as well. Gabriel Hinojosa, and he'll be here soon because of the stormwater issue coming up. But Richard saw Corpus Christi as his home. He loved to fish. He loved to boat. And his Public Works team became his extended family. Richard was a true and an inspirational leader, right? We talk about leadership and leaders, but he was a true leader and one that inspired people. And he instilled confidence in his teammates, his over 230 people. I really do believe he instilled a great sense of confidence in them. During his time here, Richard developed many programs and many new ones for the city, including the first ever 5-year rolling infrastructure management program that tells us every year what neighborhood streets will be done. We have completed 148 residential streets, collectors, and arterial roadways, totaling 114 miles of work since that was first approved by council about a year ago. Richard created a pothole repair improvement program. He developed a robust street sweeping program for the first time in recent history for the city. 2 years ago, we weren't sweeping much of our streets, if any at all, just a few in the downtown area. He transferred and consolidated stormwater functions that were in 3 different departments into the one department. He established, this is probably one of the best things, he established 2 in-house street paving crews. We were not self-performing any of our work in a substantial way or with the right materials. And Richard, through the council's action, bought massive amounts of equipment and trained brand new teams and existing folks to self-perform, which according to Richard's estimates were 30% less expensive than the private sector. We do need the private sector. I keep saying that because we can't do it ourselves, but the more we can self-perform, the more we can stretch those tax dollars. He oversaw the rehabilitation of Ocean Drive that we know is underway, and I'll give you an update on it momentarily. And he also implemented many Vision Zero initiatives across the city. We know that Richard loved to talk about the street repair program. He was interviewed numerous times on radio and TV to explain the program and how it would pay big dividends to the community as we continue to pave our way to a great future here in the city. And during one of those interviews, Richard said something that I think rings true today for all of us, which is that, according to Richard, the road to success is always under construction. That's what he said. Yeah, Richard was a man with determination, and no matter how difficult things were, he moved through them strongly and always with a smile. So just a little bit more background about him. Before coming to our great city, he was the director for transportation. He was the assistant director for transportation and public works in the city of Fort Worth. And then he worked for the city of San Antonio as the public works operations manager, where he performed street and stormwater work for over 20 years in San Antonio. And that's where I first met him over 2 decades ago. Richard, in 2019, was awarded Top Public Works Leader of the Year by the American Public Works Association of Texas. That's a pretty astute association. He was the Leader of the Year in 2019. Richard had a bachelor's degree in business, and he was completing his master's degree in business as well. And in closing here, we all looked at Richard not as a department head, right, but he was really a lovable friend. And I think that's true for many of us in the organization and the community. And he was someone that everyone wanted to engage. Everybody liked talking with him. So we're going to miss him greatly. I do want to thank, in closing, the citizens of Corpus Christi for their outpouring of love. I still continue to get comments on social media in individuals' unique ways about how much they love working with or love what Richard did for them and their community. And our thoughts and prayers are with him, his family, and the many friends that he's made over the many years, not only in our city, but also in San Antonio and in Fort Worth as well. Our communications department produced a video over the weekend to pay tribute to Richard. There's a lot of clips that we have of him in his short time here. And I'd like to spend a moment as we look at this together. Okay, yes.
That's beautiful.
It is.
Peter.
They
That
did a
was
great job on
amazing.
that.
Very good job.
Yes. Let's go to our second item, which is some of these projects Richard actually worked on. So I'm going to update the council on 7 capital projects. They span from the island to the south side, through downtown, and then North Beach. As I discuss each project, we'll show some aerial footage that was taken just recently, just late last week, to illustrate the project progress in each of these projects. So we're going to begin on the island with Park Road 22, the bridge project. This was awarded to Huss Anderson in January of 2020. It's a nearly $15 million project that has 2 bridges, one northbound and then the other southbound, with a developer-built canal below the bridge. The bridge will include 3 precast concrete arch spans that you can see there, and that are over 42 feet, over the 42-foot wide canal. The status is the contractor has completed the retaining wall and the footings for the northeast side of the bridge, and currently they're working on forming and pouring concrete leveling pads for the new block retaining walls for the south side, as you can see there. This should be complete this week, and then they'll do block installation next week, similar to what you see there. T-rails and fill material for the new roadway will go in directly after. The northbound side of the bridge is scheduled to be complete in November of this year, so in a few months. And then once that's complete, we'll switch traffic and move to the south side of the bridge. The full project is expected to be done about a year and a few months from now. That'll be December of 2022. So that's some real good footage right there. Airline Road, we know that's a significant one, and this one is making good progress. It's nearing completion. This project's from South Padre Island Drive to McCardle. It's a full-depth concrete reconstruction of 4-lane roadways and a center turn lane, as you can kind of see there. The project includes new curbs, gutters, sidewalks, ADA ramps, signage, and pavement markings. It also includes improvements to a new underground storm system. In March, council awarded the construction contract to JE Construction, and I spoke with the owner myself recently, James Edwards, and he's doing a great job in overcoming some of the obstacles to get the project done soon. It's a $3 million project. The construction began in January. This project also is done in 2 phases. The contractor is currently working on paving McCardle, or concreting McCardle to SPID. Driveways are being poured into the shopping center that's there. The northbound side is scheduled to be complete in the coming weeks, and then we'll switch traffic, and that's anticipated in mid-September. The expected completion for this entire project is this October. So that's some good footage there. Another one in City Council District 3, Ayers Street. We know this is a significant project as well. This one has significant pedestrian improvements, and it's from SPID to Galahar. It began in January of 2020. This project includes the reconstruction and widening of what was a 4-lane road to a 5-lane road. It includes new ADA compliant ramps, important sidewalks that were not there before, and a new turn lane at Ayers and Mansheim Boulevard, and Ayers and Sunnybrook. There's storm drainage enhancements and pavement markings and some utility work as well. It's an $11 million project, and it's in its current final phases of construction. The southbound lanes are complete, and the contractor is working on the northbound lanes currently. Haas Anderson is the contractor. They're doing a great job. It was a tough project. They are currently now installing stormwater lines, curb and grate inlets, and manholes along the stretch of the project. The street excavation is also taking place along north from Mansheim Boulevard to Sunnybrook. This project will be done in the spring of 2022, about April of 2022. You can see it's a real significant project in terms of length and project budget as well. Ocean Drive, that's our Revive the Drive project. This project has not seen any significant investment in 50 years, and so in September, council awarded an $11 million contract also to Haas Anderson. This rehabilitates the whole 14-mile stretch of Ocean Drive from Ennis Jocelyn to I-37. The project began in November. The northbound and southbound lanes from Ennis Jocelyn to Airline are substantially complete, and the remaining section of Ocean Drive are being so right now we're working on, the northbound lanes from Airline to Louisiana is the current phase that's in progress right now. The contractor installed what they call 4-inch type B asphalt mill and fill, and they'll be temporarily striping in the upcoming weeks, and then we'll do a traffic switch. The contractor will move traffic from the southbound lanes to the northbound lanes from Airline to Louisiana this week. You can see some of that work there. They'll be working on curbs and sidewalks and driveways over the next 6 weeks. The project is scheduled to be completed in February of 2022. And then Cole Park Pier. This is a signature project for the city. The pier was built in the 1970s and has been a popular fishing pier for the community and visitors. In December, council awarded a $7.5 million contract to J.M. Davidson for the construction of the new pier. We have a lot of great footage that we've been seeing along its construction. Currently, the contractor is working on installing what they call pile caps. They've installed 26, you can see them there, of the 29. Curbs and gutters also have been paved in an expanded parking lot that is part of that project. And the next steps this week include the installation of the pier's precast panels, the boardwalk, if you will, and they are set to arrive in the coming weeks. Once they arrive, installation will begin, followed by the addition of composite decking and then the handrails. As part of the plaza construction, excavation is set to begin. There's going to be a significant plaza that welcomes you onto and off of the pier. And as part of that, we're putting some electrical work in so that people can plug in when they play music or have venues there. There has been some delays in this project because of rain, winds, that extreme weather event we had. But this contractor is working both Saturdays and Sundays to try to keep as much on schedule as they can. We're anticipating that this project will be done in November instead of early October because of those weather delays. But again, that contractor's been doing great. I know because I don't live too far from there, and I either see him or hear him driving and piling and working, so we're grateful that we have such great contractors in our community. We're working to schedule a grand opening event that'll be later this fall. Be a community event with the full mayor and council and the community. There you can see the additional parking, the plazas on the foot of the pier, and a real quality project. It's going to be a great signature destination for our community. And then let's talk about the seawall capital repairs. This is a significant project, not as significant of a budget compared to those other ones, a $1.1 million repair to the seawall to include painting that top step and power washing. You could see some of the power washing in that prior shot. April of this year, council approved the contract to Weston Specialty Contractors. They've been doing a great job as well. They're removing deteriorated concrete and adding new concrete in areas that need it. They're filling in joints, taking out old caulking and putting in brand new caulking to minimize or eliminate any undermining that could happen from water seepage. The contractor has completed minor repairs on panels 1 through 199, almost 1 through 200. There's about 204 panels, so they have a few more to go to complete all those point repairs, the concrete work. Power washing is in progress, and they're doing that ahead of painting, as you can see there. And they're doing 2 coats of that white paint, and 1 coat has been applied already up to panel 50, and the second coat has been applied up to panel 27. So they're about a quarter of the way into painting, and some of that has had 2 coats of paint. This project is expected to be completed this fall in November, and I know I've seen it on foot as well as on boat. We had Jonathan Atwood take me and Michael Rodriguez from the water so we could kind of see it from that vantage point, and we had a list that we developed from that site survey from the water. So we were glad Jonathan was able to arrange that because it helped us to point out a few things to the contractor and a few other things that we're going to do. And then the final project is as we move from downtown to North Beach. This is one that actually TxDOT is managing, but it's one that's important. I know Kerry Myers of North Beach and the North Beach Resident Association have talked to us about it for some time. So TxDOT is working to improve drainage on North Beach at the 181 turnaround. That's the turnaround at the north part of the peninsula. The water would pool there or backflow there from the ocean or from the Bay Area. The project began earlier this month, and it includes new trench drains and reinforced concrete piping that will have backflow preventers, but it'll allow for proper drainage in that turnaround. To date, TxDOT has installed 3 15-inch concrete pipes adjacent to the roadway. They're working on the roadway drains and reconstructing 3 outfalls right now. And so we're glad and we appreciate TxDOT doing that and being a partner with the city. The project is anticipated to be completed this September. And TxDOT hopes that the project, as well as we hope, the project will alleviate flooding and ponding in that area. And we want to thank Sarah Munoz for helping to manage that project along with TxDOT. So that's 7 significant projects all the way from the island through mid part of the city and then over here to North Beach. So Significant investment you can see in all aspects of our infrastructure, public-private partnerships as well, most notably down there on the island where the city will invest. But we're going to see a huge investment from the private sector once that road and canal is done. Our project and our contractors, I must attest, are doing a great job, and that's what we want. We want to have strong partnership with the private sector to deliver for us in the community. And in all these projects, every contractor that I mentioned is doing an outstanding job. So as a city manager, I want to thank them for doing so. Mayor, one other thing on the agenda is going to be Michael Murphy, if he's here.
I think we have a comment.
Okay.
Mr. Hernandez?
Yeah, Peter, thank you for that tribute to Richard. And I think we met him in San Antonio during the TML when he was giving a presentation on his on work that he did in Fort Worth. So, yeah. And on my many occasions to take him around District 5 for the tours, you know, and then also my wife and his wife worked together. Yeah. And so it was very shocking, and even though he hadn't been here that long, he created a legacy that I think is significant. Changed the entire way we used to do business. And I don't know if it would be appropriate to ask one of the developers, maybe we got Wendy back there, to possibly take one of the streets in their neighborhoods and name it after Richard Martinez. I'll ask Moses himself. I think it would be appropriate. Because he had, like I said, even though he wasn't here for that long, if he would have been here for 5 years, I think he would have been, you know, Saint Richard Martinez.
Yeah.
But I think that would be appropriate, and I think it would be a great thing to do for Richard.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman.
And one more, Councilman Presley?
Yeah, just real quick, two questions. One, on the Cole Park Pier, is it physically going to be larger than the old pier, width and lengthwise?
It's about the same width and length, and we did that because if it was any larger in footprint, we would have had to have gotten all new permitting, which would have taken maybe a year or longer.
Yeah.
Plus, the input from the community, we did extensive surveying and communicating over many months with the community. They said they liked the length of it and the width the width. They said make it a little wider, but the length they like, especially those avid fishermen and women, said that if you go out too far, the fishing quality dilapidates if there's not a good catch out there. So, but to make it wider, what we did is that's why it looks a little offset. You'll see comments on Facebook saying, "Why isn't this thing straight? It's driving me crazy." You know.
Yeah.
And the reason is because the pier is going to be linear, but there's going to be jut outs where there'll be offsets. Exactly. I think there's about 4 or 5 along the walkway, and those will be additional areas for either fishing or some of them are just viewing, sitting areas. So it will be wider in those areas, about the same length. The top of it is configured a little bit differently to give it more space. Some of the amenities, Councilman, that you may not be aware of, but it's worth pointing out, is there'll be a lot of shade along the pier. There's some real nice metal lattice work that's going to provide shade. There'll be nighttime lighting. There's more cleaning stations, fish cleaning stations, and more seating, as well as if you went there before the construction started and you tried to approach the pier, it was about as bad as a pier.
Yeah.
There wasn't really much presence of an approach or a plaza. So there's a significant plaza where community events can take place. Seating is there as well. And then additional parking that kind of brings you right to the pier before you had to get all your tackle and kind of walk through the grass. So a lot of good amenities in the redo of the pier.
Okay, great. Sounds very exciting. So our pier is going to have slide outs.
Yes.
And the other thing, the presentation you just showed on the street projects, are we going to put that up on YouTube? Or?
Yes.
Okay.
We'll put it up on our website, and I'll send the council a link if anybody wants to put it out there on social media. That's a real nice video that our team did.
That's a good
Really
one to
nice.
share for sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll
Thank
get you that. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay.
That's our.
So,
Okay, so we heard a good amount from our residents this morning, Mr. Murphy on desal, and he's going to give us an update on where we are to date.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Manager. Good afternoon, Council. We'll go through this pretty quickly, but I've been asked to provide a timeline by several council members. And the thing that we need to remember, the takeaway from this morning, is we're looking at a drought-proof source of water. When you talk about groundwater, surface water, water reuse, rainwater harvesting, those are all dependent on rainfall. So if you find yourself in a drought event, a drought of record, then none of those will be viable options. So we'll go into the timeline, and let's talk about where we are first, where we're on track. And so on TCUQ permitting for the La Quinta Channel water right permit, we're on schedule. We have gotten the monitoring and modeling results complete, which I want to reiterate because you hear a lot of concerns from the group this morning that we have not done our due diligence on the environmental impact to the harbor. And I can assure you that that is not even close to being true. The work that we put in to the environmental impact is now setting the bar for people all over the country that are looking at similar type operations, and even those that have existing operations are going back and looking at this. So I think our modeling was top shelf. So so that happened back in July. The fourth quarter of 2021, TCUQ, we're looking to have the approval on the water right permit for the Inner Harbor site. And I will tell you right now, all the work that we're putting in, based on the questions that we had at the last workshop, everything is still pointing that the best location for phase one of the desal plant is on the Inner Harbor site. But we'll go over that when we get to our next workshop. Public meetings, will shortly follow once the permits are approved. And then the third quarter of 2022, we're looking at TCEQ approval for the discharge permits. So everything like the permitting and the modeling are on track. You know, where we're falling behind, and that's what we need to talk about, is how do we get back on track with the land acquisition process? Because we cannot move the project forward until we have some type of an executive session and talk about the site location for phase one. That's what's holding it up right now. And we're estimating that currently the project has fallen behind schedule about a year because of the delays on making that decision. So required action is on the the site for phase one. That's the critical piece, and we'll go to the next slide here in just a second. But we're also looking at permitting and a plan for the power study. That's dependent on the site location. And then finally, an item authorizing our consulting engineer to move forward through the procurement process. Those are all dependent on site location. Next slide. Thank you. And so we've sort of narrowed this thing down very basically to 6 steps to get us to the procurement phase of the project. And the first phase right now is where we are, is the determining which site we want to choose for phase one. And then we'll enter into a term agreement with whichever company or property owners we have to enter into. We are not planning on spending any more money on those projects until we have approved permits. So what we'll do, what we've got set up, we've already done the initial legwork for both the Inner Harbor and La Quinta site on property acquisition and right-of-way acquisition for both sites. Both of those are pending or have an option that no money will be exchanged until we select the site and we have approved permits. And then once we have that, then we'll move forward with acquiring the property. But right now, it's critical. The critical piece is determining which site we want for phase one. And then
The fallback is if we decide to go to something outside of the two sites that are already selected, then I'll put a little side note in here about what that does to the status of the project. So if council chooses to go scratch the La Quinta or the Inner Harbor, then we basically add another 3 years to the project to basically start from the beginning on a new site. And the price tag, what we estimated, would be in the neighborhood of an additional $1 million to do that. So the 6 steps you see on the stairway here is the term sheet, and then you've got the Army Corps permitting, 18 to 24 months, the AEP power study, another 12 months, and then the RFQ and RFP. Now, this is not in series. These projects can be worked on in parallel to each other. So it's not really 18 to 24 months, then another 12 months, then another 7 to 9. Our plan is once we have the site acquired, we can work on these projects in parallel with each other, if that makes sense. So that's our goal. So what we're hoping for in October, and probably right now, we're working on council schedules. We're looking at around the second week of October to have our next workshop, to lay out all of the questions that you had from the first workshop and just kind of go back over those. We were looking at what it would take to do, if really money was no object, what it would take to go out into the harbor and build that. So we called it, internally working on it, call it a Goldilocks plant if everything is perfect and we could do that, what that cost would be. So we're getting very close to a number there. And then we're also looking at what we're calling a one site or a mega site, and what that costs and what the impacts of that would look like. And then there were questions on using the San Patricio pipeline, maybe sharing that pipeline if we did go to the La Quinta site, and what that would look like, and we're doing that too. And then the last one is doing a stratified version of what a desal plant would look like, starting with 10 million gallons a day, 20 million gallons a day, 30 million gallons a day, up to 40 million MGD. So we're working on a stratified plan so that we can show you the impact and what that would look like if we phased it in, instead of going in, trying to right size it with the 20 MGD plant. What would it look like if we say started with the 10 MGD plant initially? So those are the things that we're going to try to address. And then we're going to touch back, is that the right front? Revisit, maybe is a better way, on some of the things that came up this morning in the public comment section about environmental impact, toxic waste, toxic sludge. And we've done the studies on all that. That has all been looked at, and it is not toxic. It is material that we can take to the landfill. The landfill would like to have it. It is a dry sludge. We will dry it before we haul it. And everything that we do in water treatment has a sludge residual to it. This is nothing new, just because it's a desal plant. So we're going to actually be taking out the harmful chemicals in the water, and then we're going to be taking those to the landfill, but the chemicals are not toxic. Okay, so I don't want to get caught up on that, but at our wastewater, or our water treatment plant right now, we haul several tons per day to the landfill, because it's just the nature of the business where you take that out in the headworks of a water treatment plant. So those we'll be addressing those questions, and then we'll go back and revisit the environmental impact, because I think it's important to realize that we went to great lengths to protect the environment and the biohabitat on the Inner Harbor site, and so we'll revisit that.
Mr. Murphy, if I may,
Yes, ma'am.
and you just said that, but I just want to reiterate, if you'll go back, and all of those concerns, I mean, literally, go, and many of them may have been the same thing repetitively, but if you really literally go back and look, and please address everyone, because there was even one, in regards to the sludge, but also the traffic. There was concern with trucks coming from, back and forth from La Quinta and what would be ours, and like 3 different locations. So just, if you'll go back and look at all of those, or listen to all those questions, that'd be really good, because there were a lot of concerns that I'd like to hear, those responses on. Thank you.
Yeah, and we do plan on having either a public meeting or a series of public meetings. Depends on how that falls out. But we do want to give those individuals a voice to get up and
Right.
and describe, but we also want to have the ability, while they're making those comments, to rebut them
Right.
with what we think are the true facts.
Right, and I
so-
I did tell them, but we'd be doing, because Peter and I had talked about that, so I want to make, and I just told her
Yes.
again before they left. So I want to make sure we're able to accommodate that for that reason,
Yes.
to be able to, be able to.
Yes, agreed.
Go back and forth, yeah.
Yes, ma'am. And so I've had that conversation with those individuals myself. I've given them direct access to my text account and my email account. So I asked them if they have a question that they need answered, to please send me that question, and we will be very precise in our answer back to them. And so that give and take, I think, is very important. And so I think we've established that relationship, and so we're looking forward to getting their questions.
Good. Councilman Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Murphy, thank you so much for that. So since AEP is going to do our power study, so does that, I guess where did that, so we're going to go with electricity versus gas? Or is that decision already made, or was that a recommendation by Friesen Nichols?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the first part of that.
Okay, so we're going to use electricity, not gas. I mean, that determination
Yes.
is already made.
Yeah, right.
And that was made when?
Yeah. So here you go, Esteban.
Yeah, here we go. He's been there
Hello,
the whole
for the
time.
record, Steve Ramos, Water Resource Manager. Yes, that was initially made at the beginning of the project to look at the feasibility and how to make this economically accessible to our area. So electric, working with the AEP to see what the power is a crucial part of the study.
Yeah. Well, I understand it's almost a make or break as far as what the actual cost is going to be, is the cost of power.
Yes, because with the 20 MGD plant, you're on the side of being a transmission level power user, and so the price of electricity goes down compared to not being that sort of level, compared to like a 5 cents or 8 cents capability.
Okay. Now, I thought that the permit and the application for the loan were dependent on the two sites that we've already, the sites that we've already selected. Is that correct?
That's correct. Those are site-specific.
Site-specific.
Yes, they are. Mm-hmm.
So now that was decided by the last council. That was agreed upon by the last council.
Correct.
And I know that process, the site selections, Steve, took how long?
Took over almost over a year to go through. We went through almost 22 sites from different areas in the coastal bend, looking at different reports, working with both sites that the Port of Corpus Christi offered to us and looking at sites within both an ability to integrate the system into our already distribution network so that we can, again, bring this project of need economically feasible and beneficial to the entire region. So those analysis was done over a year almost process.
And that was what year?
Back in 2019, 2020.
2019, 2020. So basically, if for whatever reason, then what is it that we need to do to move the process forward? Because I'm thinking then, like, what did you just say? You said a year. I would say it would take more than a year. Because
3 years. It would add 3 years to it if we go back to scratch, go back to step one with the new site.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's a 3-year process probably, and $1 million extra. That's what we're talking about.
Well, I don't know that I speak for the majority of the council, but I can't see why we would, when we've already put in all this work into this particular process, as far as the site location. Because then again, then all of a sudden, am I correct in assuming that we may have a challenge with financing if we've chosen another site?
Well, it would be negotiable. We've kicked that idea around. We haven't specifically addressed that with the Texas Water Development Board. If we did go to a new site, the funding, we would have to renegotiate with them, and then it would be their discretion whether or not that $220 million loan could be transferred to another site.
Yeah, so you're adding time and effort. So
Yeah, well, it's also problematic because then we have, obviously as our our public comment had indicated that we have commitments to industry. And I don't mind saying that it is for industry. I think Steve, you told me that once Steel Dynamics and Gulf Coast Growth Ventures were up online completely, 80% of our water was going to go to industry.
Approximately, I mean, yes. So those are big users to our overall water supply.
And they obviously are paying for it with the additional surcharge of 25 cents per 1,000 gallons.
Yes.
And so, okay, so at what point then, and I know I'm throwing out, and thanks for putting the timeline together, are we, at what, there's got to be something indicates on there, when we a go, no go? When are we a go, no go for a public-private partnership?
Yeah.
When are we a go, no go for, I know there's been talk or outside influence about another mega site or whatever. It wasn't part of the plan of this team of subject matter experts that we had put together to be able to get us to where we are today. And then now we're pumping the brakes for 3 years, and whereas we've got commitment on. So I don't know. I'm just kind of uncomfortable with that. But I think that we need to. And I can't speak for everybody, I can only speak for myself, is that we need to move forward with what we had planned and what the last council had decided and what the council before that had decided.
Right.
So
if you go back to the 6 steps, Councilman, so the go, no-go is on selecting phase 1. Once you select a site for phase 1, it's a go. And then at some point, there is an exit ramp. If at some point we decide, council decides, no go, you can do that all the way up until procurement and until you get a contractor on board. Now, it gets to be a little bit more expensive to get out of it because as we progress forward and we approve the 200 and the remaining 211 million to go forward with the procurement process, it gets a little bit more expensive to get out of it because there are bonds that are going to be sold by the city and then resold to the Texas Water Development Board. And so we take that loan out. Right now, we're only committed to the $11.4 million. So that 11.4 takes you all the way up that staircase to to step number 6. There's your go, no go. So we've got the sites selected. This was approved by council in the past. And so they gave us the 2 choices, the La Quinta and Inner Harbor. But it's also selected that the Inner Harbor would be phase 1.
Yeah.
So that would be a switch, but that's doable. And then we have to figure out how do we get that water to the other side of the bay. And the question came up to use the San Patricio pipeline. So we will be talking about that in more detail in the challenges that are associated with that.
Well, I just brought it up. I didn't meet with them specifically for that, but I met with the industry with regard to that, and I brought it up that they kind of basically put that together so that way they wouldn't be dependent on this in the event that we were a no-go, so to speak.
Yeah.
So I think that was more backup for them, but I guess we obviously have to investigate that further. Having a talk over coffee doesn't make me a subject matter expert all of a sudden. So. All right, well, I think we just need to proceed as the other council had directed us, and obviously we've had a team of subject matter experts that tell us to move forward because the environmental impact study has already been done on the 2 sites. So therefore, once again, we'd have to proceed with another one, and then we run into the same challenges that, all the ports mess with Harbor Island. So, I had several calls with individuals that live in my district yesterday with regard to that were part of this group that was concerned. And correct me if I'm wrong, I said that the discharge dissipates in the brine after about 200 feet from where it's discharged.
Yep.
Yes.
And so that gave the ones that were more open-minded a little bit of peace of mind, and that way it would be dispersed inside the ship channel.
Yeah.
So I try to keep telling the story over and over again. It'd be difficult to come back and have to get a new story. Okay, thank you very much. I really appreciate your presentation.
Thank you, Councilman.
Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. And first of all, I'd like to say I like your suit choice.
Thank you very much. I like yours too.
Okay, so when we had the RFI presentations, and you weren't here for those, and I'm sure you went back and looked at it, a lot of those companies said to include them earlier rather than later. And we are going after 2 permits, but the port is also going after 2 permits, so there's actually more than just the 2 site locations that we can take into consideration. However, that being said, that the option to have earlier participation to where they can, whatever company has some preference on the site location before we actually commit money or resources to it, it would be better to include them. And also, you know, I was always of the option of looking at different ways of financing, right? Some companies have, you know, have their own financing arm, and, you know, I know we talked about it in terms of the SWIFT loans, that it is at a much lower rate. However, if something costs twice as much to construct, what really difference does it make if you have a low interest rate on it?
Right.
So, and my argument has always been on a cost per 1,000 gallons, because that's ultimately what we pay, right? That's what the consumer looks at, how they're billed. So really, the decision for me is always going to be a financial one in terms of which site, which company, which organization, however we decide to do this, should be done from there. So when you're asking us to do a site selection of one of these 2 choices, I think it's a false choice. There's more options for us. And it doesn't have to be in the stair-step ladder that you have. You said you can do them conjunctionally. But I think the procurement stuff can be done early as well. It doesn't have to be at the end of that ladder. I think that's also a false choice. But like I said, ultimately it's going to be based on what our ultimate costs are. And if we don't see those on the front end, and we eliminate options, how is that beneficial to us?
Yeah. So here's what we're looking at. We're looking at the 2 sites that we've all been talking about, Inner Harbor, La Quinta. Those sites, whether we build on those sites or we transfer them to somebody else to build on those sites, we still believe are the 2 best locations. The site at 7 Seas that we presented last week, they have, as far as we know, have not started the permitting process on that. Now, maybe they have, I don't, but Esteban and I off there, as far as we know, they have not started their permitting process, which, as we all know, is a very lengthy process, which includes modeling and then acquiring the necessary permits. So there's a huge time delay there. Plus, we feel like those are not the best choices for a desal plant. We think the Inner Harbor is the best site for phase 1, but that doesn't mean we have to build on it. But we could transfer our permits and we could transfer the property, but we can't until we actually acquire it. So that's what I'm saying. I don't want to present you with a false choice. It's not at all what I'm trying to do. What I'm trying to do is stick with the original plan of the 2 sites that we were presented with. And that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get us back on track. Now, if you guys decide not to do that, that's your prerogative. You're the city council, right? But we're presenting you with what we think, going through a very lengthy study, are the best 2 sites, with the Inner Harbor on the Corpus side of the bay, which we would tie directly into our treatment, our water system, which then goes to our customers. Whether it's a commercial customer or residential customers, it's providing that service immediately. Now, if we go to the La Quinta site and Inner Harbor site, or Harbor Island site, then that is a commercial endeavor.
Well, and I'll have to agree with my counterpart over there. I always thought the notion that that this water's for everyone and not for industry was somewhat misleading. I don't think we're doing it for industry, but we're doing it because of industry. They're consuming lots of water, and I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing, because, you know, industry does provide good, high-paying jobs.
Right.
You know, I don't necessarily agree that they're, just because we have industry here that they're polluting. You know, if you look at the history of our ozone attainment, it's gone down since 2004. So I don't necessarily think that that's the case, but that should also reflect it on our rate modeling. You know, if if they're accounting for 70, 80% of the usage, well, they should account for 70, 80% of that additional cost for desal. Now, the 25 cents per 1,000 gallons, I know it's, the surcharge is to go and get desal, but it's not necessarily to pay for it. When you're talking about a range between $3.50 and $4.50 per 1,000 gallons, and what we're getting from Lake Corpus Christi, what is it, $1.62? What is it currently? What is it this year?
It's in that range, $1.62, $1.63. But you're talking about surface water that we paid. It's very, very cheap compared to any other.
That's what I mean, right?
But there is no. I want to make that clear. There is no more surface water in our region.
No, I get that.
And
But
so
what I'm talking
there's
about is
no-
when you blend the rates, you're still going to have a higher cost, right? So when you blend whatever, and I don't know what we're going to do, 20, 10, 20, 30 million gallons a day from desal, but when you blend that with our water from Mary Roads Pipeline, both phase 1 and 2, and with our surface water, it's still going to increase our overall cost, correct?
Yes, because you're.
What are we estimating that to be? That increase
Yeah,
in.
so the first 10 million will be, mostly be paid for out of the port surcharge that we've talked about, the first 10 million. And then after that, it will be like a 35-cent increase for the next 10 years.
But that you're talking across the board, right?
Mhm.
You're not
every 2 years.
not
So-
actually doing a weighted
Yeah,
type of
that's correct.
situation. So,
But we're going to get into all of those details once we have a little bit more information, because the cost is going to change depending on the location.
well,
the-
that
yeah.
that being the case, right? It's
Yeah.
the
And-
further away you are,
The more it's going to cost.
I guess the further away you are from the inner harbor, the happier the environmentalists are going to be, but the more cost associated with it. Correct?
I think it's just the opposite. I think the further you are away gets you into the critical part of it. If you stay on the inner harbor side, which was what we're recommending for
Well,
phase 1.
you'd mentioned earlier
Yeah.
that the perfect solution. right?
That's, I
Goldilocks
see what you're
solution,
saying. Correct. If you take it miles out into the ocean, and we're going to give you an example of
But
what
from
that.
where? What would your
Well,
starting point be?
yeah,
Would it be
that's
the
an-
inner
that's another-
harbor, or would it be Harbor Island?
No, it would have to be out, yeah, you can't run it from the inner harbor out to the, 30 miles to the ocean, or whatever that distance would be.
You're probably looking at 3 miles.
Yeah. But you can't do it like that. So you'd have to build the plant closer. It would be more like a Harbor Island type plant.
Like looking at where Barney Davis is near power source,
Right.
and then going across Laguna Madre, which is a very sensitive ecosystem, and then going across a barrier island for a perfect plant to go all the way outshore. We have early estimates in the $700 million range.
So, and that's why I said, if there's professionals that do this, that you get them involved on the earlier side instead of on the backside.
No,
because
and
then we limit
I'm
our
agreeing
choices.
with you there. And so we've got procurement as step number 6, but like I said, all of these things are moving in parallel with each other. Even so if you see, if you go back to the timeline, and you will see, requires action by city council to authorize the hiring of Friesen Nichols to do their phase 2. That's what you're talking about.
Well, actually, what I'm looking at is procurement ahead of time, so we can forego Friesen Nichols and bring in.
Yeah, okay.
So I'd rather have the procurement before we do land acquisition, just so we can include a professional organization that specializes in desal on the front side and not on the back side.
Okay.
That's where I think we have some more opportunities, because it's not just our 2 sites, and where there's no guarantee we'll get our 2 sites.
Yeah.
TCEQ might, get all these guys at their front door, and the only one might be something else. I don't know what the result's going to be, but like I said, I'd rather have something on the front side than on the back side.
Okay.
That's all. Thank you.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, I was just going to say, just so you know, to do that, you're talking about scrubbing everything that we've done so far, and that's where the 3 years comes in, if you go to another site.
Well, no, I'm not asking to go to another site. I'm asking for the ones that are going for permits currently. There's 4 of them, right?
Okay, well, that's
So
good, so.
I'm not saying start over to begin with, but you have, there's options. There's 4 options
Mm-hmm.
that, if we bring a company in with procurement on the front side, let
Yeah,
them
I
be
got you.
involved in that
Okay,
decision
I'm
process,
sorry, I
is what I'm
misunderstood.
asking.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
To our knowledge, there's only 2. There's a City of Corpus Christi with 2 sites going after permits, and the Port of Corpus Christi with 2 sites going after permits. Those are the only, I don't know any.
That's
any
correct.
additional or
That's all I'm
company that is doing it on its own.
No, that's it. I mean, I'm not asking us for them to decide
That's
a
good.
a
I think
fifth
that's
location.
progress. For me, that's.
Yeah,
huge
I'm not asking them
progress.
to find a 5th location and start the process over, no.
Okay.
I'm just saying, we've got options, and, I want a best, all-around scenario when we're looking at it on a per 1,000-gallon basis.
Okay.
Okay?
Councilman Pusley.
Okay. So can you put your ladder graph back up there on the screen,
can.
please? Stairway,
Stairs.
whatever it was.
Stairway. Our steps. Yep.
We have to wake our IT guy up back there.
Next slide. Next slide. There. Oh,
Whoop, too far.
hey, there you go.
Okay. So if I understand you correctly, Mr. Murphy, what you're telling us is you are ready to move forward with having the council make a decision about purchasing a location. Are you talking about purchasing a location, or do you want to take an option on a location at both Inner Harbor and La Quinta that would be like any real estate option? You give them some amount down and you say you're going to hold this property for
My
X
preference
number.
would be to start with what we would call the Phase 1 site. We're still looking at both sites.
So
We're
your
still-
Phase 1 site is Inner Harbor?
Inner Harbor, yes, sir.
Okay. So, I tend to agree, we need to move this forward. I don't know. And with respect to bringing in whoever if we're going to be located at Inner Harbor or La Quinta, I don't think it makes much difference where we're located at either one of those 2 places with respect to how we do the desal, whether we're doing it or we hire somebody to do it. Correct?
No, that's correct. I mean, I've talked to several contractors, over the course of the last few months, large contractors, national, worldwide contractors that have this experience. All they're asking for is a site location.
Right.
And then they, like Councilman Hernandez is talking about, then we can really dig our heels in
Okay.
and come up with what that would look
Well,
like.
then I would encourage us, whatever we need to do, Peter, to get this process moving so we can get a site nailed down, purchased, whatever we need to do to move this thing off of High Center. And, the sooner we get that done, the better, and then we can start folding in all the other stuff we need to behind it. So I would support that and move that forward as quickly as we
Okay.
possibly can. The second thing is, we sit up here week after week after week, and we listen to the desal opponents, and I understand them, and they're very passionate, and I have a great deal of respect for them. But we need to start hearing the other side of the story from our folks here. And because there's a lot of misinformation
There is.
being given out, and quite frankly, that's all the public is hearing now, is that side of the story. So we need to start bringing facts to these council meetings about the things, and the mayor is absolutely correct. You need to listen to what they were saying and comment on those at our next meeting so that we have that information of record for the public to see. And I'll disagree just slightly with my colleagues about this is being done for industry. Whether or not these industries located here or not, at some point in the future, if we have any kind of growth in this community, so we have 2 options in this community. We can say, okay, we're done. We're going to be the sleepy little fishing village by the sea, and if we have 10 people move here in the next 20 years, we're okay. Or if we're going to be a progressive growth community, like I think this council has been moving toward with the number of things that they're doing with all the street reconstruction and, you know, trying to entice, that's going to require us to look at future water supplies down the road. And, you know, people used to tell me when I would discuss desalination with them, well, desalination is just too expensive. And I would say to them, as compared to what?
Exactly.
Running out of water? So we need to think about this not in terms of this is just for industry. This is for the growth and the lifeblood of our community. So I think it's very important to keep that in mind. But I would say we need to move on with the next step, and let's move the can down the road a little further.
Thank you, Council.
Thank you.
Well, there are a couple of things that we've got in the works right now, and one of them is a rebuttal video that the city manager has directed water utilities to be working on, something that we can rebut with facts, you know, and so that's what we will do. And I'm with you. I appreciate their passion. I have no problem with that, but I just want them to make sure that they have the facts. And you can go to our website. You can go to our website right now. We do a lot of work, and we're not trying to pull the wool over anybody's eyes. We're just trying to be as transparent and as open as we possibly can.
Well, what we all have to realize is this is more about stopping industry than it is stopping desalination.
I agree.
That's what this is really about.
Yeah.
And so, you know, if we told them, okay, we'll do away with La Quinta, we'll do away with Inner Harbor, and we'll run a pipe out in the middle of the Gulf of Mexico, it's not going to make any difference,
No,
in my opinion.
Councilman, you're right. As just my experience as a South Texas and Concho Water Master working with communities in West Texas during the 2011-2013 drought, they ran into that problem. They didn't think forward enough. And so in a drought, you can't be planning. You have to plan ahead. And just to give you all some numbers, in 2020, we had a combined lake level of 44%. Today, we're at 60%. You know, but we couldn't have had those rains come in.
We paid the preacher a little more, and we got a little more rain. So
Exactly. We could have been in an entirely different situation than what we are now. Just we always have to
you
think
look
about
at Lake Mead and those areas out in the western part of the country and what they're having to deal with right now. They have a drought of epic proportions that is impacting their ability to do anything.
Yeah, like we presented, I think it was either last week or week before last, that we put some information out about what Tucson is currently looking at, a $4 billion desal project because of that very reason.
Yeah.
And it's just a matter of time too. And that's what we're trying to get by. I mean, we've looked at all the various sources of water, but they're all rainwater dependent. And so this is our drought-proof solution, which I think is very smart.
Yeah, and I just want to say, I've heard a lot of negativity, and I'm speaking for me and not this council right now. I spent 40 years in the oil and gas industry, and I'm very proud of that association, and I'm very proud of that industry, and I have no qualms about supporting them and saying good things about them. They in the petrochemical industries have provided a great deal of income for this community and a great number of very high-paying, very lucrative jobs for people, and have been the lifeblood of this community for a long time. Thank you.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Murphy,
Yes, ma'am.
okay, first of all, we probably are not going home until 10 p.m., just so y'all know. Let's just get that out there now. We're not going home till 10 p.m. I mean, not because of you, because we're talking. Don't get me, I didn't mean it like that. I don't want you to take it that way. I just mean because it's very important, and we're talking about it, and I'm going to make comments now too, and we got lights on. The reason we're still here, as it's been put, and rightfully, I'm with you. I think we all are saying we need to get the ball rolling. It's not you. You are doing, I stopped it, and I'll say that. When I got here, it was put across my desk, we're going to look at land acquisition, and I said, no, we're not. Because we have 3 new council members who hadn't heard a word of desalination. They hadn't heard their own constituency on the subject matter. And you can't do that. It's, you know, we're now a team, and it is the way it is. It's a 2-year gig, and every 2 years, you got 6 new people, you got 9 new people, you got 1. You've got to catch them up. That's why we're still here, because not just 3 people, but 9 people, including some that are very vocal and have been very vocal before you were here, continue to have questions. The dynamics change on your end as they do up here. So we're still here because we have a due diligence. We have to answer to the people. They don't necessarily go email you. You're saying that, hey, we're transparent, we're open. You know who they want to see, and you know who they want answers from? The people they voted on. That's who they want it. So this town hall is going to be very important, and I'm going to suggest strongly that we are all there, and we'll figure out how to do that, because they want us to hear us, they want us all to be in a room, to be able to converse and talk and clear up everything we may need to. But I do agree. I mean, you know, we can't sit here, like I said, it's a 2-year term. And we can keep, you know, rolling this over and over, and I think very, very good points were made. I agree completely. I think maybe we need to, okay, let's get us back that information. I think the biggest part of the last workshop we had was some points that Councilman Martinez made. Get that back to us, get that list of what happened, or, you know, what was said this, or what was asked, inquired about this morning. Peter and I can work on a schedule to get some town halls set up and let voices be heard and move it forward. But I know, I don't want you standing there saying, well, I want it to move forward. You know, we're asking the questions, and we continue to. And we have to be 100% boxes checked to say, okay, let's go move. And I get it, council members, like, get your questions asked and let's move. I mean, there's that side of it too, but I have been part of that holdup, I'll be honest, with questions I've asked you, so.
Okay.
But I appreciate it, because I know you guys are working. I know you guys are working hard, and I think that all needs to happen, the town hall especially, because they matter, you know, they're taxpayers and they're residents here, so. Councilman Hernandez.
Okay, I just wanted to clear up something. Thank you, Mayor. I'm not saying it's because of industry. I'm not saying it's for industry. I'm saying it's because of industry. And that they brought us to a threshold that we need to go look for new water. It's not for them, it's because of them. Okay, there's a very clear distinction there. The other thing I want to also clear up, and why I'd like to see some professionals that are actually in this industry, because I've lost faith in the desal, the group doing desal for Freeze and Nichols. I've lost faith in what they've been telling us. Questions I've been asked have not been answered by them, and I don't want to see them again, as far as with regards to desal. I just don't want to. I'd rather have a company that actually builds and operates desal plants that actually knows what they're doing, and can answer the questions. That I just want to make clarified. Thank you.
Councilman Barrera.
Are we the only 3 that have questions?
It just goes in.
Anyway, with regard to being for, I'll go for industry or for the public. Well, I'm with you fellers. You know? But anyway, just maybe something to think about. In another life, when I was chairman of the RTA, I was elected on a 7-4 vote. It was a split deal, and the chairman doesn't vote, so it was actually, I had to get 6 before we finally got there. So it was 6-4 without chairman voting, and so we were very divided. We were very dysfunctional, and we didn't look good in the press. And so what we did is I called it a road show. We went to the Rotary, we went to Kiwanis, we went to the West Side Business Association, back when we had a Hispanic chamber, and we made presentations, the top 10 myths of the RTA, and everything you wanted to know. And, that was the thing. We just faced it head on, You know, it's bad for the environment. Well, here you go. This is where the research that we've done for that situation. What is it? It's all for industry. Well, no, it's because of industry, and we have a commitment to our entire community and the economy to be able to do so, as well as all the region that we provide water to. So just food for thought. I'd be happy to be able to deliver that message along with you and whatever council member, whatever the mayor and the city manager decide. I think that's something that we need to take to the public. I understand the idea about town halls, but these civic organizations are obviously people that aren't targeting us. The challenge with dealing with those individuals that are here, as Councilman Pusley had indicated, there's a target involved. And so their whole purpose is not to inquire, but to refute and to contradict. So I think by going out to those civic organizations, then we're talking to individuals that that are vested, whether it be with the economy here or for the advancement of the community, not just a single issue of trying to contradict it and refute and target industry. So whatever I can help with, I'm available.
Well, that is part of our strategic plan that Amber and I have been working on, is getting out into the business clubs around the city and even into some other areas, just to try to get the word out. And we're working on that. So that definitely is in our strategic plan. Yeah, love to have it. I mean, love to have you. It'd be awesome.
Councilman Smith.
Thank you, and I agree completely with Councilman Barrera, but one thing we always need to remember, we're the regional water supplier, and we serve 500,000 people. I know a lot of folks come up here and talk about their taxes. This has nothing to do with the taxes, and we're representing about 500,000 people, whether they vote for us or not, with it. And then I want to touch on one of the big elephants in the room. And we've heard a lot of impassioned voices talking about cumulative effects. And we're sitting out there with 4 pending permits, 150 million gallons a day. You know, that'll take us in the 23rd century with it. And I understand what they're talking about, that if all these plants were built, if we sell this water to San Antonio or some of these other things I say, we're going to have some cumulative impacts. And I hope our partners, we all want the region, success for the region. And I think this utility, which is the city of Corpus Christi, we want to serve our customers, whether they be residents, whether they be businesses, whether they be industry. And that's what we're trying to secure these permits for. Just a permit lasts for 5 years. You can get 2 5-year extensions fairly easy. So we're out here in an environment where people are chasing permits that are unneeded. And if you're looking concerned about our environment, and you think that we've got 150 million gallons a day we suddenly start producing on there, and they could be studies. If we go in a 20 MGD plant, that won't have much background. So I understand that concern that they share, because suddenly Corpus Christi, we want so darn many, and I say the area, so many permits. We need to just be going after permits that are needed for the demand that we can really see in the foreseeable future, and team up on there and not tell the entire community we want to turn Corpus Christi Bay into one giant desal pod with it. So I think that our 2 permits on there, that the 70 MGD total capacity, which we would slowly incrementally add, are plenty adequate to secure our long-term water supply for both residences, business, and industry on there. Because what are we using right now? 110 MGD, Steve?
Yes.
We got a firm yield of 180?
89.
189. So we don't need to add a lot. Why are we chasing permits that take us into the 21st century? And I'm not talking about us in this broader view, that opens the door, and a justified open the door of concern about really adding to the concentrations in our bay. So that's one other thing, and that's a huge elephant in this room that we've never really addressed on there. We've got 2 organizations on a little bit of a divergent path with it. We are the regional water supplier. We've always been the regional water supplier. That's our charge. That's within the city of Corpus Christi. And where we have other organizations trying to stretch out through widening their abilities on there. It's conflicting with our ability to guarantee our water source. So that's my editorial.
Your opinion. Councilman Pusley, do you have a?
One quick thing. I like the ideal of the, visiting the civic organizations. I'm not sure would a free-for-all fill the stadium up. I mean, I went to, myself and Councilman Martinez and Councilman Hunter were participants in, I lost count, John, of how many candidate forums we went to. But I don't remember one of those where they didn't ask us, what are y'all going to do about the water problem? Not one. Every one of those groups, and most of them were organizations here, and the Flower Bluff Citizens Coalition, the Padre Island Business Association, Northwest Business, they all had the same kind of questions. So I think, but we also have to be cognizant of the fact that we just went through a whole budget process where we told the people of this community we were not going to go out and have face-to-face meetings. So we need to be very careful about how we proceed on this, because we did that for a reason, and a good reason, and we need to be sure we don't turn around and do something that they're going to, come back at us. But I think whatever we need to do to move, and Mayor, you're absolutely right. You were right to call absolutely correct, and I agreed with you 100% to call a momentary pause on what we were doing so that we could all get on board and figure out where we were at. So I agreed with that decision 110%. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think that's all the questions
Yep. Thank you, council.
for now. Thank you. Peter, you have a few more, right?
That concludes the city manager's report.
Does it? Okay.
Yes.
It's 4 o'clock.
We're trying to get this meeting started here,
It's 4 o'clock. We're going to go ahead and start the meeting now. Okay. Section H, board and committee appointments. Rebecca?
Yes, ma'am. So the first board for your consideration is the Capital Improvement Advisory Committee. I'm sorry?
We're just approving everything.
Oh, okay. I was like approved. Oh, I wish. So staff, there's 3 vacancies on the Capital Improvement Advisory Committee. We're recommending the postponement of 2 of those for Councilmember Lerma and City Manager Zanoni. So today we'll be moving forward with Councilmember Gil Hernandez's appointment, and he is nominating George Laster, subject to council confirmation.
Okay, so you need a motion to approve?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we need a second?
Second.
Second, okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. Motion carries.
Okay. Next is the Park and Recreation Advisory Committee. So there are 7 vacancies. 4 members are seeking reappointment: Flo East, Hannah Husby, Alyssa Mejia, and Howard Shower. Their attendance rates are in your packet.
Second.
All right. So motion to reappoint, Mayor.
I'm sorry?
There's been a motion and
Oh,
a second to
yes.
reappoint
All in
East.
favor?
Okay,
Yes,
great.
I'm sorry. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Okay, so that leaves us with 3 vacancies. So if there are any nominations?
Mayor, I'd like to nominate Rose Harrison.
Rose Harrison, okay.
I'd like to nominate Robert
I'd like to nominate,
I'm sorry, wait a minute. Robert McNabney?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
like to nominate Christopher Arducer.
Arducer. Okay.
Christopher Arducer, okay.
Any
Let's
other
go.
nominations? Is that it?
Yes,
Okay, so close the nominations, right, Mayor? And then,
yes, close. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Hurry.
Close.
So do we,
I would like to make one more, just
oh, yes, sir.
It's already been closer.
for the heck of it. We're desperately needing some more representation for District 1 on the Parks Board, and we've got 2 people here, and I'm going to nominate Robert
That's why I
Oh,
nominated
he did.
Oh,
He's
they
already
did.
there, Mayor.
I got
Mr.
I got you
President.
covered.
Always on the
Yes.
same page there, seeking.
Yeah, so it's
So we've got-
Harrison, McNabbey, and Arduzer. Those
And
are
we
the
have
people.
three.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Okay.
okay, great. Do we have a sec, we don't need a second.
We do
okay.
to a point, we do.
Oh, we
yeah.
do?
Yeah.
Could we-
Yes, ma'am.
Second. Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
Okay. So then we have the Senior Corps Advisory Committee. There's one vacancy in the at-large category. So you have two individuals to choose from on that one.
Looking for, where is it? Oh,
You see
there's
those
one
Lawson?
vacancy?
One vacancy and two individuals, Lawson and Vella.
Madam Mayor, I want to nominate Allison Vella.
Oh, okay.
Do you see that, Mayor? Okay.
Yes, yes. I was looking at, yeah. Okay, any other nominations? Lawson's the only other one. Okay.
Okay, so Vella.
Would
Okay,
you
so
like
is there
to
a
move?
motion to appoint?
Motion to appoint? Would you like
Motion to appoint.
Is there a second? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
Okay, and then last we have the Water Shore and Beach Advisory Committee. There's one vacancy representing, it's a preferred but not required category of scientist.
I'd like to make a suggestion. We actually have a couple of scientists that are in the at-large position. We have both Dr. Philippe Tissot and Dr. Terry Palmer. Both are active scientists, so I propose we move Dr. Palmer over to the
Position?
scientist
Or
position.
the scientist.
Yeah.
So it'd be realigning Mr.
Realigning.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that
Mr.
way it opens the at-large, so we're following the recommendations.
Okay.
Okay.
So is
And
that,
for the at-large, I'd like to nominate Scott Lawson.
okay. So
Okay.
can we take the realignment first, and then that'll create the at-large slots?
at-large
Okay.
slot.
Okay, so is there, you want to make a motion to
I'll make a
realign?
motion to realign Dr. Terry Palmer to the scientist position.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
Okay, so now we have the
I'd like to
at-large.
nominate Scott Lawson.
Okay.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
Okay, thank y'all very
That's
much.
gotta be the quickest that we've ever done that.
Yeah. Okay. I know, I'm trying to. Okay. So that takes us to section, our consent agenda. So does anyone have anything to pull on the, I think staff, we're pulling number 6? Is that correct? Or not?
The demolition ordinance, correct?
I don't
Because
believe-
there's some amendments.
Yeah, there's you had your amendment that you did make to the demolition ordinance, and then you had a couple of amendments that you wanted to make to the demolition ordinance that you need to amend into it.
That's right.
Okay, so we'll
So
pull number
we'll pull
6.
6.
Does
Mhm.
anyone have any other items to pull from items number 3 through 10?
Well, I'm sorry to do this,
Oh, my.
Okay.
but I promise you it's a very short question
Okay.
on 9 and 10.
9 and 10.
9 and 10, okay. Okay, so I will, 9 and 10,
Move to approve the rest.
Wait a minute. hold
well,
on.
Let me see if they're going to pull
let me
anything
make
else.
sure here. Do we,
I'm sorry, I
Yeah?
said the wrong number. I've got,
okay.
19 and 22 is the one.
Oh, okay, well,
Wait,
we're
okay,
right,
that's later.
consent.
hang on, right now, we're doing consent.
Okay, just
So
consent.
you don't have anything for consent then, right?
No.
Okay, great.
No.
So, does anyone in the public have any requests on any items, numbers 3 through 10, with the exception of 6?
Yes, I do have one on
Oh.
10.
Right.
Okay.
We have 6, 9, and 10, sir.
No.
No.
No,
I thought he said 10.
He corrected
No.
himself.
Oh, he didn't want 9 and 10. He
Yeah,
wanted the 17.
9
16,
I
10.
don't need.
Just 10.
10 was
Gotcha.
one I needed.
Okay, I'm going to
sorry.
entertain a motion to approve consent agenda with the exception of items 6 and 9.
Move to
6 and
approve.
10, gosh. Sorry, 6 and 10. Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
Okay.
So let's We'll go to 6 first,
Right.
and then 10.
Who pulled 6?
Staff.
Staff did. Okay.
We just want to, as Miles said, we just want to highlight the 3 or 4 changes that the council wanted
Right.
in the first read. So this is, everything's in the attached ordinance, so it's redlined. So, do you have a
Yes,
quick?
and pulled up the presentation slide that highlights the amendments that council requested, and that's also been added in a version of the ordinance.
Okay.
And so I can go through this briefly
Yeah.
if you have any questions, or, which we updated the timelines, changing from hours and calendar days to business days. We updated the notice amendment that states the Code Enforcement Division and Development Services will attempt to provide notice by placard, hand delivery, and registered mail, as stated in the section. The licensed engineer stating that, to clarify that the plan of action shall be developed by a licensed structural engineer registered in the state of Texas, and also a hurricane amendment stating that an emergency demolition may not be conducted within 30 days of damage caused by a hurricane.
So we need
Okay.
to approve it with the amendments and then as amended,
Okay.
once we're done,
Mr.
if
Hernandez,
you're
you have
good with
a
it.
Yeah, real quick question. With the structural engineer to come up with a plan, does the structural engineer is the one that condemned it? And if not, why not?
No, this is to stabilize the structure.
No,
This
no,
is-
I get it.
yes,
I understand why we're
yeah.
requiring a structural engineer to be advised, but when we condemn it, we don't have a structural engineer on staff that says it needs to be condemned, right?
It'll
No,
be-
our building official will make that
A building
declaration.
official
Yes.
that is certified in what way?
So through the building code, certified to.
No,
make that
I mean, but is there some sort of certification that individual has?
Yeah, Al Raymond, what do you have for a certification? Because Al's the building official.
I'm getting these questions, so I'm.
No, that's good, yeah,
I
it's,
just want to make sure that we're not, we don't have, George the plumber, the guy that's condemning it, and
No,
then
we got Al, the
we require a
director.
structural engineer.
The building official is certified by ICC as a certified building official, all things dealing with the codes, all of the codes.
Okay, so that's what I need to hear. Thank you.
Okay.
I know. I would like to point.
Mr. Risley?
I'd like to point out the structural engineer is only required for the stabilization plan. You can make just request reconsideration without the structural engineer. So there is a way to move forward
Good.
for the person who's being told their building needs to be torn down without having a structural engineer.
Very good. Thank you for clarifying. Okay. I will entertain a motion.
That's to approve the ordinance.
Oh.
With the amendment. So it's a motion to amend to include the amendments presented by Ms. Cantu. Correct? The ones, okay.
Okay. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Okay,
And
item
then-
number,
And then approve it as amended. The whole thing as
okay.
amended on second reading.
do we have a motion to approve as amended? Okay, we have a second. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
Thank you.
And thank you for all the work the staff did on that.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. This is a good quality of life ordinance. That's
Yes.
yet another one that the city council's approved in less than.
Yes.
I've
yeah.
actually got a location where I want you to go take a look.
Okay, give us the address.
Okay. Number 10.
Yes, it is.
So number 10, Mr. Pusley, you
Yes.
pulled that one. It's a resolution approving an amendment to the Corpus Christi B Corporation guidelines and criteria for granting business incentives.
Okay, what this, if I understand this right, Peter, what this does is grant the mayor, the city manager, and somebody else,
Appointee.
and your appointee, to have access to any of the deals that are brought to EDC.
Right, it's somewhat of a formality, but we haven't, in the guidelines, it didn't say that the mayor, me, or the mayor's appointee needed to get an application immediately as it's turned into the Economic Development Corporation.
Okay.
And so, in one, maybe two instances, we found out about a project after it was fully vetted and taken to the EDC board.
Right.
And it's our money that was spending, so I'm like, you know what, we should know.
Fully vetted by not us.
I totally agree
Yeah.
with what you're doing.
Yeah.
I just, Should we extend that courtesy to the entire council? And here's what I would suggest, and we did something like this at the county with respect to these deals. We each, if a council member wanted a copy, maybe you weren't interested, but if you wanted one, we would go to the county attorney's office and sign a confidentiality agreement.
These aren't confidential for the most part.
They're not?
No. The request for the sales tax dollars meant for economic development in the Type B.
So these are not confidential deals that come to them? I
No.
thought they were all confidential for a certain point.
Not the ones that we've received so far. I mean, you could get one in the future that's confidential.
Okay, well,
But
if
to
it's
this
not
point, they're
confidential-
open. And we can talk with the mayor. We could forward you copies if you'd like as they come in.
Okay.
It's really about putting you all and us in the know
Yeah.
immediately.
Sure.
Before people start spending our money, so we can,
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Okay. Motion to approve.
Do we have a second? Second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Okay, we will go on to section L, budget-related items, items numbers 11 through 24. So item number 11 is public hearing and first reading ordinance adopting the City of Corpus Christi operating budget for the fiscal year 2021-2022, beginning October 1 of 2021. Hello.
Okay, Mayor and Council, good afternoon. Eddie Houlihan with the Office of Management and Budget. I have a PowerPoint I'll go through quickly, and then the schedule of adjustments that gets us to our number that we're proposing to be adopted today. The FY 21-22 budget addresses the four big areas that we heard from the community about and from council. The first area is Public Works Street, which that budget includes $4.2 million for a third rehabilitation pavement crew, and also includes $750,000 to begin a Safe Routes to School program. In the public safety area, the budget includes 10 new police officer positions, which increases our 5-year plan. Was previously 25 officers over 5 years. It's now going to be 30 officers over those same 5 years. Also included is 8 new sworn firefighter positions and 1 additional medic unit. In the park and rec area, the budget includes $2.9 million in one-time funds for park improvements at 10 regional and community parks, and also begins a marina capital improvement plan, which will total over $33 million for the next 3 years. And lastly, in the neighborhood services area, the budget includes 2 additional live relief coordinators and 1 additional veterinarian for animal care, and it also includes 5 additional code enforcement officers. This is a slide you've seen before. The total 22 city budget is $1.2 billion. It includes the 5 areas: general fund, enterprise funds, special revenue funds, debt funds, and a capital budget of just over $420 million. The general fund, specifically with transfers, is an increase from $265.4 million in FY21 to $298.4 million in FY22, an 11.1% increase. And just the general fund, property and sales tax make up over 50% of the revenue in the general fund. Public safety is 48.5% of the general fund, and then solid waste and our street transfers make up another 20%. And then some small departments. We had one-time funding in the 22 budget of $13.2 million, and our Parks and Rec department is a little over $20 million. The budget includes an increase in positions from 3,404 to 3,564. Some of the highlights of those additional positions are, as I mentioned, 10 police officers, 8 firefighters, 12 positions for an additional street rehabilitation paving crew, animal care with 4 technicians, the live leaf coordinators, and the veterinarian. Also includes 8 positions in wastewater, 14 positions in stormwater for a ditch and channel maintenance crew, and an addition of 15 positions in gas to support the meter replacement program. The budget also includes the holiday for the city. and we are proposing the addition of two holidays, one floating holiday and Juneteenth, to get us more in line with our 7 peer cities in Texas. That would raise the city holidays from 8 to 10. The average of the 7 peer cities is 11. Regarding utility rates for wastewater, the proposed monthly rate increase for a typical residential customer with a 5,000 gallon winter average would be $1.97 per month. In the water area, the proposed monthly rating decrease of $6.12, which would go into effect in January of 22, would offset the stormwater fee for a typical residential customer using 6,000 gallons and a stormwater customer that would be in Tier 2. That would be the 3,000 to 4,500 square foot impervious cover property. And then the stormwater, new monthly stormwater fee is proposed to go into effect also in January of 22, with a typical residential customer seeing a $6.12 charge. There is no proposed rate increase in the gas area. When we went out to the community and held our 5 community input sessions, the overwhelming, what we heard overwhelmingly was the streets. So we increased the expenditures for additional residential street reconstruction by $812,000, which is the amount that we received from the tax office when they did their final worksheet. So we use that money all to go toward our street program. The staff amendments, I think you've seen almost all of these, or maybe one in here that we didn't discuss last week, but the in the general fund, most of these items are ins and outs. We decreased the facility charge in code. Code used to be part of the police area, and so we had the full facility charge for the police department and code enforcement, so we're breaking that out. That's about $640,000. It's a decrease to code enforcement and increase to police. We had some Northwest Boulevard improvements for $150,000, and we just moved those improvements from planning to streets. We had a position that we moved a strategic communication specialist from the health department to the communications department, and then we increased funding for the sister city program from 10 to 20,000. In the enterprise, just a water fund, the utility business office is in the water fund, and we had an increase in cost, and we need to increase the cost in wastewater, stormwater, and gas. It reimburses the water department for this department. That amounted to $824,000. It's a reimbursement to the water fund. This is something that we discussed last week, the hotel occupancy tax fund. We increased the funding to the botanical gardens by $25,000. This increases the budget for the botanical gardens from $40,000 to $65,000. And then development services, we decreased the revenue. We went with a longer phase-in period for revenue increases, from a 2-year phase-in period to a 4-year phase-in period. So we decreased the revenues that we're expecting in FY22. And then the debt service fund had an increase in property tax revenue due to the final tax worksheet we received. Now moving into the capital budget, totals $448.9 million.
Mayor, can I get a question on the operating budget before it goes to capital budget?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, where's yours?
I did want to point out a couple of things here. We talked to the city manager a little while ago about the Type B funding. There was some $5 million from last year that was not used. It's going to be reprogrammed to, I guess, a university and some other items. But since that happened yesterday, I guess that's going to come to us in an amendment next week. Is that
You're
correct?
You're going to see it next week. That's correct.
Okay, so the other one is, I know we say we have a $1.02 billion budget, but I know we count the internal services funds twice through our accounting side of things. So when you take it away from the general fund, put in the internal services fund, and then count it again, just for the explanation purposes, why do we do that?
Well, you'll notice back here on the slide, we didn't include internal service funds on this slide. for the 1.2 billion? It's just general fund enterprise, special revenue, debt, and capital.
Yeah, the 1.2 billion, Councilman, excludes transfers, so that we're not doing just what you said. So you can see the general fund's 258 on this amount here, but it's really, with the transfers, 298.
So where do you take them out in the, well, you're counting in the capital budget, right? I'm talking about the operating budget.
That's
Okay.
what we're talking about, the operating. Yeah, like the general fund you see on this slide here, Councilman, it's 258.3 million. That excludes transfers. The total general fund budget, including transfers, 298.4 million.
Okay, so in our book, it says 285 million for the general fund.
285 before you add the one-time.
One-time expenditures?
The one-time, yes.
Yeah.
As we balance the budget, we don't include the one-time because it's a one-time expenditure that we're intentionally using some fund balance for.
All right, we're going to have more discussions before our next reading. All right, thank you.
Okay. Okay. The capital budget, 448.9 million, and you can see that the first four areas there, water, streets, wastewater, stormwater, comprise almost 3/4 of the budget. And then Parks and Rec, Public Health and Safety, Airport, Gas, and Public Facilities make up the remainder of the capital program. In the amendments, all of these you have seen before except the last item there, Parks and Rec CIP. We did remove pool facilities renovation, which was funded by the Community Enrichment Fund for $250,000, because we're taking a closer look at that fund, so we wanted to remove that while we're going through that process.
Yeah, can I just add to that, Eddie? So the only expenditures with the Community Enrichment Fund were those, it was 250,000 for the pool. But Councilman Hernandez had a good point. We are going to be bringing to the council an overview of the Community Enrichment Fund, some recommended policy guideline changes, and a plan to spend $3 million. That's the available balance. So we'll do that in total rather than recommending 250,000 now be spent outside of that conversation with the city council. Okay, so we're recommending taking out 250,000 for pool maintenance from the Community Enrichment Fund. It may be a recommendation when we come back to the council in a holistic approach to say, let's review the Community Enrichment Fund, let's recommend these adjustments from staff and the council can decide, and then let's have a spending plan for the $3 million that sits in that fund today.
So that's going to come,
What's that?
that's going to, what you just
Yes.
described is going to come later.
It'll come later, I think in about a couple of weeks, Neiman.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, late September or
Okay.
something.
So
Yeah,
you're going to have
September.
a plan for that, all of that fund
Yes,
balance?
yeah, we'll have a
Wow.
comprehensive plan on how to spend the money and some policy revisions.
Right.
And so we're following up on Councilman Hernandez's point, which is don't have a recommendation to spend 250,000 now until we have that conversation with the council, policy conversation.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, and we're also going to be taking a look at it in audit committee as well.
Oh, right. Okay, you'd mentioned that. Okay. Do you have a question now or later? Okay. Ms. Presley?
Yeah, Peter, I just, and I don't want to belabor this point, but I've been asking for a accounting of the community enrichment funds now for 3 or 4 months. And I was told we were going to do it by August 31st, and now you're pushing it to September. I mean, when are we going to get it done?
I think, what was the exact date, Neiman, that we have in the September what?
I was hoping that we were going to have
What?
it done before we approve the budget.
Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately, it's pretty complex fund, and what's been taking a little bit of time is some of the research on, because you have, I don't know how many years of developer participation funds deposited, and it's just not clean. So we want to make sure everything's right. We're also wanting to come back with, I added this to the scope, come back with a spending plan, rather than just say, here's where the money came from, here's the guidelines, and there's $3 million sitting over there. We want to come to the council to say, here's a recommendation on how and where, based on the policy, those $3 million should be allocated. So I added one more step that delayed Neiman a little bit.
Okay, will that spending plan be based on what the policy that
Yes.
was adopted by the some previous city council and
But-
in
yes.
cooperation with the Builders Association?
Yes.
There was a policy developed for how funds would be spent.
Right.
That's right, yeah, because the funds were deposited under those guidelines, we're gonna recommend they adhere to those guidelines.
Okay.
We are gonna make some recommendations on how the fund can operate more easily in the future.
Okay.
So there's several steps that we're working on. The work group, we had a meeting last week, the work group was like 20, 30 people. And it does include the auditor. We had the city auditor in there with us because we know that Councilman Hernandez at the audit committee is going to hear it as well.
Okay.
So we're working on it, Councilman. It's not that we put it aside and we said, maybe. We're working on it. It's just it's a complex and a legacy issue. It's one of those legacy issues we're trying to fix.
Okay.
So,
All right.
Yes, sir.
Thank you,
Okay,
Peter.
thank you.
Just as a note, that's from the UDC. The Community Enrichment Fund setup is in the UDC in two sections on setting up the Community Enrichment Fund, and the second one is how the money is allocated or counted in lieu of land, money in lieu of land. So it'll be based on that.
Go ahead, Mr.
Okay.
Houlihan.
Here's the process we've been through in the last month. We had 6 city council workshops. We had 5 community input sessions, all virtual. Today is a public hearing for the budget, for the tax rate, and the stormwater fee. And then next week is the second reading of those 3 items, the budget, stormwater, and the tax rate. Go to 11A presentation, please. Just briefly show the math to get to the number that we're recommended that be adopted. This was included in your packet. We went over all of these, I believe, but I'll just briefly go through them again, that we've increasing revenues by $822,219 for the final worksheet from the tax office. Using those increase in revenues to go to residential streets of $812, and then the sister city program for $10,000, that makes up the $822. And several ins and outs there, the facilities from code to police, the planning, the 150 in planning from planning to streets, and then a movement of the 1 personnel from health department to communications, and then the water increasing the UBO reimbursement from wastewater, gas, and stormwater. And then we did have some movement of some fleet vehicles that went from the utility business office to the water delivery system. So we moved fleet charges, a little over 14,000 from the utility business office, both in the water fund to the treated water delivery. Then in the residential street, we had to transfer the $812,000 to the residential street fund, and we increased the expenditures in that fund for additional construction contract for streets. And then we added the $25,000 for the botanical gardens. The next page, for development services, we decreased the revenues due to the phase-in process being increased from 2 to 4 years. And then we increased the general debt service fund ad valorem tax revenue by a little over $900,000, which all of those items bring us to total revenues of a little over $986 million and total amended expenditures of $1,027 million. I'll stand by for any questions that you have.
Councilman Smith.
Thank you, Eddie. So we've got some paperwork on the proposed version of the budgets, and in that's what we're adopting today, correct?
With the amendments.
This is on the capital improvements plan on the desalination. So the original budget was $15.4 million, or $15,840,000, and now we're looking at $10,163,000.
That's correct.
Okay. There's been a lot of conversation both within council and in the public on that. And I just want to reaffirm, as we adopt this budget, we are adopting that lower figure of $10,163,000.
Correct.
Okay.
This particular ordinance is only for operating. We're going to get to capital in just a second. We
okay.
separate them too, but that's absolutely correct.
Okay, thank you.
Right, and Councilman, just on that, so that number is the difference between the first portion of the loan amount, the 11.4. The city has already spent some of that, so this is the remaining that'll be spent. That's what that $10 million number is. So we did have that 15 number, which was in excess of the loan amount. We wanted to go back to the original loan amount based on council and community conversation.
Yeah. Councilman Hernandez, do you have a question? Or is that an old light? Old light.
It's always on.
It's gotten to turn
All
off.
right, it's a little sticky button, sorry.
Yeah. Okay, Mr. Houlihan. Yes.
Okay. We have the public hearing, or?
Okay.
I just didn't know if they had any more discussion, but you're right. So we do need a public hearing.
Yes.
You presented on both, but let's start with the operating budget first for the public hearing for that one.
Right, so we'll go ahead and open public hearing. Is there any comment from the public? Please come forward. No. Okay, we'll close public hearing. And, okay, so we're going to go ahead and,
To discussion on that first reading ordinance as presented by Mr. Houlihan to approve the operating budget.
right, okay. I will entertain a motion to approve item number 11.
So move.
Is there a second? Second. Any further discussion?
And on this, Mayor, we do need a roll call vote for the budget.
Oh, okay.
Okay, it's required.
Go right ahead.
So if you're ready,
Ready.
we'll go ahead and call the roll for passage of ordinance number 11 on its first reading. Council members Martinez? Molina is absent. Pusley? Smith?
Aye.
Barrera?
Aye.
Hernandez? Mr. Hernandez? Oh, sorry. I thought you just got it for a second.
Aye.
Hunter?
Aye.
Okay, I think I heard you. Mr. Hunter, right? Okay. Lerma?
Aye.
And Mayor Guajardo?
Aye.
Okay, the ordinance passes. And then we have item number 12, which is the public hearing and first reading for the capital budget. Mr. Houlihan presented on the capital budget, so at this time, we need to conduct the public hearing for the capital budget.
Okay, we'll open the public hearing for item number 12. Do we have any members of the public who would like to comment on item number 12? Okay, I'll close the public comment or public hearing.
Mayor-
Entertain a
Mayor?
motion. Pardon?
I'd like to make an amendment to the capital budget. Hopefully I'll get a second.
What is that amendment?
I have not been happy with the amount of community enrichment funds that are being programmed in the capital improvement plan. Over the next 3 years, it's over $100 million. This year, it's 27, but the one that is most egregious to me is in Parks and Recreation. So I ask that we do an amendment to the Parks and Recreation CIP to move $5,616 or $1,600 and let me read this again.
What?
$5,616,576 from certificates of obligation to general obligation bond.
Councilman, you said in the beginning, community enrichment fund, but you meant
I'm sorry,
certificates.
I meant
Yeah.
a certificate of obligation.
Yeah,
Certificate of obligation.
yeah, okay. Can you summarize? Yeah.
Sorry, they're right next to each other.
Yeah, I was like, what?
I railed against the
say-
certificates of obligation, so it's the certificate of obligation funds that are being spent for Parks and Recreation.
Right.
And it's $5,616,576. The ones for the following years, in year 2 are 9.9 million, and in year 3, 772,000. Parks is something that we should vote on as, for general obligation bonds, and I ask that be moved over to general obligation bonds. If you want to identify it as general obligation 22, then that's fine, but for at least for those, for that 5 million for year 1, I don't think it should be in certificates of obligation,
Okay.
at least not for Parks.
Councilman Smith has a comment or light on?
Well, a question. So, City Manager Zanoni, if we do that, could we spend it in this fiscal year? Do we need to wait till we have a bond election? Since we're
Yeah.
talking to go into GO bond, so would that push it in 23, 24?
It would, but let me, so there's only, if I don't see Councilman's notes, but it looks like there's about 3 parks-related projects that have certificate of obligation funding. And the biggest one, just under 5 million, is the Packery Channel. And recall that we put that in as a backup plan. If we don't get the FEMA money, which we're on step 24 of 25, if we don't get the FEMA money, we recommended that we get the work done with COs. The proposals are coming in September 7th or so from the construction company. So if we put this in a GO bond, you're waiting another year to do the work.
Well, the election would be next year, and to place it, so we'd be doing the election in '22, placing the bonds in '23, going out in bid mid-'23, so we're looking at it. Okay.
Yeah, okay.
So we would delay that project.
We do have fund balances that we do occasionally go after, and we don't have to pay it all in '22. I know that there's occasions where we've done that. We've done it on North Beach. We've done it on other places. If we're just looking at, if this is a backup plan, that could be amended at some other point in time. I just don't want to be in the habit of borrowing money without, especially for something like parks, without going to the voters to borrow that money, and that's really the way it should be. The other ones where you have it for solid waste and even facilities, it might be, you might make an argument for it, but the way we have it planned right now, $100 million over the next 3 years in certificates of obligation, it just doesn't sit well with me. I think that should, that amount of debt really should go to the voter.
And then just, if I can, Mayor, one other point. We did do some research on the 7 cities above us. And the certificates of obligation is a business tool. It's a financing tool that cities use.
Right.
We're close to 6th in order of ratio between COs to GOs. So El Paso, San Antonio, Austin, Fort Worth, and all issue more COs to GOs than we do.
Right.
We issue about 12% compared to San Antonio's 20%, or El Paso's 36%. So we're on the bottom of the list of using COs in a responsible way. We're pretty closely tied with Arlington, and then just Dallas and Houston have less COs to GOs, but what that demonstrates is that we're not abusing the issuance of COs, as 5 cities above us issue more than we do as a ratio.
And this is staff's recommendation?
It is a staff recommendation to keep it the way, especially because if we get those bids in and we're ready to go, we want to, we got to go on that package.
Is that including the $100 million that is programmed for the next 3 years, or is that just what the current balance is?
That was as of 2020, Councilman. Yes.
So what would that be with the additional $100 million over the next 3 years?
Well, we'd have to check all those 7 cities. I'm sure they're issuing more as well.
That's fine.
We have a motion on the table. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Was there a second? I'm sorry. Yes, Mr. Ledma seconded. Okay.
Okay. Any further discussion?
I guess I'm confused. So you want to move 5 million? Is that what you said?
Well, if you look at the way we're only budgeting for this year because we'd have to do it again for next year, but it's programmed for almost about 15, 16 million for the
parks.
For parks.
Okay.
And I don't know. Every time I think we've gone out for parks in terms of general obligation bonds, I don't think they've ever been turned down, with exception of Destination Bayfront.
True.
But granted, some other cities may be using certificates of obligation a certain way. From my perspective, making sure that the debt is voted on by the voter is important. Is an important, if it not necessarily policy, but as as a way of doing business, or as a government, is being transparent. So from my perspective, that's the case. Now, that's not addressing the other certificates of obligation that are set for facilities, that are planned for facilities, and solid waste, which equates to 27 million for this year. Is that right? 27 million, correct? Correct. Yeah. So I'd like to look at it as a policy going forward that we, if we're going to borrow this amount of money, it should be through a general obligation bond and a bond election, not just a certificate of obligation.
So this sets back the plan, though. Everything we're using, all of this is coming in at literally the 11th hour. And
I
so
think I've
to change-
mentioned,
Well, but you're asking for the action right now. And so the detriment is what? I mean, this is part of the whole budget. Anyway, the detriment is that the plans we have for this money are not going to move forward as planned.
Right, that's correct. So things like the backup
Right.
plan for the Pack Channel would be delayed many years, as Councilman Smith pointed
well,
out.
I thought we were getting the FEMA money.
No, we don't know. We're on step 24 of 25, so I recommended, so we don't waste another 4 years, let's have a backup plan financially in case the federal money doesn't come in.
Yeah.
And so this is that backup plan. We may not even have to issue them. Things are looking good, but they
Right.
told me that for 2 years I've been here already, that,
Right.
oh yeah, it's coming in any day.
Yes, exactly.
So I'm like, you know what, we gotta get that thing fixed.
Right.
So
You're
not
this
sure
is
that
the
we're gonna
backup
get
plan.
the FEMA money.
No,
is
we
what
don't
he's saying.
know. We're just trying
Yeah.
to get things. Yes. Let me get,
So-
we've got quite a few people. Mr. Lemmer, you're coming up right after Mr. Barrera.
Yeah, I agree with the mayor. I mean, we've had countless meetings with regard to the capital budget, you know, and the public does vote on it every 2 years. Every 2 years, they get to choose in our system that we have 3 at large, a mayor, and a district council member. So I get it. Maybe your district is telling you this is what you want to do, but I can tell you that my district wants us to move forward. And I know we've been the recipients of several of the park funds and what have you. We're falling below the benchmarks to be able to move those capital improvements. And so the public wants us, right now, we're spending more money than we ever have on streets before. We're spending more money than we ever have on parks before. And I could tell you that the overwhelmingly response that the public has given to me about the appreciation of the development of their community, I'd say we move forward with this.
Thank you, Mr. Barrera. Councilman Lerma actually is next.
Yeah, my comment is, Gil, can we actually look at this for the following year as far as trying to change the policy or something, if that's what we want? Because I too am thinking the same thing Mr. Barrera's thinking over there, Councilman Barrera. You know, this council was elected, and this council is doing such a tremendous job about moving our city forward. I mean, I get it. Through bond sales or any other type of resources that we get our funding through. I know that the city has to have a mixture of everything. To be able to do what we do, I really know and understand that we have to get revenue from all different types of sources. But, I mean, I do not want to put a hold on projects because of I'm not going to say it's a technicality. It's something that you're very passionate about, Councilman Hernandez. But my question to you is that, can we look at it right after the budget and try to maybe go to 4% or do
Okay.
a percentage? I mean, that's what I'm asking.
Okay.
Looking
Is there
at this
something
from
that
the
we can do
perspective, because
like
they're
that?
asking me, I'm being asked
It's up to 9
questions.
people, though, Councilman.
I know, no, but I'm saying for him to bring it up at a later time, though, that's what I meant.
Of course he can bring it up at a
Well,
later
this is the
He-
time
I
you
mean,
make amendments,
We
right?
could have brought it up 2 weeks ago.
I
mean,
did bring it up 2 weeks ago.
No, but.
I brought it up, anytime
Okay.
we had
Councilman Smith
certificates
has
of
a-
obligation, I brought it up.
Councilman Smith has a remark.
Well, I mean, I didn't get my answer from
Well,
Mr.
the answer is
Hernandez.
yes. I mean.
I'm asking
answer
Mr.
him. Well,
Hernandez,
answer-
Look,
can
The
we-
answer is yes.
You know, this is something that just came, you know, in terms of the certificates of obligation is something more recent. You know, we didn't have $100 million programmed in certificates of obligation in the last budget. So this is, you know, I don't want to have a tacit approval of the plan to have certificates of obligation, you know, till the cows come home. And I understand that the way the city manager views certificates of obligation is a tool, but when you're talking about this amount of debt that we're going to incur for the public or for our taxpayers, it's important to make sure that we're transparent and have those as voted on, you know, just like we do general obligation bonds. And it shouldn't be, we shouldn't, you know, I can understand some of them, and that's why I didn't make an amendment for all of it. And because there's still the ones for solid waste and there's the ones for the facilities management. You can make arguments for that. You know, we've approved $18 million here recently in certificates of obligation. I'm not completely against certificates of obligation, but it should be used, it should be minimally used and should be, you know, traditionally used. You know, parks stuff is traditionally used with general obligation bonds, not certificate of obligations.
Okay, Councilman Smith.
Thank you. So, city manager said the bulk of this is the backup plan for Packard Channel.
Yeah, there's really, just so we're clear, there's only 3 park projects. So it's not, there's 3 park projects. 5 million is one project, the Packard Channel backup plan. The other one is a warehouse where our crews go in for $300,000. The one that is in existence today down there in the C District is a pathetic situation. So there's money for a warehouse / staff meeting center, and then a parks operation building, another one at the Holly site. So there's no real improvements to say park improvements of swimming pools and traditional things that we put in. It's really the Packard Channel and 2 facilities, 2 buildings that the park crews use.
Well, I'd like to make a comment on the Packard Channel. So we're past 4 years on that facility continues, the channel continues to deteriorate. The longer we wait, the more expensive it's going to be. This is only a backup plan. We would be deferring it another 3 years probably if we don't improve this. So, you know, that's kind of what we're voting on here. We're finding this is the material with it. If we want to let the Packery hang for another 3 years, then vote for this amendment. Thanks.
Okay, so we have a motion and we have a second. You still
Yes,
hold
a
your
motion
second,
to amend.
Councilman Lerma?
Yes, ma'am.
You do, okay. So, no further discussion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I'm sorry? Aye. All, any opposed, say no?
No.
Okay,
So
so we
it
got 2
failed.
ayes. Okay,
So the motion to amend failed.
okay. So now we're going to entertain a motion. I can't see.
Correct, as presented by
As
staff.
present, yes.
I move for approval of the capital budget as presented.
Thank you, Councilman. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Can we also do a roll call for this
Oh,
one, Mayor, just
sorry,
to?
yes,
Okay.
roll
So for passage of ordinance number 12 on its first reading, Mayor, council members Martinez?
Aye.
Molina is absent. Pesley? Smith?
Aye.
Barrera?
Aye.
Hernandez?
No.
Hunter?
Aye.
Lerma?
No.
And Mayor Guajardo?
Aye.
Okay, the budget passes. The CIP passes, item number 12. Sir? No, sir. Mm-mm.
Okay, please. Okay, so item number 13, public hearing and first reading ordinance, setting a property rate tax of .646264 per $100 valuation, which is effectively a 4.84% increase over the no new revenue tax rate. Hi, Heather.
Good afternoon, Council, Mayor. This item is to set our tax rate for fiscal year '22.
Yeah, so we
There
can
we
hear
go.
you a little
Sorry.
better. Thank
Okay.
you.
For fiscal year '22, I believe they're handing out the presentation. Next slide, please. So our proposed tax rate is .646264 cents per $100 valuation. So this is the same tax rate as was adopted in fiscal year '21, but is considered an increase because it will produce more revenue due to the increased
Okay,
appraised values.
repeat that, Heather. Say that one more time. This is very important,
Okay, yeah.
because this is part of this. Repeat, Heather.
So the tax rate that is being proposed is .646264 cents per $100 valuation. And this is the same tax rate as council adopted in fiscal year '21, but the required language by our legislature is that we have to say that we're increasing our tax rate because it'll produce more revenue due to the increased appraised values. So the tax rate is the same.
Okay.
But it will produce more revenue on the same parcels of property as was in the tax rate last year, because we do have increased appraised values on the same parcels. That does not include, we will produce more revenue because we do have new valuations too. We have about a $325 million worth of new valuations. But the same parcels from last year were valued at more than what they were the previous year. And so the no new revenue rate, which is the 0.616436 per $100 valuation, produces the same revenue as last year. And so we have that no new revenue rate that effectively produces the same revenues as last year. And then we have a voter approval rate, which is the 0.652503, which is our maintenance and operations rate that produced the same revenue as last year, increased by 3.5%. And then we add in our debt service tax rate to come up with our voter approval rate. Eddie, what is the total amount generated by the new property? 8 point?
Oh, just the new property?
Yeah, new properties. I'm sorry, I apologize, I didn't write that down. 2.7, was it 2.4? About $2.4 million. Mm-hmm. From the $325 million worth of new, for the new properties. New properties, yes. About 2.4 million.
Councilman Martinez.
Could you explain to us why is it called voter approval rate?
It is called the voter approval rate because if we adopt a tax rate over that, if we exceed that voter approval rate, then it triggers an automatic referendum election that voters have the right to say if they want that tax rate that's being proposed above the approval rate. So it triggers the voter approval. And these names are dictated.
That used to be the effective.
That used to be the rollback rate.
Rollback
rate, exactly. Exactly, it used to be the rollback rate. And so these are names that is set forth in the tax code. And this is what we have to call these, is the no new revenue rate and the voter approval rate. This is set by our legislature.
Can you turn your mic on, please, Mr. Pessin?
Exactly.
I'm
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yes, the no new revenue rate was formerly the effective tax rate because it effectively produces the same amount of revenue on the same properties as last year. And then the voter approval rate is the rate that triggers a vote by election and vote by the citizens on the tax rate. Okay, awesome. Next page, please. Next slide, please. So when you look at where, there's always the question of what does our property dollar pay for? So if you were to break up $1 worth of property taxes paid, 66.06% of that dollar, or about 66 cents, goes to maintenance and operations. And so that is the operations across the city of our public safety, roads, our code enforcement, our libraries, our parks, those general services within the government. And then of that 66 cents, about 4 cents, or about 8.7 million, will be allocated specifically to residential streets. So out of the portion that goes to M&O, or maintenance and operations, about 4 cents of that will be allocated directly to residential streets. And then about 33.96%, or 33 cents, will go to our debt service. We were just talking about our general obligation bonds and certificates of obligations. And so 33.96 cents goes to the debt service on our outstanding debt that is not considered self-supporting. So our solid waste and some of our other debt that's backed by hotel motel or other taxes are considered self-supporting, but these are will go to our tax-supported debt. Next slide, please. So our next steps will be on September 2nd. We will have the second reading and we will adopt the fiscal year 22 property tax rate. So that does conclude my presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Councilman Smith.
Thank you. So Heather, you said our tax rate is not changing.
Our tax rate is not changing.
Okay, with it. And so if somebody has an increase in valuations, then it's going to go up by whatever that increase in valuation is.
Exactly. It's not that our tax rate changed, but their property is valued for more than it was in the prior year.
So if the appraisal district did not change somebody's valuation, their tax is the same, even though we're going to tell them it's going up.
Exactly, the city rate. Now, they may see an increase in their overall tax bill
Yeah.
as a result of a county rate or the school district rate or the health district or the community college district. There's all other taxes that are included in that bill. But as far as the city portion, your taxes will not increase for city taxes unless the overall appraised value of your property increased.
But if they got that friendly letter in April from the appraisal district that's raised their appraisal 10%, their taxes are not going up 4.8%, they're going to go up 10%.
Exactly.
With it. So I hope the public, you understand that we're going to be saying some nomenclature that were mandated by the state of Texas.
Right.
Your individual bill, if your valuation went down, your city tax will go down. If your valuation stayed the same, your city tax is going to stay the same. If your valuation went up, it's going to go up whatever percentage your valuation went up.
Exactly.
So we're talking about the average of everything. And so what we saw, the average of existing property was up about 2.9%. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And then the balance of the 4.8, we had another 2% in new construction adding to our tax base.
Yes.
So that's the second point, which is an effective 4.84%. We're going to be saying that, but really existing valuations go up 2.9%. And because we had all of this additional construction, then, okay. Okay, well, I'll be making the motion after we finish.
Thank you. Councilman Pusley?
Yeah, so Heather, the 2.4 million, I want to be sure I understand this. That's the new construction
Yes.
amount that went up?
Yes.
Okay, so what's the amount above our no new that was as a result of increase in valuations? What was the total amount? I seem to remember an 8 million number, but that may not be right.
Yeah, 9 million minus 2.4. Yeah, so it'd be the 9 million minus the 2.4, which would be about 9 million minus the 2.4. So 9 million was the
minus
total
the
increase.
2.4.
Minus the 2.4,
So it's
yes.
8 million and some change. Okay, that's what I thought I remembered. So with
7 million now.
increase in valuations and new construction, the city's going to earn about $9 million with this tax rate over what this tax rate would have earned last year.
Exactly.
Okay.
And of that, about 2.4 is strictly due to new construction,
Yeah.
not existing
So
valuation.
the city has an additional $9 million to spend
Yes,
with this same tax rate.
yes.
Okay. That's a lot easier for people to understand than
Yeah.
percentages
Yeah.
and no new revenue rate.
Councilman Hernandez?
Just out of curiosity, how many of the existing properties, not counting new properties, increased in value versus like a percentage-wise?
I do not have that information.
Okay.
Generally, the appraisal district evaluates 1/3 of the properties each year. That'd be about
Well, I don't know. In my property, they seem to do it every year.
Well, they got you
I seem to get one of those notices every year.
Okay.
So, but you don't know. Can you get that information for our next reading?
Yeah, we can, I'll get with the appraisal district to see if they can
Okay,
give
I
me
just
a property
I want
count.
to know how much of the people in the city had their properties increase in value
Sure.
versus the ones that didn't.
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, I think that's all the questions, Heather.
Okay.
Well, I'd like to make a motion, and
Actually, hold on, I
Right.
have to read this, and then you
Oh,
read
okay.
that, correct?
And then we have
Yes,
to open
she
a
is.
public hearing.
Oh, right, in public
Yes.
hearing, okay. So I will go ahead and open a public hearing. Is there anyone in the public who would like to make a comment on item number 13?
13, yeah.
Okay, I will close public hearing now and read my script.
Yes, please.
All right. So during today's city council meeting, the city council will vote on the first reading of the proposed property tax rate of .646264 per $100 valuation for fiscal year 2022, and at the September 7th, 2021 city council meeting beginning at 11:30 a.m. at City Hall. The city council will vote on the second and final reading of the proposed property tax rate of .646264 per $100 valuation.
I would like to make a motion based on the property tax code and a motion to adopt an ordinance setting the tax rate that exceeds the no new revenue tax rate must be made in the following form. So this is what the tax code says we have to say. I move that the property tax rate be increased by the adoption of a tax rate of .646264 per $100 valuation, which is effectively a 4.84% increase in the tax rate. We've heard Heather's explanation.
Okay. Second. Okay, do we have a second? Second. Any further discussion? Rebecca, would you take?
Yes, ma'am.
roll call.
I'll do a roll call on this. So for passage of ordinance 13 on its first reading, Councilmembers Martinez?
Aye.
Molina is absent. Pusley? Aye. Smith?
Aye.
Barrera?
Aye.
Hernandez?
It's
No.
Hunter? Mr. Hunter? Mr. Hunter? Okay, Markham is absent. Lerma?
Aye.
And Mayor Guajardo.
aye.
The ordinance passes.
Okay. Good point. Okay, moving on. Item number 14.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Eddie Houlihan with the Office of Management and Budget. Last item on the taxes today. Item 14 is an ordinance ratifying the property tax increase reflected in the 21-22 operating budget that will require raising more revenue from property taxes than the fiscal year 2021 operating budget in the amount of $9,095,758. The local government code provides that the adoption of a budget that will require raising more revenue from property taxes than the previous year requires a separate vote of the city council to ratify the property tax increase. A vote under this section is in addition to and separate from the vote to adopt the budget or the vote to set the tax rate. I again reiterate that the tax rate remains the same at .646264, same as fiscal year 21. I'll
Okay.
stand by for any questions.
Councilman Hernandez, do you have a question? No?
No, no, thank you.
Councilman Smith, do you have a question? No? Okay. We. you have
Mayor,
a
there
question?
is I don't know if this matters, but there's a typo on the budget amount number. It's missing a digit
On the general fund?
This one's just an ordinance.
where it says 9,095,000. It says 9,95,758. So if this document becomes official record, we need to correct that.
Just a period.
The period?
Yeah, what document,
Is that-
Councilman?
Well, he's looking at the,
Memorandum?
Okay, the memo?
Oh, okay, back in the actual ordinance.
It is on the heading of the ordinance.
Yeah. 9,095,758, the zero is,
The body of the ordinance is correct. The heading does say 9,95758, so.
Okay, we'll have to fix it, right? Good catch, Councilman.
Yeah,
We
I
need-
recommend you fix it in the heading.
okay. Yeah, I'll entertain a motion. Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
No.
The motion carries.
It didn't require roll call?
Okay. Oh, did we need roll
I
call?
was trying to find something.
I'm so sorry.
Can we just do, yeah,
We
just
can do
to,
it.
I
I'm just
do.
used to it, yeah.
So we can do a roll call
sure.
on 14 on
Yes.
first reading. And for the record, the amount is, what is it? It's 9 million?
$95,758.
$9,095,700.
$095, okay. 758, okay. So for passage of that ordinance, council members Martinez?
Aye.
Molina is absent. Pusley? Smith?
Aye.
Barrera?
Aye.
Hernandez?
No.
Hunter? Mr. Hunter is absent. Lerma?
Aye.
And Mayor Guajardo.
Aye.
The ordinance passes.
Okay, great. Item number 15, public hearing. And first, reading ordinance adopting subchapter C of Chapter 552 of the Texas Local Government Code and declaring the drainage of the city of Corpus Christi to be a public utility and part of the city's combined utility system, and establish the city's stormwater system as a municipal drainage utility system. Hi, Gabe.
Hello. Gabriel Nojosa, Assistant Director of Public Works. Also have with me Henrietta Locklear and Art Reinhardt, consultants helping on this project. So we're here to recommend the passing of a ordinance that would create a stormwater utility. Why are we here? From these pictures, you can see the improvements that our stormwater system needs, from environmental issues to maintenance issues to issues that will require capital improvement projects. I think we all want to alleviate these problems. And how do we do that? We started looking, from the city manager tasked us to bring the stormwater program to a next level. Looking at how other cities have a standalone fee, you can see the top two cities almost 30 years ago have a standalone fee and have been working on their stormwater programs. Recently, Arlington was in 2014, 7 years ago. With the passage of this ordinance, we would be the last major Texas city to establish a standalone stormwater fee. So looking at these, not every time does something fit in Dallas that would fit here. We have tailored a program that is for the needs of the city of Corpus Christi. So this stormwater program, we know stormwater varies in quantity, in intensity in different regions, but we have created a stormwater program that will fit this region. This dedicated fee will allow us to properly maintain and service our stormwater system for years to come. So what does creating a drainage utility get us? It removes the stormwater from the water rate to create financial transparency. Currently, if you get a water bill, there's a small, sentence that says your portion of this water bill is going towards a stormwater fee. This will create a line item where citizens can see how much they are contributing to stormwater and what is that getting them. Today, the fee is based on water consumption. And we know water consumption has no direct correlation to drainage runoff. And finally, we would create a stable revenue stream to maintain and improve this system. We would have to come to council every year if we wanted to ask for a fee increase or if we wanted a new improvement. So this isn't something that's going to be our decision. We'll come to council, we'll have your approval if we need to do any other improvements besides the ones for this year. Current fee structure. So right now, we have about 87,000 current residential water connections versus about 8,500 non-residential water connections. So how does that correlate to impervious area? Well, you can see it's a total transformation. The estimated impervious area of non-residential is 66% versus 34% from residential customers. So how does that correlate to revenue? Well, now you see non-residential customers are only producing 51% of the revenue, while residential customers are producing 46%. This fee will move that pie chart, basically, to mimic the middle pie chart. So the stormwater revenue from non-residential will be approximately 66% versus the revenue from the residential customers being about 34%. What happens if we keep it the same? Keeping the same allows 18% of all residential customers to pay zero towards stormwater fees, and allows 30% of all non-residential customers to pay zero towards stormwater program. So anytime a customer is under 2,000 gallons, either residential or commercial, there's zero going towards the stormwater revenue for our programs. Also with our current system, today we have 5% of parcels with impervious area that currently do not have a water meter. So there is no way currently to collect from these sites. This ordinance would allow us to collect from these parcels. Proposed rate structure. How's the proposed rate structure? The typical basis of a typical fee structure is impervious cover. So when it comes to drainage, when it comes to stormwater, impervious cover, grass is impervious cover to a point. Parking lots, roof lines, sidewalks, driveways. So you can see the two examples here. We have a park and a business. Park has, a small parking lot, maybe, a golf course, and then you got the big box stores where you have the big roof lines and large parking lots with, some credit going towards landscaping. So you can see what our basis for our fee is it's based on the amount of runoff generated from a site, not water consumption. Next, parcel types. We've created two categories for this fee structure. We've created a single-family residential and a non-residential. In the single-family residential, we're recommending multiple tiers with tier 1, tier 2, and tier 3, and I'll get to those in a second. And with the non-residential, we are recommending a land use factor or an intensity of development factor that will calculate a parcel's runoff. And you can see an example here. We have an agricultural example. Say you have a 22-acre site, you convert that to square feet. That 0.05, that's the intensity of development factor. So an agricultural site would have very little runoff because most of it would infiltrate into the soil. So we're saying 99.5% would soak in, only 0.05 would run off. And then we equate it back to an ERU. So that site would generate 15 ERUs. With the suggested rate of 612, we would be at $91.80 for that property. So getting into the tiered residential. So these are the tiers. Less than 3,000 is tier 1. You'll see it's about 16% of the parcels in Corpus Christi. Tier 2, 3,000 to 4,500, which is about 58% of the parcels in Corpus. Tier 3 is greater than 4,500, which would be about 26% of the parcels. So the 3280 fits in that tier 2, which is our equivalent unit of 1. So in tier 1, you would pay 0.75 of that 612 rate. Tier 3, you would pay 1.75 of that 612 rate. These are the land use categories that we're also proposing to accept. So the top 3 are the residential. So whether you're a one-family resident in a state district or a townhome or multiple dwelling site, those would be your intensity factors. So you'll see 0.5, 0.35, and 0.65 are being used for those calculations. So the rest, apartments through the manual, are all intensity development factors of non-residential. You'll see apartments, business districts, the big box stores are the higher numbers because we'll see the more runoff from those properties. And so you come down all the way to agricultural sites like the example I gave. So what's a 5-year program look like for us? Well, if we had, all our wishes, this is what it would look like. But we want to focus on fiscal year 22. This is what we're asking for today. We have a $15.74 million budget, and we're asking for $2 million in improvements. So that would come out to about $17.75 million. So with the rates below, the Tier 1, the Tier 2, the Tier 3, and the non-residential rate would get us to that $17.75 million. If you start looking in 23, 24, 25, and 26, and I'll get to that on the next slide of what are the improvements that we're asking for in those future years. But of course, we know not every year we can have those increases. But today we're asking for $17.75 million. So what are the stormwater improvements we're asking for this year? Street sweeping, we're asking for 2 additional units to increase our arterials from 4 to 8 times a year. This keeps the floatables, this keeps the sediments out of our ditches. We're asking for an additional channel and ditch maintenance crew. We have over 600 miles of channels and ditches and 1 crew currently dedicated to those. So this would increase that to 2 crews. We're asking for a stormwater utility fee team. This would be 2 FTEs dedicated to this new program, dedicated to resolving any issues, residences or business customers or industrial customers might have. We have our IDIQ contract. This is one of the biggest areas. I think we've come a long way in this area. We have certain projects like Williams Ditch, Glen Oak Drive, Tanglewood. We have a lot of projects on the books that we can accomplish with this contract, and that's what that is for. And then, of course, stormwater system televising inspections program. Currently, we have no inventory list of our assets. We are reacting to issues that are happening instead of being proactive. This lets us be proactive. This lets us know exactly what we have out there and exactly what we need to fix. And then, of course, 23 through 26, we would generally increase our street sweeping to a total in-house program. That would be a total of 10 sweepers. And we would be able to increase the residential from 2 to 4 times a year. An additional inlet and inspection crew. So that would be in 2024. That would allow us to increase our cycles of our inlets. This would allow us to purchase vectors, hire FTEs, to change that cycle from a 3-year to a 2-year cycle. Additional channel maintenance crew would be in 2024. That would take us to 3 crews to handle those 600 miles of channels and ditches. A vegetation maintenance program, the herbicide and mowing improvements. We all see the weeds and the continuous mowing of the medians. We can control that with this program. We have continue of the IDIQ construction contract, maybe broaden it to our channels, to our bridges, not only our underground infrastructure. Creek monitoring, this was an issue, not an issue, this was, highlighted during the recent floods. We had good information from the National Weather Service, but having something that we have in-house that we can monitor minute to minute to decide on, emergency issues will be needed. And also continued bay water quality improvements for anything going out into the bay environmentally, floatables, sediment control, and items like that. Customer impacts. This will be an example of property A and property B. So property A is a smaller property, 5,500 square feet. Property B is a larger property, 15,000 square feet. So property A uses 10,000 gallons while property B uses 2,000 gallons. So the current monthly stormwater contribution from these 2 properties would be, A would be contributing $2,850 while B would be 0, because remember, they're using 2,000 gallons or less. So the stormwater usage, if we calculate their impervious area, property A would be in Tier 1, property B would be in Tier 3. So that would change property's A contribution to $459 and property B's contribution to $1071. This is just another example of how you can't correlate water consumption to stormwater runoff. And for these increases that customers might see, we're going to be rolling out a utility assistance program. So what this program will provide is rate increase relief for customers in Tier 1 and Tier 2 that use less than 6,000 gallons of water per month. and are low-income households, seniors 65 age or older with low income, and are disabled customers. Also, taking a look at, a closer look at the impact to a fiscal year 22 utility bill. Excuse me. So you'll see on the left the water usage. So say currently you're a 2,000 gallon water user. So your water rate would decrease this year by 20 cents. Your stormwater rate would be $6.12. So your utility assistance would be the difference in those two. So the utility assistance would be $5.92 with the combined monthly change of 0. So you'll see how that works down through the 3,000 to 6,000. The 6,000 is the average customer, which is the monthly bill of $6.12 with the stormwater fee of $6.12. So there is no change in their utility, or no change in their bill, so there would be no utility assistance. So this is something that we will have available for the residents. This is our residential fee estimator, and that'll be the website, swfee.cctexas.com. And it's 3 easy steps. It's enter your property square footage, so your total square footage of your lot. And we have instructions on there on how they can get that information from Noesis CAD. And then you select your residence type and click calculate. And that'll give you what tier you fall in and what your rate would be. So the impacts of a non-residential. So property A, property B are roughly the same size. Property A is using a lot more water than property B. Property A is contributing almost $500 towards stormwater currently, while property B is only contributing $10.69 currently. So measuring their impervious area using those land use intensity of development factors, which is 0.85 for business districts, you come up with 14 ERUs. So essentially, they're the same amount of drainage coming off of both of these properties. But yet again, you see how water consumption is driving the stormwater fee currently. So with the proposed stormwater rate, each one of these would pay $85.68. So just once again, showing you how we're trying to correct what is the issue of the water model right now, which is water consumption drives your stormwater rate. Benchmarking. So, once we've come up with our plan, once we came up with, what does the city of Corpus Christi need? Let's see what everybody else is doing. Are we in the ballpark? Are we not even close? So when we looked at the top 7 cities above us, all of them have some kind of impervious area as the basis of their fee. We are the only ones in the state of Texas using water consumption for our basis of fee. The residential rate structure, some are tiered rates, some are a flat rate, depending on dwelling units. Non-residential, it's all based on impervious cover. Some are ERUs, some are per 1,000 square feet, but it's still impervious cover and that land use from those non-residential. And once again, you'll see these programs have started almost 30 years ago. We would be the last major city in Texas to implement a standalone stormwater fee. Recommendations. Staff is recommending approval of the adoption of subchapter C of chapter 552 of the Texas Local Government Code, which would declare drainage of the city of Corpus Christi to be a public utility. What would that allow us to do? That would also allow staff to recommend the approval, which is item 16, of the adoption of amendment of chapter 55 of the Code of Ordinance to levy a schedule of stormwater charges as stated. A residential rate, tier 1, less than 3,000 square feet of impervious area is $4.59. Tier 2, 3,000 to 4,500 square feet of impervious area would be $6.12. Tier 3 would be anything over 4,500 square feet of impervious area, and that would be $10.71. A non-residential rate of $6.12 per residential unit, and adopting the land use table identifying the intensity development factors, which would be used to calculate the rates, or calculate the storm fee for non-residents. Also in the ordinance, these are the exemptions proposed. So these are allowed by state law. Properties with wholly sufficient and privately owned drainage system, privately held and maintained in its natural state, the state of Texas, institutions of higher learning, a subdivided lot until a structure has been built and their certificate of occupancy has been issued in the city of Corpus Christi. Staff stands by for questions, and our consultant's also available.
Mr. Hernandez.
We're just talking about agenda item number 15. Are we combining
Correct.
15 and 16? Okay.
So first it would be 15, and then 16 would be levying the fees.
Okay. I have a question on 16, so.
We're on, okay, so 15, we don't have any questions, public hearing. So I will open public hearing. Oh, do you? I'm sorry. Yes, sir. No, go ahead.
Gabe,
Yes,
of
sir.
course, I've visited with you guys extensively about this, and I just want to express this. I'm 110% in favor of this, and I know I've told several of you this story before, but I was appointed to one of the first stormwater committees this city ever had in 1998 to try to solve this problem, and it's only taken this long for the city to get there. So I think this is a good thing. The non-residential part of this, I think, is fine. I just think the tiered system makes this overly complicated for residential customers. Each of us is going to have to explain to customers when they get their new bill in January, they're going to call and say, how did the city calculate this? And it's difficult to explain in layman's terms how we got there. And, coefficients and, all of the terminology that you put into this is going to make it challenging. And I have just always thought that if we did the same thing on the residential side, just come up with a flat rate, do the math the same way you do on the non-residential side, that it would, my suggestion was take the three tiered numbers, add them together, divide by 3, and that's your per square foot rate for your ERUs. So I just want to express that. And, but I almost feel like the comments that were made in Congress when they passed Obamacare, we'll pass this legislation and then we'll see what's in it.
Yes, sir. We looked at a flat rate, but the city has a quite diverse parcel size. So, most cities, sometimes you can do a flat rate because you do have, most of the parcels fit in the majority of that bell curve. But the way, we were looking at it, we saw that we could definitely carve this into 3 tiers just because of the diversity of the parcel sizes here in Corpus.
Yeah, and we all got a letter from former Councilman Loeb about his concerns about this, and I read it and looked at it, and he makes some good points in there. I don't agree with everything he says, but there is the possibility that the smaller lot owners are going to be somewhat penalized compared to the lot, if the math and the circumstances are in alignment. So we have to be prepared to explain that.
Yes, sir, and then, we're rolling out the utility assistance program for those issues.
But, and Gabe, you'll also have a team, right, of new staff members? How many is that again?
So it's going to be 2 FTEs that will be, directly assigned to this stormwater fee. No other duties assigned. We know how this is going to, how much work this is going to take off the ground. And also to make a point that this will not be enacted until January of 2022. So we do have these 3 months to get through those processes, and we're going to be outreach. We're going to be going out to the community. We're going to be doing those things, and hopefully, everybody can come to an understanding of how their fees calculated.
Okay.
And you already were out in the community this past Saturday, right, in Flower
Yes, sir.
Bluff? So
Yes,
you've
sir.
already been you're starting already.
Correct.
Yes, sir.
No, I understand and appreciate all that. I'm just making a point. I think there may be some blowback over the complexity of the residential side of this, and we just got to be prepared for that. So I applaud you on all the work that you've done. I know Richard put a tremendous amount of time into this, and I, applaud his efforts as well, and I hope it works.
Yes,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and open public hearing. Is there any public comment from anyone in the audience? Okay, I will close public hearing and entertain a motion to approve item number 15. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? Is this a roll call, Ms. Webda? No?
It doesn't have to be, no,
All
ma'am.
in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Okay, item number 16.
So item 16, so staff is going to recommend approval of adoption of the amendment of Chapter 55 of the Code of Ordinances to levy a schedule of stormwater drainage charges, as the residential rate being Tier 1 of $4.59, Tier 2 of $6.12, Tier 3 of $10.71, and the non-residential rate $6.12 per equivalent residential unit. And also the adoption of the land use table defining the intensity of development factors. Also within the ordinance is the exemptions allowed by state law, and these proposed in the ordinance are properties with wholly sufficient and privately owned drainage systems, properties held and maintained in its natural state, the state of Texas, institutions of higher learning, a subdivided lot until a structure has been built and a certificate of occupancy has been issued, if a certificate is required, and the city of Corpus Christi.
Okay. I think we have a question, Councilman Hernandez.
Yes, Mayor. First, I'd like to say thank you, and I know you were kind of thrust into this with the passing of Richard, and
Sure.
you did a good job there, so thank you. I'd like to make an amendment to the ordinance, or amending ordinance for Chapter 55 of the Utilities of the City Code of Ordinances, and it's to Section 55-710 exemptions from drainage fees. I'd like to add item G, to the extent of 50% of the drainage charges applicable thereto, property used as a church for religious services that is exempt from taxation pursuant to Section 11.20 of the Texas Tax Code. So basically, that is providing for a 50% reduction in the stormwater fees for churches. Now, this kind of stemmed from an email that we got from Richard on Friday evening. Anyway, he gave an example of one of the churches and how it went from the stormwater went from $99 to $299. And I thought what would be a good solution. I went back and forth with Miles and Councilman Martinez, and we came up with an option to do a 50% reduction for churches, specifically. So instead of having a $200 increase, they only have a $50 increase. And I'd like for you to guys take a look at that and see how that affects all the churches. They're going to have different usages of water, so it's going to be different for each one of them. But
So during Friday, we did start looking into that. So a 50% reduction would have about $275,000 in revenue impact. So you could either choose to raise the fees to cover that revenue impact or cut an improvement to cover that.
so what would that be? What would that reduction be?
The reduction of improvements
Mhm.
would be that 275. So
Well,
maybe
no,
a
I mean, but
sweeper.
what would that be? I mean,
A
give me an
sweeper.
example. One sweeper?
One sweeper.
Out of the two?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Well, that's one option. That's not.
Not the
It's not the
option.
option, right? It could be something else.
And that's the easy one because they're about 300,000. So this is about a $275,000 impact to the revenue if you would choose to give 50% reduction to religious organizations.
And that would mean reducing sweeping one whole cycle across the city. So we, instead of doing it 4 times in residential areas, it'd be 2 to 3 times.
And I have those rates for you. Rate 1, or Tier 1 would go to 466 instead of 459. Tier 2 would go to 621 instead of 612. Tier 3 would go to 1087 instead of 1071. So you're looking at about a 9-cent increase to that middle tier, and then the non-residential rate would also go to about 621.
Well, thank you for being prepared on this.
Yes, sir.
You know, my amendment was to provide that 50% discount. I didn't want it, I wanted to make, you know, there would still be an increase for them. It just wouldn't be, you know, the amount that would impact them as well. So, I'll leave the amendment as is. If another council member wants to change the rates to compensate for that, I'll let that go. But in this particular case, I'll ask for this amendment.
Okay, let's be clear, though. So your amendment is to allow a 50% exemption for
Correct,
churches.
for churches.
And what are you proposing to do with the 207?
I'm not. I'm just asking for the exemption, the 50% exemption for
Well, I
churches.
mean, but one comes with the other.
No, I mean, you can just have a reduction in the services, but if another council member wants to add to the actual fee to compensate for that, I'm okay with that.
Oh, right. No, that's not right, Gil. That is not right.
Well, that's the
No, it's
amendment.
not right. It's not right.
That's the amendment I'm asking for.
You're saying, there is no amendment. You're
Well,
saying.
I've asked for an
You know,
amendment.
we all want to give, let me get one on you, 100%. And then you guys deal with it. That's not fair. I would love to give the churches 100% exemption. But who's going to take that? I mean, he's telling us that the hard part is, what are we going to take away from? Or are you willing to increase the 459 to 487?
466.
466.
Actually,
I mean,
I
it's
would prefer to
twofold.
reduce the service.
Okay.
If by the 275,000, if that's the case, I
Wow.
would be accepted with that, but I'll make the motion for it.
Well, we've got comment here. My point was, it's easy to, the first part of this, to let the churches know we all support, and we would love to give them an exemption. But the second part is, what are you taking away from a service and from everyone else? Or giving, well, it's not really a question, I'm just saying, it is twofold. Mr. Smith? You have a light on?
No, but I do have on there. So what he's proposing is about 1.5% of the total on there. So he brought up a street sweeper as an example, but it's a 1.5% impact. So if we add it up, so Gabriel, you said it was 466.
Yes, sir, so it'd be 466 for Tier 1.
So it's 7 cents on top of that.
It'll be 9 cents to the middle tier, but doing the factor.
Well,
so-
I'm looking at the 459. So.
Okay, so 459 would go to 466.
Okay, so something's not working. Either I'm doing the math wrong or something's
Well,
not right.
the Tier 2 is what regulates the other tiers, so the middle tier would be 621. So it'd be a 9-cent increase.
A
to
nine,
that.
a 9 cent,
Yes, sir.
not, okay.
And
9
then once
cent
you multiply
increase,
that by
okay.
the 0.75.
That sounds right then.
Yes.
That's 1.5%.
Correct, sir.
So what we're looking at, if we approve the amendment, we either need to reduce the budget by 1.5% or we need to increase the proposed fees by 1.5%.
Right.
One or the other.
Right.
Or a combination there.
Can you
Okay,
turn,
thanks.
oh, what happened? Oh, your slide. Okay, well, Councilman Pusley.
I just want to caution, and I think it's an admirable thing to do, and, you know, I looked at one of the churches, and it would result in them paying, you know, $100 more in fee. But if we do this, if we exempt these churches, I will guarantee you the nonprofits are going to line up out this back door wanting that same exemption, all of them. They absolutely will. And you'll have to give it. So just be careful.
Councilman Martinez.
That was kind of my question. Was the analysis you did just on churches, or was it nonprofits as well?
Just religious organizations.
Well,
that's
religious
not-
organizations could be nonprofits as well. For example, Spahn Hospital could be a religious organization. So, you know, I think the question is what's the impact of churches like United Methodist Church or one of the others that came in here, as opposed to a religious organization that can be the Salvation Army, Spahn Hospital, something like that that's different.
So the way he proposed was, did you propose the section 1120 of the tax code?
Yes, but it's for churches, not religious organizations.
According to section 1120, the way it reads is, you know, to be organized and operated primarily for the purpose of engaging in religious worship or promoting the spiritual development or well-being of individuals. So it doesn't specifically say churches. So by adopting section 1120, if Spahn Hospital somehow fits in this, then, you know, they're up for an exemption. So I would leave it up to probably Miles to, you know, kind of weed through that, but,
Yeah.
you know, it doesn't.
Miles,
just
can
say-
you go through that, because we had this discussion, and if you could, if you did religious organizations, and then there's a different calculation there, as opposed to just churches.
Yeah, tracking 552, we think that, you know, we're going to successfully just limit it to churches. Keep in mind, there may be some pressure to broaden that to religious organizations to match up with the 552 provision. So I'm not sure if there is even a registry of churches. So I think that he focused on religious organizations, but that change was made, you know, today.
So let me just make sure, Gabriel, when you did that, the calculation, you included all religious organizations.
I'll leave it to Henry.
It's for things that we identified as being mostly churches.
Mostly churches. I mean, there are some
we
other.
can't definitively identify every single one in this sort of, you know, rapid analysis, but we looked for church names, things that looked like churches, that sort of thing.
Okay, but
the
did you
tax
include
law.
Hospitals in any?
The hospital was not identified in
Okay,
that.
all right. So that it should be pretty close then.
I think that's all the questions, Gabe. But I'm going to go ahead and open public hearing. Do we have anyone in the audience that would like to make public comment on this item? Okay, I will close public hearing and entertain a motion. Well,
Now, I have my motion. I
You
don't
have
think
a
I've heard a
motion.
second.
you made
Motion to amend.
to
Right.
include
50% discount for
discount
churches.
For churches. Okay, is there a second? Okay, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no? No.
Can I have a roll call, Mayor?
That's confusing, yes.
Okay, so for the motion to amend, with that 50% exemption for churches, council members Martinez?
Aye.
Molina is absent. Pusley? Smith? Barrera? Hernandez?
Aye.
Hunter? Mr. Hunter? Is absent. Lerma?
Aye.
And Mayor Guajardo?
No.
It has 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 votes.
Which one?
This, so it passes.
Now, who were the 5?
So it's Martinez. 1,
Martinez,
2,
Lerma,
3,
Gill,
4, 5, and the mayor. Didn't you vote yes, Mayor?
No, I voted no.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor. I had an aye. So then it fails.
How many people do we have voting here? 1, 2, 3, 4.
9, but there's 2 absences. Councilmember Molina and Councilmember Hunter
So we
are
have 7.
absent.
It's 4-3.
We have
But for an ordinance, it's all council members. Yeah, it's only for a motion, president voting.
Okay. So it's 4-3.
Yes. So it
Right.
failed.
Okay. Okay.
And that's just for the motion to amend, so.
Right.
So we still need to vote on the ordinance as presented.
Okay. So I'll go ahead and entertain a motion.
Yeah, that's,
Motion to approve. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, or roll call?
Well, okay, do you want a roll call on this one? Okay, so for passage of ordinance 16 on its first reading as presented, council members Martinez?
Aye.
Molina is absent. Pesley? Smith? Barrera? Hernandez?
Gil, no, my God, come on.
I'll flip a coin for you.
This is the first reading, right?
Yes.
Okay, I'll vote no for this time and
For
then see
no.
what happens on the next one.
Hunter?
Nothing.
Mr. Hunter? Is absent. Lerma?
Aye.
And Mayor Wahardo?
Aye.
Okay, the ordinance passes.
Okay. Thank you, Gabe.
I'll make the motion again next week.
Yeah, Gil. Okay. So, let's see here. Rebecca, items number 17 through 24.
Yes, ma'am. Those are all an assortment of fees, fee changes, fee increases.
So we can pull, maybe, if somebody has one to pull.
Well, we were thinking if the council would just consider items 17 through 24 and just pull the ones that you're interested in hearing about,
Right.
if that would work, just to
Okay.
kind of to expedite the process.
Councilman Pusley, did you have,
Well, I just had a quick question on 19 and 22.
Right.
And I can ask it out loud now, or we can pull it and do it.
I have questions on 19 as well.
On 19?
right, so why
Okay.
don't we just,
We'll pull 19.
well, we'll
Nin-
pull 19 and 22.
22?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, and then, so I'm going to go ahead and entertain a motion.
Okay.
Entertain a motion to approve items 17, 18, 20, 21, 23, and 24.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Motion passes. So let's look at number 19. Councilman Pusley?
Okay. My question here is with respect to the ordinance. If you look at the way it's drafted up in, let's see, let me get the right paragraph here. In section 18-20, under ambulance rates, item B3, it says ambulance rate schedule will be submitted to city council annually for review. Any adjustment of ambulance rates will require city council approval. That was struck out. That whole.
Right.
So.
So, Councilman, what this is all of our fees, with the exception of, and this is a legacy issue that we're fixing, so all of the fees, with the exception of the EMS and the parks fees, are in what we call the code of ordinances, the codified in the code.
Okay.
For some reason along the way here, the city broke out ambulance fees and parks fees, and from what I understand, the plan was to break them all out of the codes and have every year you would have to approve fees whether or not they were increased, decreased, or eliminated. So the business process that we have, probably 98, 99%, is they're all in the code of ordinances. So we're putting back the fire EMS and the parks into the code of ordinances. We can't, the only group that can adjust fees is the city council when they're in the code of ordinances.
Okay.
So the city manager can't increase fees, I can't decrease fees, I can't add or eliminate. Only the city council can do that.
So this was like double dipping.
Well,
having it on
what
here.
what this did is every year we'd have to come back, even if we didn't change the EMS fees, we'd have to put something on the agenda and say, okay, here's the fees, council approve them, even if we didn't make any adjustments.
Okay.
We didn't do that for any other fee in the business
I
with
got you.
25 different departments.
I got you.
Because they're codified, they're in the code of ordinances.
Okay.
So they carry over unless they're increased, decreased, eliminated, or added. So this was, for some reason, prior city manager administration started breaking these out of the code of ordinances, which is not how it's done in cities. In San Antonio, all of the fees.
So
are-
if we want, by putting them all in the code of ordinances, if we want to change any fee, that's going to require council approval?
Absolutely. Yes,
Okay.
sir.
I'm good.
Okay.
Okay. Let's go ahead, and I'm going to go ahead and entertain a motion. Or did you have a question?
I have a question
that
on
one as
it.
well? Okay. Sorry.
You know, this is a discussion I had earlier regarding fees for services that are outside the city limits. And, you know, we got a memo from Miles saying that fees like that cannot be added to a utility bill. Is correct? Am I stating that correctly, Miles?
Yeah, you can't just add it to the utilities.
Okay, so in looking at this one, I thought there might be an opportunity to have a fee for this, but I need to understand what kind of agreements we have with the county as to how we're paid for services outside the city limits. So I'll ask Chief Rocha to kind of talk a little bit about it.
Thank you, Councilman. This is Robert Rocha, Fire Chief. We do have one circumstance during EMS calls outside of the city limits that are in the county. We do have the ability to charge back to the county for those fees.
Okay, so this is fees on top of what we're charging through here.
So what we would do is, if we run a call out in the county, we
Right.
would charge, obviously, the person that we're making the transport on, and then we could charge back to the county for fees.
And what chargeback is that?
Last year, fiscal year 2020, we collected $88,000 from the county for calls outside of the city limits.
And this is outside of an ESD and outside, just in the county in general with no emergency service district?
Outside the city, within the county.
With no emergency service
Right.
district supporting it?
Right.
Okay. So,
That
I
may
think,
not necessarily be true. I thought, Chief, even if the EMS is not able to respond, the city responds, and then you can charge back. Is that not correct? Yes, we charge back, whether it's in the county, which is everything ESD. So let's say, for example, we run a call on 44, and it's in ESD 1. Yeah. We would charge the person that we made the call on, and then we would charge the county for that. Yeah. So it doesn't necessarily have anything to do with ESD. That's correct.
right. Okay, so looking at that, I just, one of the problems we have is we can't annex anymore. We can't unilaterally annex anymore. Let me rephrase that. And so we have a lot of neighborhoods that are in the county that are just outside the city limits that are not serviced by a emergency service district. So they're effectively getting fire service from us without paying our ad valorem taxes for those services. And so there's, I look at it in terms of insurance. And then when you get charged this fee, that's your deductible, right? Sort of. I mean, just to equate it to something, right? But they're not paying for the insurance, so they can go through this whole time and have fire and EMS protection, and all we do is a nominal fee to the county. So I want to understand what those fees exactly are on, that we're actually providing that service.
I think the only fee that we're talking about here is the EMS transport fee. We're not talking about fire,
Right.
fire
Now,
response.
well, we can expand it to that, because I want to understand what that is too. But I
Okay.
mean, this, because we have these neighborhoods, and they're growing. Within District 5, I have, that are just outside of District 5, I have like Sun George, the Promenade, and there's another one across 2444 that's starting to develop now that don't pay city taxes. And so but they're still, you're not going to not go, right? You're going to go if there's a fire, you're going to go if there's an EMS
That's
call.
correct, sir.
Right. So I just want to understand what is it that we can do because we still have to hire firefighters. We have to buy your equipment, and all that's done through our budget, through our general fund, which we get through ad valorem and sales taxes, right? So if you can come back and see what they're actually charging and what we're actually, what are we missing? If that's, based on that. Does that make sense?
Yes, and who's paying for that? I mean, someone has to be. Who's paying for that? I mean, it's a great.
You're talking about calls, let's say, for example, what you're talking about is London, in the London district, right, that are outside of the city limits.
Like,
That are
where
not
do
covered
you-
by an ESD.
That are not covered by ESD, then they're just paying county taxes, and they're not paying city of Corpus Christi taxes.
Right, so when we go out there,
Well, on a mutual aid call or for an emergency call, let's say somebody calls in and says, hey, we have a structure fire, then the Corpus Christi Fire Department would respond, Councilman. Well,
Right.
we pay for that. Now, what we can do is we can charge back to the resident
and charge the resident their insurance, we would charge for a fee for service. And we do have a cost associated with that. We could use the FEMA reimbursement rate for the amount of time that we spend at the alarm and for every fire truck that's there.
Right.
But that's something that I would work with the city manager on in terms of establishing what kind of fee structure
I
that
think
you would
it
want.
is- Isn't that what
But
you're-
that's not exactly it, because we still have to maintain all the assets
Right.
and all the infrastructure and, you know, the salaries and like that. And if they never call, they never pay. So it's like, you know, I guess you could say they pay some through sales tax within, you know, when they come in the city and buy whatever. But, you know, they do get a big discount from the ad valorem taxes. Now, I want to make sure that we're, you know, and we're not talking small homes. We're not talking colonias, right? We're talking $500,000, you know, $600,000 homes that are getting services for free. So if there's some way we can find some sort of charging mechanism, I know we couldn't do it through a utility bill, but if there's something we could do to make sure
It seems like though does this not exist
There's
elsewhere?
so Miles
like
has.
there's got to be some model of this somewhere.
Yeah, there is, in the Code of Ordinances, there is a fee schedule. Miles was just showing it to me. So, for billing, if the chief responds to a home outside the city limits, it's $350.
Plus $5 per mile for the
Okay.
responding fire
Yeah.
station
That's
for truck.
only if they call.
That's only if they call, right? So we need to look at I
Well-
don't even know where that figure came from, right? It doesn't sound like it's,
$5.
Yeah.
$5.
so we could look at it
Well,
and bring
it's
it back
kind
at
of
some
chief. It's
point.
kind of like our MetroCom.
Yeah.
We just took care of that.
Yeah.
That contract between the city and the county, and it's by percentage, and everybody's paying in. You know, the 911. If you're out there in the county, you're paying, or depending on the entity, right, that uses MetroCom. But it's kind of the same deal. I'm very.
I'm at a loss also as to how, other than what Miles read,
Wow.
you know, it doesn't come up very often.
We need to revisit it and
Yes,
probably
we
bring
do.
it back. It'd be outside of the budget process, but
Okay,
maybe
we do.
September, October, we can bring it back.
Because it's a good point, and
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Ms. Risley?
Yeah, I suspect that 18-2 is used primarily with calls for accident responses, because 80% of our calls are accident responses.
Okay, well, let's look into that. We need to, and I think that's your point, is we need to establish something that makes sense in regards to us servicing that area outside of that little number.
Yes,
Look,
ma'am.
I mean, I don't expect them to pay every ad valorem taxes for the city, because they're actually outside the city. But services they're actually getting and are on standby for them, there should be some fee for that. I don't know what that would be. We'd need to do some homework and do the financial analysis. And then what's the mechanism of actually charging them? I don't know. So if you can come up with something, that'd be ideal.
Appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
That might be a couple extra firefighters.
I hear you.
Okay.
I like that.
All righty.
Okay, great. I will go and entertain a motion to approve item number 19. We can do 22 as well. Okay, item number 19 and item number 22. Is there a second? Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. We'll skip over to section N, first reading ordinances, items number 25 and 26. Item number 25 is an ordinance amending section 12-31 of the city code regarding no wake zones in the intercoastal waterway between Packard Channel and Marker 37. Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. The motion carries. Item number 26 is an ordinance authorizing the execution of a commercial land lease agreement with Blue Marlin Holdings LLC for 2 tracts of city-owned land totaling 1.268 acres for use as a recreational vehicle park called Puerto del Sol RV Park, located at the northern end of North Beach in Council District 1.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Oh, thank you, Mr. Edmonds. Okay. Okay, Peter, do you have anything else?
No, that's it, Mayor. Good work.
Great.
Yeah, good job.
God, it's
Yeah.
6:04.
Well, I
Okay,
was trying to teach it, but boy, we blew through that last.
okay. Okay, there being no further business, this meeting's adjourned.